It's my eyes. Awesome. All right. So where I can like put up a better smile. I was listening to Outwitting the Devil. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Not interested in that. Not interested in that. Hey, what's up, bro? I didn't realize you're there. There was a comment that was left on my newer YouTube channel on one of my videos. I was just reading it quickly. There's a guy named Frosty. I saw him post on Nero's video. He actually unsubscribed from Nero's channel because he figured it out. And I told him on Nero's video that I'm proud of him because he figured it out. Because he's like, what is the point of me keep coming back and watching his videos when everything's in his book? And he just repeats the same thing again and again, because that's what he's basically doing. I only watch Nero to you know, see the words that he's using, but he's not saying anything new, right? Oh, I forgot to turn on my streams. There, I got wrapped up with his comment. We're gonna be going outside in a moment. Uno momento. By the way, I started watching Dark last night. I watched the first episode, it was good. Second episode, I was starting to do this, so I'll rewatch episode 2. It's interesting. They're finding that boy, what's his name? Mikhail? I thought it was Nickel at first, but it was Mikkel. And then of course that Eric guy, attempting to find Eric. But right now, episode 2, well, halfway through episode 2 because I went like this. So I have to rewatch episode 2. Good. It's a good show so far. I like it. I like it. It's enjoyable. You'll get the deep sass. Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, it's 3 seasons. I know the first season's 10 episodes. The second season's 8. And then the third season is 8. I will be watching it through Netflix only because they're in German, and you can tell that they're speaking German because, you know, it's lip sync, right? Like when you see them talking, it's just like overdub, right? It's just English overdub. But I prefer to listen to the English than to read the subtitles, to be quite honest, because the subtitles will probably miss a lot of things. Plus, it doesn't distract me with the... I mean, I can, like we talked about this yesterday, I can listen to subtitles, I can read subtitles while I'm watching, but when you're kind of watching a show like this, you don't really want to do subtitles, you know what I'm saying? So I was actually going to name today sex, to be honest, and how that word is very polarizing, but in a good way. But I decided not to. I decided to name it principle. And then tomorrow I might name it rhythm, and then, or the day before, or tomorrow I might name it hypnotic, and then rhythm, because I've been listening to Outwitting the Devil again. That book is a classic. There's only one thing that's off about that book, which I found, which is funny, after reading and listening to it over like 100 times, there's something that caught my attention about the Rockefellers. Okay, Google, turn off light. Because, you know, back in the day, you know, Napoleon Hill, this was like in the late 30s, right? When he made the book, you know, Rockefellers were in power. And he may have thought of them as some good family, but really they're not. They're actually one of the families that caused the chaos in the world. Them, the Rothschild, and a few other families. They created the chaos in the world. What? Is that sleeping? Because he pressed signed into YouTube, and there's a bunch of 44. Like, if you look on the screen, it says 444444344. I guess I was supposed to see that. Because normally, you know, that's interesting. 44444. Yesterday we were talking about fours, right? But there's 1 3 in there. I think he's sleeping, and he has a control in his hand, and he's just pressing 4 because he's like pressing it to get into like his Google account. Shit, I forgot to turn off Wi-Fi. No, I didn't. I should be okay. Outwitting the Devil, the one that Napoleon Hill didn't release until late 2011, which, you know, he was long gone by that time. I've been listening to it again. I've listened to it over 100 times. I read through the book at least 6 or 7 times, like the ebook anyways. I don't think so. He doesn't know how to operate technology. He just knows how to operate a TV. So no, he's definitely not watching my channel. I give him credit, but I won't give him credit for that. He's not watching my stuff. But that's funny though. He pressed a bunch of 4s. It's not letters, it's just all numbers, because he's attempting this. It's like a password or some shit like that he's typing in, but it's not. He's sleeping. I can tell he's sleeping because he's pressing all kinds of shit on his thing. Okay, did it lag? One sec. All right, we're back. Super duper quiet. There's no cars coming. Yeah, I forgot to turn off the Wi-Fi on the phone. Usually, like when I leave the house, I have to turn off the Wi-Fi on the phone, because if I walk outside, and then it just kicks in the data, then it basically doesn't connect properly. So my bad. Yeah, outwitting the devil. There's a lot of, that is one of the main books I would always have on hand. It is a really powerful book. Of course, you know, the word devil will throw people off because they think it's some sort of demon book, but it's not a demon book. And he talks about the like, there's 7 principles, and you know, there's like the 7 deadly sins, and then he's talking about like the 7 like things that people get trapped up into, right? So, morning. So like he gets trapped up in like all kinds of you know, all kinds of things, like failure, lust, adversity, right? You know, the sexual energy stuff as well, that we talked about already. Using, you know, schools to, you know, capture the children's attention and sway them. There's so much that book revealed in 2022, and it feels like something's in my shoe. I don't know. I feel like something was in my shoe. Yeah, something is in my shoe. Dang salt. Highly recommend it. I would actually not read it. I would actually listen to it on YouTube, because it's a conversation between, you know, him and the mind, essentially. There's still some stuff that I think is a little inaccurate because of, you know, when it came out, but majority of it is pretty spot on for what it shares. Like talking about the subconscious being the infinite intelligence. The subconscious is part of the infinite intelligence, but it is not the infinite intelligence itself. The infinite intelligence is your superconscious, but he doesn't mention the superconscious whatsoever in the book. But, you know, I got to give him credit for 1930s, you know. Can't fault the dude for not knowing in 1930, right? Look, there's so many people who don't even know about the superconscious. They know about the subconscious mind, but they don't talk too much about the superconscious. And a lot of people focus on the subconscious mind, right? But you know, those are just, but you know, the thing is, those are just words, right? Conscious, sub, super, right? They mean nothing because they're just words that are made up. Because if you say those words in a different language, they're just noise, right? Speaking of which, right, like I did go on one of my other streaming apps to see the show Dark, just to see if they had it in English. Because, you know, I have the ad version of Netflix, But I got to watch an entire episode without an ad, so I mean, you know, I'll watch it on Netflix. But I did go on it yesterday, like just to see if they had the English like audio. They didn't. They had the English subtitles. So immediately I'm like, I'm hearing German. I know what German sounds like, but I have no idea what they're saying, right? If I didn't read the subtitle, like the first like minute of the subtitle, I'd have no idea what they're saying. So it's just a bunch of sounds coming out of their mouth. They could have talked about the subconscious mind is the most powerful, blah, 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 and I would have no idea what they're saying. So you see, it's just a bunch of noise that we can resonate with, right? And a lot of people, they do focus on the subconscious mind, but where they place their attention, like they think that they have to keep healing the subconscious mind. What should be done is focusing on the superconscious mind and letting go of the whole idea of healing and knowing that you already are everything now, right? Because there's a lot of people, you got to heal your subconscious mind. You got to reprogram your subconscious mind. You got to reprogram your subconscious mind. And yeah, you can focus on the subconscious mind and what you think you are experiencing, but really, if you focus on the superconscious mind and knowing that you already are it, you have to, of course, experience it through feelings, because subconscious mind is through language, and language is emotions, or not language, sorry. Subconscious mind uses emotion, not language. Superconscious mind is also emotion. The conscious mind is language. But, you know, I can't fault Napoleon for 1930s or whenever he did write the book around that time, 1930s, 1940s, if I remember correctly. I'll have to double check the date when he actually wrote the book, but he didn't publish the book until 2011 because it was considered like too, how do I say it, too out there. But it's funny how it was released in 2011, the year just before 2012 hit, and that's when the planet shifted. So it was released when it was supposed to be released, to get people like somewhat ready. And then of course now this world is a lot more spiritual, with a lot of spiritual things. Is that person coming this way? Like, there's a hanger on the ground there. Good morning. Yeah, so there's a lot that he shared in the book. And there's my toy Supra. Well, my actual Supra is inside that car. First time seeing it for the year. Yeah. I know most people think that Think and Grow Rich is his best book, but it's not. In my opinion, Think and Grow Rich is great. It's not a bad book, but Think and Grow Rich, right? Thinking is where a lot of the limitations happen. So it should be Feel and Grow Rich, or Embody and Grow Rich. Not think, because thinking creates the suffering. Because most people's thoughts are currently, you know, into the negative because of the emotional charge behind the negative energy that they've experienced in their life. But the same energy that they're giving to the negative, they can easily give to the positive, but it doesn't seem that it's possible because they feel it's not viable. Yeah, so like when you're listening to the audiobook, you're not listening to his voice, you're listening to a narrated version. Like, it's some other person. I know what he sounds like. I mean, to each their own with their preference of sound, right? Like, yesterday we were watching a video of the world's coldest place to live on Earth, the world's hottest place to live on Earth, and some of the places, you know, they don't speak English, and there was a subtitle, or there's like the audio dub for one of the guys speaking, and he had this really American like country accent like this. I go out and I hunt those deers, or them bears, because they come and they destroy my laws, so I must hunt them bears with my gun. Speaking like that. I'm like, what the? Do you have to make it so melodramatic with your voice? It's funny. And if that person actually speaks like that, that's, you know, props to that person for sounding like that, you know. I mean, we're all meant to have a different sounding voice. That's what brings uniqueness to us. But it was just funny, just listening to how he was like speaking. It sounds like one of them like yeehaws. I know if T-Ray was here, he'd be like, boy, what are you talking right now? Let's see. Another long title, which be think to stop thinking so you can become rich. Yeah. Or know to stop thinking and know that you are rich. Because, you know, becoming implies still future, right? Because that's the other thing too with his title of his book, Think and Grow Rich, right? Grow implies that you're still having to, wow, one dog is just barking and the other one's just looking at me. Like one, because like think and grow, like grow implies like you're still kind of you're future forecasting, right? Even like, you know, the word become is still sort of future forecasting. Because like a book should be feel and know you're rich, right? That would be a simple title, feel and know you're rich. Why is there a lot of smoke coming out of that thing over there? You know, I've come here every day. I've seen this ice rink every day, and yet I have not seen a single person skate on this rink because I'm coming out so early. And then again, I don't know if they open up the rink early enough, but like, I have not seen a single damn person skate on this rink yet. I'm sure people are coming out in the afternoon and evening time to skate, but I'm not out here at this time. I really should take an evening walk when it's a little bit on the warmer side, because the night walks are a little bit more, well, I mean, actually it doesn't really matter because, you know, I've experienced extreme cold temperatures. Not extreme like, his name is Ruhi, the guy that I was watching yesterday. He does a lot of documentary videos, traveling to weird places and cool places and really interesting places. But he was getting frostbite in his nose. And I'm like, fuck, dude, that's crazy. He was in minus 71 degrees Celsius weather. Minus 71, dude. That's like minus 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Fuck. That's a place in Russia. Because, you know, I was looking up the polar nights and the midnight sun stuff for like Alaska, and then that led me down seeing like coldest place to live on Earth, hottest place to live on Earth, or hottest place on Earth. And I was like, yeah, man, he's like layered up like 20 layers of shit and still fucking cold. I don't know how people do it. They don't fight against it. They respect the cold, they live it, but like, yeah, it just gave me greater appreciation for, you know, this kind of cold. Like, this is, in comparison to what they are facing, this is considered hot. This is like summer for them. I'm gonna go hang quickly. But you see, this is what I was saying about comparison. Everything is known in comparison when you use comparison like that. Seeing how others live in such cold, extreme temperatures gives you much greater appreciation for your cold temperature, because it's not that cold. It's not like, fuck, dude. It's not like, oh my God, like you can't even go outside. So like seeing minus 71 degrees Celsius, like their camera stuff wasn't working properly, like their technology stopped. It froze. Right? Yeah, buddy. Okay, time to use the left hand, since the right hand was holding this for the time I've been out here so far. Got to get the right hand warmed up. Yeah, so like, you know, it goes to show you, like, living in like a place like that. And then I saw another video with a Asian woman, Russian Asian. It's sometimes weird to see Asians that are Russian, but that's a thing. And she was like you could see frostbite happening on her nose too. Like, it is fucking cold where she lives. And people choose to live there. Yeah, fuck that. Some are born obviously there because they chose their path to live in the cold like that. Right? But yeah. Happy New Year, brother. So yeah, it's a fascinating one. It's starting to snow. Actually, give me a sec. I should have actually covered up the USB-C port. So I have to peel the tape off the back and stick it. Stick there. And then cover this USB port. Sorry. Come on, get off. This is stuff I should have prepped for before coming out, but it's all good. There. Now we have covered USB-C ports. Can't take the chance. Is that an ambulance over there? What is that? Is that a... I trust everyone who, yeah, it's an ambulance. So whoever's having to be taken care of, I trust they're all right. Foam battery at 93%. It's not too cold, but I will still take the somewhat shorter walk. Yeah, Yeah, the ambulance is on the other side of the road, parked that way, so I trust that everything is okay. He's got a modified exhaust. All right, I'm gonna walk around this direction. That's not too bad, actually. Just gotta make sure my feet stay warm, that's all. Anyways, so yeah, you know, living in like a place like that in like Russia, yeah, screw that. Screw that noise. Or like living in Alaska, where they only get like the sun, they call it like the twilight sun, where the sun doesn't actually come out, but you can see like the, you know, like the dawn of the sun, and then it just goes right back down, and they only get like 3 hours of it. Yeah, screw that. I'll go this way today. Watch me end up walking the long walk anyways. Yeah. It's a good thing I just covered up my USB-C ports, because the snow is starting to come down a little bit. So, talking about the principles about life, you know, 7 hermetic principles, the 7 deadly sins, which are principles, right, to not adhere to. The law of rhythm, one of the principles. That's what I was going to be talking about, the principle of rhythm. Actually, I can talk about all the 7 hermetic principles right now. The first principle, the law of mentalism. The all is mind, the universe is mental. Mental world, right? It all starts and ends with you. The answer has been you the entire time. And if you don't adhere to things, things can't affect you. That's basically the principle of mentalism. Of course, you know, am I gonna go drink bleach and expect that I'm gonna be all right? Well, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go eat some sort of like chemical or go to like they call it Chernobyl, like Chernobyl, Ukraine. I'm not gonna go to Chernobyl, Ukraine, knowing that there's extreme high radiations, right? There's a little bit of common sense that has to happen, obviously. But I'm talking about things like, let's see, eating like 10 cookies and thinking I'm gonna get fat. That's an illusion. Or that I'm always gonna be poor or lacking. That's an illusion. Like that kind of stuff. Or I'm never gonna be confident. That's an illusion as well. You know, after watching that movie yesterday with Orion and the Dark, right? Orion was portrayed as like a scaredy cat, scared of everything, afraid of everything. And then he became brave at the end, like, well, halfway through. the movie. He wasn't afraid anymore. And it goes to show you, like, it's all perspective. So the principle of mentalism is really all about perspective and how you perceive things. Perspective leads to perception, perception leads then to projection. That's the 6 P's, which then leads to which leads to the present moment, which creates a paradigm, which then creates the paradox, which could technically create the purpose as well. Let's see. I'm dropping my YouTube premium at the end of this month as a commitment to my life and dropping more and more time that I'm spending on YouTube. Yeah, dude, that's kind of where I'm going in that same direction. Because, like, I'm done watching content. Like, I'm done really watching, like, YouTube content that is spiritual. Like, Trina sort of was the last of the puzzle piece to sort of like solidify, like, you're done. You don't need anymore. You're good, right? I reached out to her to see if she wanted to have a conversation, but she turned me down, which was fine. So I'm like, all right, I don't really even need her either, because, like, I already know I'm at a whole other level. But I'm grateful for her questions that she left, because, like, who are you without your words? Like, that's really it, right? There's nothing else. Just go and enjoy your life. So, like, for me, you know, what I really want to do, you know, when I saw Ruhi and he's, you know, traveling and he's like documenting his travels, that's really what I want to do. Just travel and make travel content. Sure, it's nice to help people, and I still want to help people. There's another ambulance? What the hell? What's the theme today? People getting hurt? That's the second ambulance over there. Not that far apart either. That's weird. I trust that person's okay as well. Exactly. I mean, I have 2 Discords now. I have the Orion one. I'm soon gonna. I only go on the Superhero of Love one for the gaming stuff, but the Orion one will be more focused on business and creating, like, a group, not like this group, but a group that's focused on, well, actually, I don't even have to create a group, because the answer is you. Like, yeah, you go do what you got to do, man. Like, you know, I don't blame you, because, like, you know what you have to do. You have the answers, because you are the answer. You don't have to go spend time watching other people's stuff anymore either. That's kind of part of the reason why, like, I also downloaded some content offline just to have it, but I don't really require it anymore, to be honest. But I still have it just in case I require a little reminder when the character is getting out of hand. We might be just walking in a circle. I don't know if I'm going to walk that direction, but we'll see. We'll see what I'm called to do. Phone battery's at 79%, so most likely I'll just walk around in a circle here. And then go down into the trail back that direction. Yeah, man, like, my goal this year is to not really watch too much content. Like I'll watch narrow, not because I require it, only because I love hanging out with the dude, and I enjoy him and AJ and their banter. That's it. And you know, the words, like how he shares words, since I'm a wordsmith. So like wording it in a unique way or a different way, or adding more power to what he said. Orion Phoenix Stellar. There's no one on that one except for my other account. I added myself on that, that's it. I check that one periodically. I mean, there's nothing to check because there's no one but me on it. But I made it so that I could have it. Phasing out the superhero of love is gonna be, it's a journey, but it's meant to happen. It's the TikTok channel now that I have to grow, and I also have to get the Facebook channel or the Facebook to adhere to my, you know, my username, and getting a username on that, because it still thinks like I can't create a username for some fucking reason. That's the only thing that I desire, is get a username for my new Facebook channel, because I want it completely separate from my other stuff. I don't want to link it in the same account center. But yeah, it's a journey. I know I'll have the username ability, even though Facebook is a place where I won't be really connecting with people much. The Instagram is already set in stone, which is good. The Orion Phoenix Stellar. The YouTube is going to be interesting, because the YouTube currently is tied to my current Andre Samir email, because I made the channel on that. I didn't want to. I have another Orion Phoenix Stellar channel, but I didn't create an actual channel for that one with the Gmail, because I want to transfer to that Gmail account. But it's a bit of a process to do all that, and I'm like, fuck it. Seems like much work, and if you screw up, you fuck shit up, and I don't really want to fuck shit up. They don't make it simple of like transfer to new Gmail account. Like they should just make it super fucking simple. But they don't do that. So because that channel was originally going to be the Andre Samir official, but like, no, that's not who I am. That's not who I am, and that's not who I plan to be for the rest of my life. So, you know, just having to like adhere to these things, or just, you know, tackling one thing at a time, getting things aligned. It's a little bit of a journey, but you know, we're getting there little by little. Yes. Well, you have to put them together. I mean, if you put a space, I think you'll still find me. You should. But yeah, on that channel, currently it's just me and my other account, and that's it. I just made it so I could just have it. And I gave myself some Super Saiyan Aura profile Actually, I should change the picture on that one and put the cosmic version of my background. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that at some point. It's no rush. Yeah, put them together. Put the words together, because that's how Discord works. Or I believe when you're looking for usernames. I'm not a fan of underscores, and I'm not a fan of periods in usernames. So I rather just keep it all as one cohesive, like Ryan Phoenix Stellar. It looks proper. I'm not a big fan of underscores in my username. It's a good thing I covered up those USB-C ports. Last time was disastrous when the snow started to fall like this. I didn't think it was going to cause a problem, but the charging port for the receiver wasn't working. So I could either use the phone, or I could use the microphone without charging the phone, or use the phone's microphone and not use the microphone. And speaking of which, I should actually put my microphone. I should actually put my microphone quickly into my other shirt, so that I'm not running into problems. Oh. It's a problem when you have a glove on and you're attempting to do stuff. There. Now my microphone is hidden. I'm sure the magnet that fell down probably has a little crack or a dent on it now. Oh well, whatever. Because it dropped out of my shirt. The wind's picked up. We're back where we were, because that's where the crosswalk is. And now we're gonna go down. Awesome. So now that the holiday season is technically over, well, I mean, for the kids, they still have today and tomorrow, but then Monday they go back to school. But it's theoretically over. Now begins the Great Depression era for a lot of people in like colder places, because like, you know, now it's called the holiday blues, right? Because now that there's nothing left, right? January is usually a month of like, for people. Now, I don't see it that way, because like I'm coming outside. I'm making sure I get my air. this has made such a vast difference coming outside and just experiencing the cold and getting adapted to this. World of difference. I swear, like every time I come here, there's like something in my shoe. It's really bothersome when I'm walking and I'm like, how is something getting in my shoe? Yeah, foam barrier's at 59%. I wouldn't have made it back if I had gone the long way. We haven't seen Tom yet for the new year, only because we've been walking this direction. Yeah. Yeah, one thing I really have to get is dedicate a rag or something to wiping my nose, because like wiping it on my jacket sleeve is not ideal. Well, at least this is more salted and more walkable now. Look at the water. There's only like a little trail of water that they can walk, or that they can swim in. That's crazy. They're like following a path. All right, so now that we've talked about principle number 1, mentalism, which is the most important principle. That's right, Duck. The most important principle. Yeah, it should be Orion Phoenix Stellar, like that. The most important principle, the law of the principle of mentalism. The second principle, the principle of vibration. I think correspondence comes before that, but I think the principle of vibration should technically come second, because everything's in constant motion. Nothing rests. Everything moves. Everything vibrates. This is an energetic universe. In this energetic universe, it all vibrates. Every cell, every organism, every molecule and atom, they're vibrating right now to keep you going. And a vibration with momentum will create a frequency. A frequency with enough force behind it will bring forth your reality. It will ultimately surrender it to you. So the law of mentalism and the law of vibration, hand in hand, are like the two most powerful principles. And then you have the principle of correspondence. As above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. Again, all these are just words, but essentially sounds good. As the universe, so the soul. And that one is you're the microcosm of the macrocosm. So what is happening in other dimensions is happening with you, because you are part of all dimensions and everything is intertwined with each other. We're all connected to white holes, black holes, planets. This is all sensory. And then from the principle of correspondence, then we have the principle of rhythm. Let's see, we have mentalism, vibration, correspondence. We have rhythm. I know we have gender. We have polarity. I feel like I'm missing one. Gender is the last one. The principle of gender. The principle of polarity is after that, or before that. But let's continue with the principle of rhythm. What swings one direction will ultimately swing the other direction. So the goal is to not get swung too far to the right, otherwise you'll get swung to the left. If you stay neutral as much as you can, and you neutralize things like the words, and see words as just that, words, only words, and just as tools that you use, and not get tripped up with their meanings and their definitions because they're all made up. We use them as tools to navigate. They do have vibrational properties behind them and resonance if you know how to use your words carefully. But ultimately, they absolutely mean nothing. It just is, or they just are. And even saying just are and just is also an illusion, because they're just made up. And saying the word just was a great experiment just before the end of last year with, Kula, who showed up when I messaged in a comment or a message in a post, and she commented back and messaged me directly on Facebook to say, because I said, it is really just that simple to master your mind. And she's like, saying just sounds very condescending. So it goes to show you her version of the word just, used in the context the way I used it for her, was very condescending. But in my perspective, when I was using the word just, it really is just that simple. Because I now know how the mind works fully. And I still get tripped up, the character still gets tripped up, but I have to remind the character that the mind's going to do that because it's attempting to keep you safe. So the law of rhythm and words can really swing people left or right, depending on how they're used and what is being said and what interpretations you take with those words. All right, Wind. All right, I see you. Wind also is 4 letters as well. Not adhering to wind. The W-I-N-D. In the C-O-L-D. That creates N-U-M-B. It's going to be a breeze to get through these next several months. I used to dread January and February and March, but this is going to be a breeze because I keep coming out, breathing that fresh air, knowing how the mind works. Nothing can affect me now. Unless, well, nothing can affect the character unless the character gets tripped up with the mind. And the mind is, it's all mentalism. It's all an illusion. And the resources have arrived. And it's time for me to use the resources effectively. Phone battery at 39%. Yep, because of the cold, it's going down. So I don't know if the person who was feeling a little sick yesterday with the stomach bug, if they are going to be okay to talk today or tomorrow. They will let me know, and if they don't, it's no big deal. On Monday, we have a call with Cass at 1 p.m. Just to catch up. My nose is like dripping. It's funny. I'll probably watch an episode of Dark when I get in. Since, you know, I'm more alert. Because, you know, in the evening times, right, I turn the light off, which prepares my body for sleep. So when I watch anything in the evening times, I tend to lay down, and that usually is when, oh shit, slippery here. Nice. That's usually when I fall asleep. So it's better that I watch the TV shows and stuff during the daytime. Awesome. We're walking in the wind again. Yeah, after seeing the videos that Ruhi shared yesterday, of like winter shifted my perspective. I'm like, yeah, this is considered warm winter now. Unless we have like minus 40 degrees, you know, that's not something I will be really going out and walking in. I'd go outside and demonstrate how fucking cold it is, but I wouldn't be caught walking for too long. Coldest we've done was minus 22 degrees, and it was pretty something. It was pretty painful, but you know, we managed. But it took minus 22 degrees Celsius to appreciate these warmer colds. Yes, sir. Of course, I still prefer the heat, but this is all right. All right, so we talked about the principle of rhythm and not letting your words sway you, because words can do that to people. I know it's done that to me plenty of times. So the principle of polarity. Everything has an opposite. Actually, principle of polarity comes first before the principle of rhythm. But it doesn't really matter the order. But the principle of polarity, everything has an opposite. What on this planet doesn't have an opposite? And an opposite is a concept as well. Everything is opposite. When you adhere to polarity, you can't escape polarity, but you can definitely position yourself beyond polarity by rising above it. You still will have to operate with it on the third dimensional plane, but you don't have to adhere to polarity when all things are one. Nice. Foam bar at 24%. I'll make it back. It'll be awesome again when I don't have to wear jackets and layers. But, you know, we got used to it. I don't mind it now. I'm not letting things bother me. I'm not letting the cold bother me. Getting bothered by such things is kind of ridiculous. That sister that's chopping ice with, she's breaking ice with a pick. She looked like my ex-wife a bit. She was wearing a blue jacket like my ex-wife, the blonde hair, and she had a similar like look. It's funny how my ex-wife has, I call her sister. I call her sister now. It's hilarious. I love her though. Her name is Juliana. I plan to see her before I go to San Diego. Like before I moved there. That's the only thing about winter that I don't enjoy is my nose running, and because I'm not gonna adhere to the NUMB because that's an illusion. Itachi. Yes, Itachi. Yuppers. Let's go. Foam barrier at 20%. Ah, the wind is not blowing this direction. It's blowing behind me. The WINDs. Soul fam, I don't know if you're still there. Because I know you mentioned the end of, you said the end of this month. Well, you're subscribed to the other channel, so if you do jump back on and you don't see me streaming on this channel, then just know that I'll be on the other channel, but I won't be on the channel. I won't be streaming all day on that other channel. I might get into a flow, but I know more likely I will not be streaming all day on that channel. This year is the year the business gets built. The brand, the visibility, the podcasting, all of it. All the things. It happens now. I'm gonna download AJ's 8-hour brand course that he put out. Not that I require that, because I already know what to do. Yeah, I'm gonna download the video and keep it on my tablet. That'll probably be like an 8 gig file. Seeing how an hour video is about a gig, when I download an hour. Happy New Year, bro. You doing good? I'll see you later. Yeah, it'll probably be like an 8 gig file, most likely. This is quite the walk. We're at 16% on the phone. Yeah, there was no way we were going to be able to do the long walk with the amount of battery life. I pushed it to the limit today. Because of the cold. But at least we've been out for at least over an hour. So it's good. Getting the body trained and adjusted and acclimated to this, like, is good. Morning. Happy New Year, dude. Thank you. There are doggies over there. My nose is running. Yeah, that's... Mm. We're almost back. I'll go in, blow my nose, clean my nose, and then I'll grab my meal. Use the bathroom. Looks like mom's going out. I hear her car on. I really want to get mom a new car. There's an Amazon box right in front. I'll take it to the front, or awesome. Shit. All right, y'all give me a moment. My nose is like crazy. Let's take off my gloves. Put you all on Wi-Fi. Wait, bro. All right, y'all. Ooh, that was quite the walk. Now the question is, I wonder how many steps I got. Let's see. That's it? Only 82? 8206? I was thinking I was gonna get more than that. I was thinking I was gonna get like at least 9,000. Oh well. So, now that we only have 8,206 steps, we will yep. Okay, now we have to peel off the tape and put it back on the back. Perfect. Phone battery at 11. All right. right, let's see what happens. Cool. So yesterday when I put in that cable, my microphone muted. Let's see. Yeah, you can still hear me. There we go. There we go. I have like a patch on my beard. Like a patch on my beard. Like a patch on my beard. This video, oh wow, this video left me stunned, but in a good way. A lot of people won't admit what you did, and most wouldn't have been able to make such an amazing turnaround. Congratulations.
Once upon a time, I was known as the supervillain of hate. I hated every single person, every single human on this planet. I thought everybody was filth, trash, and garbage. Even if I didn't know you, I hated you, period. But guess what? That was a reflection of myself and my belief on myself. I hated me completely because I thought I was trash, filth, and garbage. Then I had to learn to cultivate self-love for myself. And once I started cultivating that self-love, it started radiating out to all of those around me,
It's true.
to people that I meet. And now I just love people. I love humanity, and I love you who's watching this video. So I'm here to share with you, if you are facing anything right now, it's temporary. You can shift. And just know that I love you, you matter.
My old videos.
You got this.
I wonder which video I left on narrow.
I think there's not a single human being on this planet that hasn't felt as if there's an alternative aspect to them. Now, of course, across many different
There's a video that
personified as different.
I left for.
I think there's not a single human being on this
No,
planet.
this is not the one.
Action does not create reality. Action does nothing more than facilitate and midwife frequency into existence. It solidifies and alters the form. Think about it like steam and ice. Steam and ice are the exact same energy.
That's not the one.
Manifestation is internally shifted.
It should be this one.
To which you're no longer emotionally dependent upon seeing your reality change. When you're good with it and you're good without it. That is the only process that will lead you to the materialization of your desired reality. Now, whether that's to make more money, whether that's to be in a relationship, whether that's to attain a job, a career promotion, more sales in your business, enhance your career, no matter what it is, the process of you materializing that reality is dependent upon you internally shifting. Because everything that exists outside of you is dependent upon what's inside of you.
Yep.
But if you're not paying attention to the process of what's happening inside of you, then you're ignorant to what is.
Oh, Alex. Her name is Alex B. It's a sister.
Ignorance to what many different cultures.
Cool. All right. At least now I know. Is this accordion? Live in Africa's coldest country. I couldn't survive. Oof. That sounds like pain. That sounds like straight pain right there. My solo trip to Antarctica. Oof. That was 2 years ago for that person. That's crazy. Yeah. All right. Anybody wants to leave a message, they can. I'll take the screen upstairs. Yeah, so Frosty is a chick. I love this thing so much. So now that this is on, I wait a minute or two, or not a minute, I wait a couple seconds, hit this guy, wait for this to pop up, it'll hit show more, click this, and ladies and gentlemen, we are now screen mirroring. Pew. See? Now I can just keep an eye on the screen. Oh, before I go, let me go use the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. All right, now I'm going to go put on my toast and my hot chocolate. I'll keep an eye on the stream if anybody says anything. Awesome. Okay. It's time for us to eat. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna pack the dishes. So yeah, principle numbers. We talked about the principle of polarity, the opposites, the principle of gender. Everything has a masculine and feminine force on the planet. That one isn't as important, to be honest, as the other principles. But it's important to still consider it. Yeah. The principle of rhythm, though, is the one that I would focus on a lot. Not getting swung by words, because all words are illusions. And because all words are illusions, and they actually mean nothing, right? Because no words mean anything. You getting tripped up with other people and their words is you tripping up yourself. There was a post I saw yesterday that you don't get triggered by other people, you get triggered by yourself. Because it's only you, right? Getting stirred up by other people, but other people don't actually exist because it's only you on the planet. And because of that, it doesn't seem like that's the case because we think we see with our eyes, but we're actually not seeing with our eyes, we're seeing with our mind. Our mind is then creating a a hologram or a holographic illusion projecting what it think it sees based on your level of awareness. And unfortunately, based on your beliefs that have you, because you don't have belief systems have you, right? You have your boundaries based on the beliefs that you have. Is this recyclable or is this garbage? This can be recycled. This can be recycled. Back to what I was saying. So, the principle of rhythm is the one that I would really, really focus on if I was anybody. While I was in the bathroom, I was like thinking to make potentially a video. It took me 40 years to figure this out, that I can save you in 5 or 10 minutes. The answer is you. The answer has forever been you. Yeah, that's good enough. I'm just preparing food. I'm just still keeping an eye on the chat, if there's anybody saying anything. But there isn't. Yeah. Let's warm this up. Let's turn that on. You all are getting the ASMRs of the kitchen sounds. Grab me an apple. placebo vitamins. I'm in the room. Oop. Son of a brick. Hopefully that didn't screw up anything. Phone's charging. Let's see. Yeah, it's working. It's good. I need water to take the placebo vitamins, because that's what they are, placebo. Perfect. Okay. One, two. I'll be back down there shortly, y'all. Just okay. I need to wash this out. Okay. Almost done. Ah, shoot. Since I pushed in the door. Put that there. Move my cables out of the way. Bring you back. And bring this thing here. Speaking of that, I think I want to not intuition was like, just put a cover around that. on the Mac, the lid, so that the protector doesn't get scratched. Plus it doesn't slip. All right, so I am going to watch Dark, episode 2, because I fell asleep. And, yep. People, stop sending me your goddamn, like, request. Stop sending me stuff like that. I don't care about that. Netflix. SmackDown. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning of this episode. Because I was like, what the hell is going on? I fell asleep. That honestly looks like Chernobyl. Okay, I remember this. I remember this part. I remember this part. He woke up from a dream. And the dude was like bleeding. Well, it wasn't bleeding. It's like black ink coming out of his ear. Jonas. Yep. Quite. Quite the. Quite the show. I still have to learn all the names of the characters in the show.
The victim is male, between 10 and 12 years old. The time of death, about 16 hours.
That's crazy.
Those burns around his eyes are unusual. It's like they were melted. There were no signs of sexual abuse, no sperm or foreign DNA. One thing is strange. Take a look at this. Apart from the burns, the ear
crazy.
canals are destroyed. The inner ear was damaged too. Both eardrums have burst.
From an extremely loud sound?
Yeah, or from pressure caused by a nosedive, or intense rotational force like a centrifuge. Do you know what autoconia are? There are these tiny grains in our ear canals that help us differentiate between up and down, but they can get confused. For instance, when our bodies rotate, we can lose our balance.
Right.
But with this young man, none of the grains are where they should be.
That's crazy.
Mikael? Mikael? Mikael! Mikael!
What were you doing up there?
Have you gone crazy?
Just what were you doing?
I overheard you at school, talking about the caves and Eric's drugs. So I thought, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry about Mikkel.
I remember all these parts, so I was still pretty awake at this moment. So
Late Monday night in the town of Winden, another young boy vanished without a trace. According to the police, the 11-year-old was last seen in the Winden forest, accompanied by his brother and sister and a group of young people, near the nuclear power plant and the Winden caves. Police are asking the public to come forward with any information they may have to help with this case. Local authorities are also coordinating searches for the boy with citizen groups.
I don't get why this guy's
Just 2
crying.
weeks ago, a 15-year-old boy, also from the Winden area, went missing as well. At this time, the Winden police have declined to comment on whether they believe these two missing persons cases are in any way related.
Is this Eric's father? Because it's not Mikkel's father. And Mikkel's father is cheating on his wife. And then there's this old dude who has a blood stain on his wrist. And he's putting it like on his wrist of his shirt. And he's putting it to wash while his wife is in the other side. Or other room. But she suspects something. And he's doing laundry,
Get a hold of Ulrich. Shouldn't we go see the kids?
which is
They've
weird.
organized a few different search parties, so I have to go.
Where were you last night? I woke up at midnight. You weren't there.
I couldn't sleep. I was in the garden working on the bushes, getting them ready for winter.
But the car was gone.
We were out of rope. I went to the gas station to buy some.
Tronti, first Mads, now Mikkel. It's exactly like back then.
She knows he's hiding something.
So when Dad's brother disappeared, how old was he?
Your dad was 15. And Mads was 3 years younger.
He was never found.
Nope.
We talked about Eric. In the woods. Mikkel said that would just be the worst. When someone's not found.
Mikkel's coming back. Definitely.
Currently, I don't know the names of all these characters, so I'm still kind of like piecing together who is who and what's their names and stuff.
Hey, it's Martha. Leave a message after
So there's
the beep.
Martha.
Hey, Martha. It's me. Just call me back, okay? Cheers.
The dead boy is neither Mikkel or Eric. This boy was disfigured. His eyes were completely burnt out. There was red soil all over his clothes, but no red soil where he was found. And it looks like someone dressed this boy in clothes from the 1980s. Also his shoes, this Walkman, are from the 80s as well. And we found this around his neck, a 1 pfennig coin from 1986 looped through a red string. And the cassette had this on it.
We fall through the time stream and waking up in a dream.
And Mikkel and Eric?
Waller will coordinate the search, and for now, we won't make the discovery of this
That's
body
a bar.
public. We've got 2 missing kids, and now a dead male unidentified youth. Contact the Central Office for Missing Persons. I want everyone in the area questioned. Everyone.
There's a door. I found a door.
Can we have a word?
There's a metal door inside the cave leading to the nuclear power plant. We need a search warrant. It might be that Mikkel accessed the plant through that door.
That's a high security area. You can't just go in there.
Maybe he climbed the fence.
Over the barbed wire. We did check the fence's whole length. There was no damage to it.
You're thinking what I'm thinking.
There's a time portal or some shit.
Then all these cases are connected. The dead boy, Eric, Mikkel. You were right. It's just like it was back then. My brother Mads disappeared at the same spot, close to the nuclear power plant. Something's wrong up there, I know it.
Okay. I will request a search warrant.
Crazy.
Jurgen, the police will be arriving here sometime soon. We need to get rid of them tonight. Tonight. They'll be snooping around here.
Okay, I saw this part.
Maybe someone else should do this. They might be watching me. Because of Eric, they'll be looking even closer at things now.
Is this Black Man?
No, why would I?
You know the difference between successful and unsuccessful? Right. So do it tonight. and not a word to anyone. Understood?
It's got such creepy like vibe. And then this creepy dude who I have no idea who he is yet. And then this chick who runs the hotel, which I still have no idea her name, wants a room. Even she's like looking at him.
Can I help you, sir?
I would like a room.
I would like a room. I would like a room. I would like a room. Okay, I think this is where I started to kind of doze off. Yeah, this is where I started to go like this last night. So there's a bunch of paintings in a weird ass room. Like, I think this looks like some sort of attic. This is Jonas. If I remember correctly, this guy's name is Jonas. Now, pan into a scene where a bunch of cops are like, and a bunch of people are looking for footsteps.
With your son Matt, and now your grandson. But the whole town is mobilized now. We'll find him.
So this is
Perhaps.
Jonas's granddad. Okay.
Perhaps not.
No. Jonas is a different... No, never mind. This is Mikkel's granddad. Jonas and Mikkel are not related. I'm gonna piece all these characters' names together and whatnot. Mads? Mads. That's her son. Yep. Oh! That dude with the hood is probably Mads. It's probably that dude's brother. Okay, room 8. What's the significance of room 8? Okay, so that guy's taking a shower right now because he's been filth. He's been rolling around in filth or whatever. Okay, so this is this has got to be Mads. Holy shit, what the fuck is up with his back? He's got some interesting drawings. A journey through time. Interesting. Okay, what the hell is you? What the hell is that? Is that like a time machine or something? Looks like a time machine. Mads Nielsen. Yeah, that's her son. She's changing his toys. She's at his grave. And he always has like a hoodie on. It's look like a Green Goblin dude character. Okay. I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna pause and go wash the dishes quickly. Okay, I'm back. I have a project to do.
Alexander blocked our search warrant for the plant. But we're talking to the judge right now. Please call me back soon.
I'm using this tin as my I'm using this tin as my crystal things. I needed a container or something to put my crystals in. Original one that I first wore back in 2022. I still wear them, just I have crystals. My necklace. So this one, this one, and I need to keep the ones that I wear the most out. So that one, and Super 7. These three I wear on this side. Okay, where's my Super 7 now? Some of these things rusted out. coin that I thought I lost. But I never lost it. Actually, no, this can stay out. This definitely has to clean. Cool. So I just put my crystals, the ones that I put all my crystals in this container. Not all of them, but like the ones I'm still gonna wear my bracelets, but like the ones that I'm just kind of keeping them all in here. That way, yeah, I should actually leave these 3 out, or these 6 out. These are the 6 that I use. This is, I like looking at this, so I'm gonna leave this out still. I'm just cleaning up my windowsill. It's pretty dirty. Is that inside or is that outside? This is what I used to put my moldavite in. I was given this, but it's just kind of junk, to be honest. How'd I let this thing fade so much? Yeah, if you're wondering, that's what I'm doing. I'm cleaning there. That's a lot of dirt. That is a lot of dirt. But cleaning it up. Windowsills are not something I want to do all the time, but this has to be repainted anyways. I figure I take care of this one time since I'm putting away my crystal bracelets, because if I leave them out for too long, they will, I mean, they're giving me, they're not really, they're helping, but at the same time, it all comes down to me. Now that I know that it's all just tools, I still wear them. It's just I just don't adhere to a lot of things now because of my way of being. I have like a little stick thing here. Almost came and knocked me out there. Okay. Clean enough. Okay, so now that that's done, just putting back some of these. This is my like tiny singing bowl, which has a bunch of feathers. I might just throw this thing out because it's just sitting here. It was my display case for my Moldavite, but I think the inside got damaged, and I wouldn't really do much with it. There's like some spider web. This thing says San Diego, so it's a reminder. So technically this should go here. Overcome, appreciate. I got the power. Well, it's cleaner. Bunch of feathers that I found. Okay, this crystal crackle quartz. I'm gonna put it next to this stuff, the smoky quartz. Or I just hold it in my hand and just like kill a man with it. There. Now it's clean. So I can just hold the crystal in my hand and I can feel the power. No, I'm kidding. There's no... It just is for me now. I can leave the ones that I wear. We're supposed to subtract, not add to the bed. Come on. Come on now. There. I want to get one of those like necklace holders to put my necklace on. Throw this stuff out. Yeah, it's fine. Organizing. Merlinite, Rubinite, Super 7, Clear Quartz, nice. So where am I going to put my container of crystals now? That's a good question. That's a good question. I wanted this container because it's childhood. I didn't want to add to my closet. Here we are. Phone cases. This is gonna have to be cleaned up soon. Doing my best not to add more to my closet. Okay. As for this crystal thing, I'll figure out what to do with it. Maybe just keep it nearby as a reminder. And now, eat the last bit of the cookies that I took from the container. Let's continue with the episode, shall we? Oh, I saw this. He's punching the wall. And his knuckles got bloodied up. Wow. Character is silly. Bunch of the fuck is that? It's a map? Looks like a map. BO3, huh? Winden Caves.
And so, at least hypothetically, because of this massive gravitational influx that occurs within a black hole, it appears quite possible that it can actually destroy
Oh shit, his eyes.
time. So the question is, once we cross the event horizon, will we be able to travel through a black hole to see what lies in the beyond? And if we were to do this, what price would we pay? How far would scientists go?
Man, Nickel's about to get smashed. Not Nickel, Eric.
Alexander, open the gate. Let me in, please. There's a door over in the cave. Maybe he got in through there. Please, let me search. Let me search the cave section, please.
Your hide?
Not like I can let just anyone in here. This is a high security area. My employees patrol the entire plant every day. If Mikkel were in here, we'd know it.
You fucking asshole! Why are you doing this to me? Are you trying to destroy me? This is my son we're talking about! I'm coming back for the search warrant! And then you'll be forced to do it! Open this goddamn gate! You asshole! Open it now!
Sorry, Owen. Honestly.
Open the gate!
That's crazy. Okay, I don't know what this guy's name is. He's got a bunch of weed in his hand, though. And a bunch of blue stuff. Is that a cell phone? That looks like a cell phone. Yep, it is a cell phone. 3 attempts remaining. 2 attempts remaining before the phone gets locked. He doesn't know the passcode. Okay, here's the father who's walking in with the...
What are you doing here?
I wanted to see you.
Come on. What is this? Why are you here?
I'm so sorry.
He's sleeping with her, and he's cheating on his wife.
You found anything?
Stop it, please. Please. I can't do this. Not now. I'll call you, okay?
Damn, boy. She a cutie, by the way. Whoever this girl is. Forget her name, but she a cutie. She's Jonas's mother. So Jonas's mother is sleeping with Mikkel's father, and Mikkel's mother doesn't know that Jonas's mother is sleeping with her husband. So that's what I picked up so far. Where is the crossing? (1986). Then there's some brown sand, dirt shit.
Car unidentified, unidentified. Identification, transport van. Obendorf has a transport van.
Tire tracks.
Jankowski, did you question Obendorf?
I did? Why?
The file says he was on duty at the nuclear plant the night that Eric went missing.
Yeah, he works in their storerooms and sometimes as a driver up there.
Did you confirm that?
Of course.
So he has access to the grounds then?
I would think so.
Was he at
You
the
would
plant
think
last night as
so.
well?
No idea. I haven't spoken to him yet.
There's a cover-up. This is going to get fucked up. He's looking at the tire treads. Man, that's a lot of rain. He's grabbing something to pry the door open and break the chain. He broke the chain. Good job. It's 10:17. Okay. There's a bunch of coins in that container. Oh shit, it's the dude. He has a shotgun. And he suspects that someone is snooping around. Oh shit. Dude.
Drop it. Drop it, I said, now! Ulrich! What is this? Is this yours? We worked on this together. Eric and I. He was selling some at school. Were you at the plant yesterday? Yesterday? No, why? What is this? When people bring their junk here, you always find something. Eric was saving for a motorbike. Where's my boy?
This is Eric's dad? Okay. Well, why the fuck does it seem like he, I don't know. Something's... Oh. Oh shit. Eric's dead. Fuck. He's being dragged. That's crazy. And this guy, whenever you see a rich dude, yeah. Out in the...
You think he'll be found?
I hope so.
That's Jonas's mom?
Do you think he had a secret?
Michael?
No, my dad. Could he have kept something important hidden from us?
What makes you think that?
Do you miss him?
Wait a minute.
I think I miss the idea of him.
His they're cousins.
I'm not sure who he really was.
They're related.
Maybe we never know what someone's really like.
So, Meds
Did you love him?
was his dad and Thing's brother. Don't you just love the creepy music? That's some next level, like... Hard to tell if anyone was there. That's his current wife.
Whatever happens, you will tell me the truth. You won't lie to me. Whatever it is.
What the hell is going on here? The entire city is going bananas. It stopped as soon as she got out. Bunch of dead birds. Some crazy shit's going on here. The fuck? Policia. Policia. Where is Mikkel? When is Mikkel? When? That means time. Let's pause for a moment. That's crazy. Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's a crazy. Just checking something quickly. Oops. Upside-daisy. Upside-daisy. Okay. Back to the show. Mikkel. Okay. Okay, dude, where the fuck were you? Come on, dude. Get your ass up and go. Oh. Oh shit, he's back in the 80s. Yeah, he's like, what the fuck? It's not the same key.
Who are you?
Why? Who are you?
Mikkel. I live here.
Ulrich. And I live here. So you gonna grow roots, or what? You came to the wrong house, fool.
Hey, Ulrich. Come on. We gotta go.
Relax, Katharina. I'm coming. You stupid? You don't live here, kid.
He went back in time.
Who is he?
He's dead. Can't you tell? Hey, stop it.
Damn, he went back in time. Chernobyl, 1986. Yo. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was thinking Chernobyl and it says Chernobyl. What? Bro, what the fuck? Why is that? Okay. All right. They're eating a Twix. Damn, he went back in time. That's crazy. So the question is, his house looks different. Yep. It's got the 80s vibe.
Mama?
Mads. Who are you?
My parents. Where are they?
This is his grandma.
Who are you?
You know where he is. Do you know where Mads is?
You're hurting me.
What are you doing here? Say something. When is he coming back?
Oh, damn. Holy sh... I can't tell anybody's... No. That's crazy. Yeah! That's crazy. Beep, 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 beep. Mm. Interesting. Okay. It's a shame the hardcover copies weren't that great. That's a cool photo. I wanted to read. I wanted to finish reading our sister's stuff before I continued. All right, let's finish reading what our sister wrote. It's not that. I'm going to finish reading something our sister wrote. Where did we read up to? So I can just go here, here, secrecy. Okay. Secrecy. Yep. All right, I'm just going to read some things here quickly. I didn't finish reading an article that our sister left us, so I'm finishing it up before I watch the next episode. Secrecy then was never elitist but sacred. Rooted in the understanding that truth revealed too early becomes abstract, and abstract truth is easily weaponized, corrupted, commercialized, or reduced to beliefs rather than embodied knowing. Wisdom remained veiled until the student was no longer a danger to it or to themselves. That's a bar. What has changed in our time is not the wisdom itself, but the conditions through which it moves. We are living within a collective initiation in which nervous systems are breaking open, old identities are collapsing under pressure they can no longer withstand. The shadow is becoming visible rather than hidden. The consciousness is accelerating in ways that leaves little room for avoidance. At the same time, the speed of modern life has eroded the very qualities that once made initiation possible, drawing attention away from inquiry, presence, and sustained listening, and replacing them with distraction, fragmentation, and a shadow that is lived unconsciously rather than met directly. In this context, what we now encounter through the Gene Keys echoes ancient initiatory paths across cultures, not as a belief system to adopt, but as experimental technology of consciousness that restores depth through slowness, and that are gradual through preparation, integration, and lived inquiry rather than through intellectual mastery. My most demanding encounter with shadow arrived not through study, but through relationships, travels, and the unavoidable mirrors life presents when inner readiness can no longer be postponed. Intimate connections revealed patterns I could not spiritualize away, exposing where I adapt to survive, where I abandoned myself to preserve belonging, and where forgiveness was not a moral decision but a psychological threshold. Something that emerged only after grief, anger, and truth had been allowed their full expression. Movement across countries and cultures loosened identities I once relied on, leaving behind a quieter perception shaped less by certainty and more by compassion. I like that. I'm going to just screenshot this. So I'm just going to read through the screenshot. Can't do this on a computer. Well, I could, but it's not practical. Motherhood became an initiation of a different order altogether, one that cannot be bypassed, accelerated, or held at a distance. It stripped away abstract and returned everything to the body, to presence, to the immediacy of care, fatigue, devotion, and responsibility. Intending to another life, I encountered the limits of control, the necessities of patience, and the deep intelligence of love that does not seek recognition. It reveals where coherence matters more than intention, and where truth was measured not by insight, but by how consistently it was lived. Taken together, these experiences became initiations of their own, not dramatic but irreversible, each one refining perception and returning me to life where fewer illusions and a deeper tenderness for human connection. Each one refining perception and returning me to life with fewer illusions and a deeper tenderness for human connections. Well, there's still a lot of illusions, but yeah. The arc, so often described as shadow moving through refinement and eventual realization, is not unique to any one system, but appears with remarkable consistency across psychology, mysticism, contemplative traditions, whether through the integration of shadows towards wholeness, the refinement of ignorance into awakening, the Christian path of purgation, illumination, and union, or the alchemical movement of the Negrito, Albedo, and Rubido. Each tradition names the stage differently, yet the inner movement remains the same. Yes. Basically, there's all kinds of names, but they're all basically fundamentally the same. Let's fix that highlight. Undo. A descent into what has been avoided, a refinement, perception, and a gradual return to life with greater coherence and compassion. The Gene Keys do not claim ownership of this pattern, but offer a contemporary contemplative language through which this universal human pathway can be met gently, personally, and in one's own time remembered rather than invented. What distinguishes the Gene Keys is therefore not the novelty of wisdom, but the moment in which it arrives. They translate initiatory knowing into a form that the modern nervous system can receive without coercion, without hierarchy, dogma, external authority, or force, awakening through contemplative itself as initiation. Transformation is approached not through pressure or discipline alone, but through presence, where shadows are understood, not a problem to fix. This right here is a powerful statement right here. But as compressed intelligence waiting to unfold, the enlightenment is not framed as an escape for humanity, but as deeper embodiment within it. Okay, so I'm going to just screenshot this. I'm going to read. It's almost done anyways. So Danica released this. Subscribe to The Art of Frequency. I like her stuff because she writes some pretty good stuff. This kind of wisdom was once protected because it required maturity to hold, and because power without integration was understood to be destabilizing both personally and collectively. Wait, this kind of wisdom was protected because it required maturity to hold. And because power without integration, this right here, this line is powerful. Today something has shifted. Not everyone is ready, and readiness cannot be rushed. That's right. But the conditions now exist for wisdom to be shared without secrecy. Exactly. Because choice and timing are honored. The Gene Keys arrived not as a system to master, but as a field to enter, not telling anyone what to believe, but inviting direct, lived knowing. Yes. In this sense, the wisdom is no longer hidden. It is simply waiting for those willing to slow down enough to receive it. That's a bar. At a certain point on this path, it becomes clear that awakening cannot be negotiated, explained, or imposed. Cannot be negotiated, explained, or imposed. And no amount of effort can carry another soul across the threshold. That's powerful. Each consciousness ripens in its own timing, through its own friction, questions, and lived experience, and inviting that remains is quieter, yet far more powerful to tend to one's own inner field right here. That's a bar. Now, of course, I don't really subscribe to the gene keys anymore because I've gone beyond the tools. To notice where energy leaks into fixing, convincing, or rescuing, and turn attention inwards, not with judgment, but with devotion. Right here. As a pattern softens, reactivity refines, and shadows are met honestly, something subtle begins to occur, and the field shifts not through force, but through coherence. This is how true influence works, not by changing others, but by becoming so aligned that changes become inevitable around you. Exactly, that's a bar. Becoming so aligned that changes becomes inevitable around you. This space belongs to the art of frequency, an official gene key adjacent. I think that's an adjunct or a junction. Yeah, an official gene key adjunction, there's no ION field for those walking the sage's path, where movement is slow, guided by lived experience rather than instructions, and where the body is trusted to reveal timing before the mind attempts to name it. That's a bar right there. The sage's rhythms, which is funny because I was going to name today rhythm, begins not as a program to complete, but as a way of entering life itself with greater presence. And if something here resonates, no explanation is required. A single word, a quiet recognition, or even a silence is enough. Yep. As presence is already a participation. Yep. January 6th marks a quiet opening for this field, not as an event to initiate, but as a natural threshold. Timing is not forced, and waiting cannot be scheduled or transmitted through effort. But through resonance, lived experience, and inner coherence. This day simply anchors the beginning of the sage's rhythm within the art of frequency, offering a slower, contemplative way of walking the golden path, grounded the embodiment rather than instruction, where nothing is required, nothing is needed to be proven. And presence is already enough. Yep. All right. So I just finished. Come on, where are you? Awesome. Well, I finished reading that. Sometimes in life we just need a hug. No words, no advice, just a hug to make. I'm gonna screenshot this. Cool. Awesome. Now that that's taken care of, did I just see 11:11? I did. I did see 11:11. Oh, 11:11:25. 9:36. Supra. This is a photo. He has a barcode. Made in Germany. We're watching a German show right now. What is this, a serial number? Oh, this is the ECU. He's wanting to send it to Femto, but this is for me to look at the date. This. Supra. And he wants to take it to Femto. I looked at the label on my ECU and it reports date 20/01/08, so January 1st, or no, January 8th, 2020th. So in my theory, AAMMGG is manufactured in January 20th, so Maple without Femto exactly. I think it would be. You can always choose love even if the world gives you a reason to hate. Yes. There goes Dan and Tiff. The Boise airport is our favorite. Small and hardy, hardly ever busy. So weird that it's January and still no snow. Come here, bro, you'll get a lot of snow. There's Tiff and Dan. And there's wife. Okay. Now I caught up on all the social stuff. So I sent sister a hug. And we can continue. close that. You know what's fascinating? I don't have to return one of my books, but I get a refund. But it's missing 7 pages. It's weird. So I'm gonna be sending back Alchemist and Outwitting the Devil to buy them back as soft or as paperbacks. Let's go. All right, let's go. Back to Netflix. Continue. It's 11:02. I'm gonna start getting the body to move. I might actually eat spaghetti before I start. Yeah! I don't know why I keep doing that, because it has the point. Yeah! Past and present. Ooh, ooh. We got some like German kind of like ooh, ah. Ooh, 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 ah.
Ines, can you cover the night shift today too? Mrs. Schulter's daughter has a fever and I have to take Benny to soccer practice. I was hoping since you have no...
Yeah, no family.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't say that.
That's not a problem.
Thanks. And please, don't tell Dr. Ryman.
I've forgotten this whole thing.
Thanks.
This is crazy. So these are the younger versions of them in the past. So I wonder who this girl is. Oh, it's the girl at the... It's the girl at the police. What's up with the dead birds?
And now the news. It's November 5th, 1986. After the mysterious
November
disappearance
5th.
of an 11-year-old boy in Wyndon over 4 weeks ago, criticism of local investigators' lack of progress in the case has grown even louder. The circumstances of the case are rather puzzling. Despite an extensive search, Wyndon police have been unable to find a single piece of useful evidence. This has resulted in the Wyndon police continuing to ask for the public's assistance in this case. If you have seen or heard anything that might help this investigation, you are encouraged to call the Wyndon Police Department. In soccer
Where?
after Argentina's stunning defeat of West Germany in this summer,
I'm on my way.
West German coach
In times like these, one must face one's own fears because the future belongs to the bold, not to the doubters who are forever stuck in the past. Have you taken a look at yourself? You can't go to school looking like this. Sometimes I think you have no idea what I do. Food, clothes, fencing classes. Who pays for all of that? And you can't even bother combing your hair? Just look at yourself, not even caring that you look like a limp dish rag. Hello, Regina, I'm talking to you.
Okay, Regina.
This is a huge deal for me, and you won't spoil it. The board's decision to entrust this post to a woman for the first time.
Oh boy, yep. This is definitely some music. I'm attempting to cover the music with my voice. Come on, come on.
It's awesome. You know what the song's about?
No.
There's this guy who kidnaps a girl and takes her to the forest just because she wears red lipstick. And in the end, he kills her.
That's heavy.
My dad says lipstick is only for prostitutes. Anyway, I like Nino D'Angelo way more than Falco.
You know, Hannah, you're a big square.
Come on, Katerina. Don't be so nasty.
What do you want? Weren't you at Ulrich's this morning?
Are you new here?
I'm looking for my mother. This isn't kindergarten. She's the principal here. Mr. Hubert? Well, he may be a fag, but I'm pretty sure he's not a woman, fool. So isn't this Wyndon? You're sure young to drop acid.
You guys got history now?
You went back in time, dude. Chernobyl.
Morning, Claudia.
Morning.
Your first day as the big boss. My father told me you were voted unanimously by the board for this post. I want... Congratulations.
Thanks.
I always knew you would amount to something,
Okay.
and I have a present for you. It's a book.
Thanks. Well, I don't want to be late. I have to get home.
We're all behind you, Claudia.
No future.
I got here just before 6 this morning to feed them, and this is what I found.
Maybe a wolf?
There's no bite marks. Nothing.
Maybe poison?
Yesterday they were full of life. First that thing with the boy, and now this. It's like this never used to happen here. Who had just killed 33 sheep? Be on your guard. Be alert. For you know not when the time will come. That's the Gospel of Mark, 13:33.
I never knew that you were a churchgoer.
The parish has a brand new priest. Good man.
Mrs. Tiedemann? Mrs. Tiedemann. Tronte Nielsen from the papers here, ma'am, for the interview. And here are the 1986 and 85 figures you asked for. Those weren't easy to get a hold of. And again, congratulations. I still can't believe we now have a woman here as our boss.
Are you sure these figures are the correct ones?
Yes.
Burn. Gotta love that typewriting, the typewriters.
What are you doing here?
for my dad.
What's his name then?
Ulrich Nielsen.
Ulrich Nielsen? The Ulrich Nielsen?
Well, he works here, doesn't he?
No. And I'm quite sure he never will. Oh, this is some joke? Was this Ulrich's dumb idea of a joke?
That's his dad.
Did he do this to you? Did Ulrich do this? What's your name, son?
Mikkel.
Last name?
Nielsen. And I'm Ulrich's son.
Stop playing around. Tell me your parents' real name now so I can take you back home.
What's today's date?
5th of November.
What year?
It's 1986.
So it is 1986.
Wow.
Tie them in. I have big that boy here. Can one of you come and collect them? Thanks. Someone will be coming here to pick you up soon and take care of that shit. And in the meantime, I'll go and take care of Ulrich. He won't be hurting you again. I can promise you that.
This is crazy.
An interview? Are you serious, Tronti?
Folks are interested. A woman taking charge of a nuclear power plant? Even now, that's progressive.
I have no time for this today. See my secretary to set a new appointment.
I miss you.
We have discussed this.
You can't leave me hanging like this. You know I need you. I'm going stir crazy at home. Yana never stops, and I'm just...
I want you to go now.
So tonight? Please?
We'll see.
The number you have dialed is no longer in service. Please call the operator.
Dude, you're in the past. You already confirmed that. What you doing? I wonder if that child that got blown to bits was Mars as a...
Hello. I'm Miss Ines, but you could just call me Ines. to take you to the hospital. Then we'll fix up your arm, okay? And I'll get you home safe and sound.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Music is coming from upstairs.
Why are you here?
My only aim is to take many lives. The more the better, I feel. Why do you listen to such stuff? That boy you sent over to the station, did you think that was funny?
Don't know that boy.
Don't imagine you're gonna get away with this.
Have we been drinking again?
What's that?
If you have been drinking...
Just who do you think you are? I want to find your brother as badly as anyone does. And what is this?
A hoof. That's obvious.
What did you do in that pasture?
What pasture?
Are you the one that killed all those sheep?
If you could find a way to stop pickling your brain, then Mads might be back here by now.
Mr. Tiedemann?
Your door was open.
That's for Mads. You see, he forgot his key.
Chief Detective Tiedemann's here to update you on this progress. They've got new findings. Wrong. Absolutely nothing. So go piss off, mister.
Everything seems to be fine. So how did this happen?
So then you still don't want to tell us your name? Narcinius will bandage up your wounds, okay? Then you can go home.
This is crazy. Ugh. This is crazy. He gone back in the past. Come here. you, brother. See you later, bro. Okay.
Then you can go home.
Spaghetti.
Don't cry. All this will turn out all right. Bern, we need to talk. Were you trying to slip this past me? If there are skeletons in the closet here, then tell me what I'm missing.
When it comes to your position, there are some things worth knowing and some matters it's best you don't know, because you can't change them no matter what.
What is this? These numbers are nothing like the reported figures. Here. And here. All through here. It's been that way for 3 months.
Do you know what has changed since Chernobyl for all of us? The public has lost faith now in us, in nuclear energy. They saw the photos, and they can't forget those images. But this fear they possess is the enemy of progress.
And?
How many in town need this plant to make a living?
We have 612 employees, excluding the ones that...
Everyone. And tomorrow, when you take over this position, you'll be taking on the responsibility not just for this nuclear power plant, but you'll also find you become responsible for this entire town. Now tell me I wasn't wrong in choosing you for this job.
All the more reason for me to know just what this means.
Examining a dead bird. She's drawing it, actually. Charlotte. Oh, there's an ad. Here's an ad. Primate.
So, everything going all right for your daughter?
Yeah, all good.
It's quite a big deal. A woman in charge of the power plant?
It sure is.
Your granddaughter's well?
Regina, she's doing just fine. So does it look like they were poisoned?
Doubtful. All signs lead to cardiac arrest.
Heart attack?
Yes.
All 33 of them?
It's quite common with sheep. They're really highly sensitive. If a few of them start to really panic, the entire herd can freak out all at once, creating an event where they all drop out. like flies.
That's crazy.
Just what could cause such a panic?
Lots of stuff.
Solo person?
One single person? Unless the guy was Freddy Krueger, it'd be a lot of work to pull off.
Was one of the sheep of this group? Was one of them missing a hoof?
No. All these sheep are just as God created them.
Do you know anything about Satanists?
You think Satanists did this? As far as I know, those groups make a big display when they kill something. You'd find traces in the pasture. Very strange. Look here. The eardrums are ruptured. On both sides. Strange stuff.
That's crazy.
You coming to our party Friday? My wife's making her famous Yugoslavian meatballs. Spicy as hell, but tasty as hell.
That's crazy. It's a time machine. They went back in time.
What we know is a drop. What we don't know is an ocean.
That's probably going to be very significant. Whoa. And she's going down that? She's going down that with her fancy clothing and her high heels. That's crazy. Absence of light creates fear for the body.
Won't you tell me your name and where you live? Don't you want to go home?
He's from the future, miss. And you
If
are
something
the past version of
happened
yourself
at home, well,
that he knows.
you can stay here for now. If you want to talk, I'm here. I'm here for the night shift, too.
He's completely frozen in terms of like...
Here's something you can read.
I come from the future.
There we go.
What did you say?
I've come here from the future.
Oh shit. Captain Future. That's crazy. Is she gonna go back in the past or go into the future now? Is this cave a portal to... Whoa. Biohazard. It's just containers full of biohazard. That's crazy. Are they still in the past or are they in the future right now? Nope, they're in the past still.
Mama?
Mama.
Hi, it's Mom. When you hear this, heat up a pizza. I got to deal with something. I'll be home later.
She cut herself. Urgh. Urgh. Thank God I never did any of that kind of stuff to my body. I never did any of that stuff. Ugh, just thinking about that stuff. Ah. Wild. See how fascinating the mind, like, just thinks about the pain of that, of just that alone? Hold on. I have to go back. You see how my mind, even though it didn't happen, I can, because I saw her arm. She had bunch of cuts, but like they were already like sealed up. So like my mind created a scene of people like cutting themselves, and like thinking about it, it just makes me like, ah. So you see how the mind, how powerful it is? And nothing's even physically happening, and yet I can feel it. This is a proof of why I said that the mind is so powerful and it'll create all kinds of stories and narratives. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So the mind, even though I just saw that scene, the mind can create all kinds of shit. So that's what I'm saying, like, your mind is the most powerful tool you've got. And if you can control your mind, not if, when you can control your mind, right? Here, I'll use this crystal as an example. I can imagine right now, just like, right? Like if I do that, like I can feel, right? And because the mind right now is creating a scene, it's like, shit, if this thing goes deep, it's going to like kill me and shit. I'm barely touching it, as you can see, but it's very pointy, but like, right? Or like jabbing it into the eye, right? Like, because I'm creating that imagery with the mind, it's creating all kinds of sensory experiences. So you see, even though it didn't happen, I can feel all the sensations of it happening before it happens. So that's why I said our mind is creating all kinds of illusions So if you're going to create an illusion, you may as well create illusions where you can give more emotional. It really comes down to converting the energy that's more painful into pleasure. So. Yeah. I like this crystal a lot. Even though it's just a crystal now to me, it's not, has no properties for me. It's vibrating. I like the crackle in it. It's nice. What the fuck? Just dead bird? Oh. His light is flickering. Wow, look at all these dead birds. They're just coming down. Run, dude, run. It's like raining of falling birds. Jeez. They're just landing on his car. I wonder what's causing this phenomenon. Damn. So this little girl has collected like 7 or 8 birds. And now the entire town is doing the thing. Even in the hospital, it's doing that light stuff. This was happening in the future as well. Dude left. Mikkel left the.
Hey, Hannah.
Hey, Uber.
Dude be smoking.
Is this the apocalypse?
A bit disappointing, isn't it?
I thought it would be a lot brighter and louder.
Okay, so Mikkel's running through the forest in the dark. Aw, shit. Never, ever fucking run in the forest in the dark. That's when all hell's about to break loose. Will he go back to the future now? Is he going in? He's going in. He's going in, y'all. Oh, that was smart to have the lighter with him. He knew he was coming back in here.
If the world came to an end tonight and everything started anew, what would you wish for?
That's easy. A world without Wyndon.
A world without Wyndon. Huh. What an
To a world without Wyndon.
To a world without Wyndon.
That'd be interesting. Nope. It stopped.
Wyndon won't give up that easily.
No.
Wyndon.
Maybe next time.
Interesting show. She's looking. The nurse is looking for Mikkel, But he jumped out of the window. Wait, does her future... Did her future self remember that happened in the past? Ah, so we're getting to see the future and the past version of each of them. Who's she? I gotta use my voice so that the song doesn't get copyright. What book is this? A Journey Through Time. Okay. So we're getting to see who's who from the past and the future. Now we're in the future. Now we're in the past again. November 5th, 1986. Yep. And this is the father of Mikkel. Yep. And let's see, she should be the girl who was time's a ticking. Time's a ticking. He's going in that cave. And he probably might run into Mikkel. Can we find out how the fuck you went back in the past now? Open that fucking door, dude. Ooh, he cut his leg. Come on, dude, get that fucking door open. Oh, he heard him. He's in the past and the future. He heard his son. Help me. Help me. Okay. Let's see what's going to happen here now. Okay, so the kid's limping. Mikkel's limping. Is that door truly the connection?
Anybody there? Mikkel.
Mikkel. It's fascinating. Mikkel. Miracle. Miracle. Okay, so they're both. It's like a split screen now. You see him in the past, and they're both sitting like kind of on the opposite of the. It's like a mirror effect. Come on. Come on. Open the portal, damn it. Whatever this portal is. Whatever it's supposed to look like. So November 5th, 1986. Well, I know whose birthday is November 5th. It's one of my previous soulmates. Who is no longer my, well, not in this lifetime anyways. It's a time machine. What the hell is he, what is this? Okay, so this is definitely some sort of time mechanism this guy's concocting here. Ah, next episode.
Black holes
Double lives.
are considered to be the hellmouths of the universe. Whatever subject falls inside,
There's a unity symbol.
forever. But where to? What is it that exists behind a black hole? What other things vanish there?
Where, when is Mikkel?
In time. Or
This is his brother.
tied together as part of an endless cycle. What if everything that came from the past was actually influenced by the future?
Everything that was from the past is influenced by the future. Distortions. This is interesting. It's starting to pick up. Usually, like when I start watching a show, it's like it takes you got to watch a couple episodes before you really like you get into it. For me, it took 2 episodes for well, the beginning of Dark Matter was very slow. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? It's like, whatever. Just watching. By the end of the episode, that's when it picked up. So it's until episode 2, I'm like, parallel lives. This one is also parallel lives, but more time traveling from past and future. Dark. And it's funny because dark, as they're saying, has like a crystal, and I'm holding a crystal in my hand. Dark. Light. Double Life is the name of this episode. Double Life.
A sneaky little cunt. Ellie, where's my fucking lipstick?
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to the home to see Dad before work.
Okay. Then I'll take Elizabeth to school. She shouldn't go alone.
Do they not sleep in the same bed together? Looks like they don't. Winden Caves. So this is Jonas. Where is the crossing?
Maybe those
So
two
it's a
upstairs believe your face and are fooled by your puppy dog eyes and your pitiful and deaf and helpless act. But me, I don't buy your bullshit.
she's doing sign language.
Have you packed your backpack? I'll drive you. Want a lift?
I'm not a baby.
Yeah, because of Mikkel.
Do you know who
I'm not
stole
discussing
him?
my police work with you.
I don't like Mikko. He's a show off and a jerk. I really don't care if he ever comes back. This little girl, 8 years old. This is Jonas's mom, who's sleeping with Mikkel's dad.
To school. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'll call them.
I'm fine.
Jonas,
Jonas, yeah. At least I got his name right.
we could do something fun instead. Just the two of us.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. You and I. It's 12 o'clock. Gots to get the body moving in a little bit.
Dad. You can't keep walking off.
I have to tell him.
Tell who what?
I have to tell him. It has to stop. No. It has to stop.
It has to stop.
What has to stop?
What has to stop? Tick, tick tock, tick tock. Interesting. Tick tock. Tick tock. Tick tock.
Don't be sad.
Tick tock. Tick tock.
Weeks ago, in the small town of Winden, a 15-year-old boy disappeared under fairly mysterious circumstances. Now residents have become even more alarmed after a second child has gone missing. An 11-year-old boy from Winden named Mikkel Nielsen has been missing for 2 days. Please report any relevant information to the Winden police.
Wyndham.
There have been repeated blackouts in recent months. Security in public facilities has not yet been fully restored due to a lack of manpower. However, power grid operators are promising to find the cause of the cuts and ask the public to report further incidents.
Did you just steal
I
something?
was looking for evidence. There's actually a big difference.
Whatever you call it, it's still the same thing. Little girl be like, you stole evidence. You stole it. You stole an SD card from the camera. Okay, so Jensen is now here at the cave. There's definitely something in this fucking cave. Like, y'all need to come back to this fucking cave. And did Mikkel's dad leave this cave? Oh, it's Mads. Mads?
After school, I'll pick you up. I want you to wait for me right here, okay? Tell me what I just said to you. Who is that?
Yes, and we're
You
dating.
two are doing what?
He's my boyfriend.
Well then.
A web of symbolic metaphors and references are found throughout the novel. The phrase sycamores by the sea is one example of this plethora of symbolism. A special form of repetition in Goethe's novels can be called doubling. That means the characters... Magnus, you're not in this class.
Don't you want to continue?
Where was I? Ah, yes. Symmetry is a special kind of doubling in which the repetition is mirrored along a central axis. So the repetition begins at an imaginary center point. So then they branch off into two directions. There are several encrypted references to later events in this novel. Ottilia's starvation, for example, is referenced in the 3rd chapter, part 1, as her, quote, excessive abstemiousness in eating and drinking, unquote. This reference is repeated again later in part 2, where we
Can I
find...
go to the bathroom?
Yeah, sure.
I'm no ornithologist, but
That's crazy.
these white speckles on the feathers are not typical of this species. Let's have a look at how you died. Any news on that boy?
Mikkel? Disappeared off the face of the earth.
No, not Mikkel. The dead boy.
Oh, him. No. We ran everything through the missing persons database. There was no
Double
match.
life. Wow, look at all these birds.
Everything okay with you?
Yeah. No. I've seen those white spots on their feathers before. 33 years ago. As if this all happened before.
It has.
The children. The birds. Somehow it's all connected. I really just don't know how.
Med. Med can't be his dad because Med disappeared at 11 years old. So that rules out like who's his dad. But his dad hung himself. So who the fuck is his dad? Okay, dude, you know that some shit is behind you. Like, come on now.
Where have you been? The phones have been ringing off the hook all morning. Someone must have talked to someone about that dead boy. So what should I say?
Is Ulrich here?
No, why?
Please go through the missing persons database again. And include older reports this time. He may have disappeared much earlier. Check for the last 15 years, okay?
Sure, okay.
Anything else?
No. Oh, wait. That red soil on it. We can't match that stuff to any soil close to where it was found. It must be from the crime scene.
Get Jankowski to look into that.
What do we say about the dead boy?
What happened to this guy's eyes? Okay, so this is this girl.
What time is it?
It's past 10.
Charlotte called. She still hasn't got the search warrant for the power plant. It's already been almost 36 hours, Auric.
There's that SD card. Time of disappearance. She's opening up all the vids.
Should I keep working on the tire tracks, since Ulrich's not here yet?
Tracks?
The tire tracks we found on the road the day Eric disappeared.
No, I'll take care of that.
I'll do it if you're busy.
I'll do it.
Okay. What's
It's
this?
a screenshot from a wildlife camera. I thought it might be of some help to us. So you done with that database?
No.
So why are you asking me about tire tracks then?
Fine.
She's a little paranoid. Win PD 216. What's up with this guy? It just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Oh shit. He's got that dust. Oh, his...
Charlotte, is everything okay?
I missed a call you made to me later in the evening on the night that Mikkel disappeared.
I never asked you why you called. Why did you call?
I don't know. I guess I was just calling to say I'd be late and not to wait up. Nothing important.
On Monday, you were at your office all day?
Yeah, I was.
This is crazy.
I was stuck there right in the
It's her husband.
until around 10ish. Why do you ask?
Nothing. I remembered I had something sent to your office. Some mail I'd forgotten about and was just wondering if it had arrived.
No, we haven't received it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh shit. Her husband's involved in this somehow. Is she going to the cave too? Yep. Fascinating. Welcome.
I can park here. I want to know if Peter Doppler is a current client of yours? As in last Monday?
Could I see your badge again? Charlotte Doppler. Is this a professional or a private question?
Does it really matter? Was he here with you on Monday?
That's not necessary. I never forget a John or his dick. Peter's is slightly crooked like a dill pickle. Feels weird in my mouth, but you must.
So was he
already
here
know.
on Monday or not?
Wow. Some twisted shit going on
He
here.
hasn't been back in over a year. He must be getting what he needs somewhere else now.
Okay.
Some crazy shit going on here. Oh my god. Humans are so fucked up. It's crazy. Finish what you started, dude. Weird. Some phlegm is just building up. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. Interesting. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning.
My mom's there. She's looking after them.
Supposedly they found a body in the forest. I have this pathologist friend, and he said the body was terribly mutilated.
That was a long bathroom break, girl. What she got in there? There's a bicycle here. Pretty wild stuff. Oh, there's some red dirt. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Guess what? The bird has the same thing.
Has what? Its eardrums are burst on both sides.
So that's what killed it?
No.
It probably died from losing its bearings in the air and crashing into the ground. The bird's skull was cracked. It happens a lot when an electromagnetic field interferes with their sensory organs.
High voltage power lines?
No.
We're talking voltages in the radio wave spectrum.
Like electrical appliances.
And the white spots on the
Ooh.
feathers?
Ah, the white spots.
They started appearing after Chernobyl. It's kind of a mutation. From the radiation?
I checked, but its radiation level was normal.
Interesting.
Yeah, quite a mystery. So anything else?
No.
So fascinating. I was thinking about Chernobyl recently. And now we're watching something Chernobyl based. Did you know the girls' nails? That's definitely made that one up. I didn't. Then the boys kept crawling on as girls, no jokes.
Hey.
Where did you come up with that?
You are Yossi.
Television?
Come, Grandma's waiting. So, can I give you a ride? Drive you home, Ellie? It's no trouble. Okay. Come on.
Doppler. She's a chief of police heading into her husband's weird cabin thing. Nothing like suspect right there. Pure suspect. pure sus right here. Pure sus. Oh shit, there's a door. How the fuck is all this connected? I want to know why all this thing is connected. Like we know there's some sort of time portal, but like how is this connected now to the cave? Oh shit, you asking for trouble, girl. I mean, you brave.
Yeah. He did what?
Who did what?
What the shit?
What's this?
It's money, you schmuck. It's my money.
Why do you have so much money? You dealing drugs? So that's why you were at the caves?
None of your business how I earn my money.
What were you gonna do with it?
What am I gonna do with it? I'm going to use it to get out of this fucking shithole. Behind everyone's friendly smiles here, there's nothing but lies.
But you're no different. You pretend to be the straight A student, but that's not you. Why don't you stop lying?
You want the truth? Okay. My parents have slept in separate rooms for over a year. My mom figured out that my dad's really into dicks. Their marriage is done, but they won't say it. But their big fat secret is always at our table there with us. It eats our toast and butter, and it devours our homemade marmalade. It keeps getting fatter, while its despair grows, filling all the space in our home. Until you can't breathe!
They about to get it on. So there's a...
You forgot something?
No. But you'll have to pick up Elizabeth from school. I can't make it there.
I've got a patient. I'm stuck at the office.
Just go pick her up, okay? She can sit there in your office.
I have to go to the power plant.
Okay, I'll pick her up.
Thank you.
That's it?
Wait.
You made me a promise a year ago. If there's anything at all you want to tell me,
You know, I really have to go or I'll be late.
Wow. What's that? Oh, it's the lipstick. Uh-oh. Not good. She's walking away from... Why is it always raining here? Tick-tock. Where the hell is this guy going? A Rider? Raider bar? Raider is actually Kit Kat.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm here to pick up Elizabeth.
she was picked up earlier, wasn't she? Mrs. Clemens was sick today. School ended at 2 o'clock. Didn't Elizabeth tell you? It was written in her homework book.
Wyndham.
Security found the
Wyndon.
owner's property in close proximity to the caves. He must have climbed over the fence.
You're hiding something.
He wasn't exactly too cooperative.
Damn, he got beat up.
You're lucky Alexander didn't press charges.
Everyone understands your situation. Everyone. But climbing over the fence?
Understand's nice, thank you. But it's not enough. My son's out there somewhere missing. There's some file sitting on your desk. It's my child. Why, Michael? I'm asking myself that again and again. Why my son? Why not his goddamn son? Why not his son?
Oh, yeah.
Time all I get is fucking sympathy. Well, you can take that shit and shove it. So where the hell is that search warrant? No one's doing anything. I'll tell you why. Because it's not his kid. And because it's not your kid.
It's soon to be her kid.
Let me out!
Yeah?
Elizabeth wasn't there.
What do you mean wasn't there?
She wasn't there at school. Mrs. Clemens was sick. And when I got there, Ellie wasn't there. I've been up and down the forest road twice already. She's not here.
Well, maybe someone from school took her home. Maybe Yasin.
Drive back home. Maybe she walked home a different way. Call all of her classmates.
In 15 minutes, I'll be there.
Aw, shit. She disappeared now, too. Fucking Wyndon. Or what is it? Wyndham? Does she get teleported to the past now, too? Is everybody going to take a trip to the past? Are they going to see their past selves? Okay, so that's Ellie's hat. Damn, son. Where the fuck did she go? Did she go into the past? Oh my god. This show is quite.
Thank you. I called the whole class list. Nothing.
There's her hat. So now we have both Mikkel and Ellie missing. Okay, so Ellie's the name of the kid, Ellie. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna get our body moving in a moment. This is crazy. I'm gonna be really upset at the end of this series if shit is just doesn't sort itself out. We got another copyright song, so we gotta sing. We don't get copyright. Hell yeah. Bear, 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 bear. And this is the sister who was like, who's walking there? Oh, okay. It's the old dude. How does he keep? That his Mikkel's mom is just like holding a vacuum in her hand. Like one of the ones where you have to drag around the thing. It's the snake one. I call it the snake. Snake and elephant.
He has to stop it.
Who are you referring to? Oh man, stop. Who or what are you referring to? There's Ellie. Okay, she made it home. The fuck? Where was she? I lost my hat.
So where were you then? And it took you so long to walk home?
I met someone. He gave me this.
Where and who did this?
Ouch, you're hurting me.
I want to know just who gave you this watch.
Noah.
Who is Noah?
He used to belong, he said it used to belong to you.
You're so cold and wet.
Okay, so
I was so worried about you. Where were you? Keep your hands off my stuff.
she hugged her sister and then she slapped her because she took her lipstick.
Hello? Yes. No, she's here now. Just now. What? Yeah, I'll be right there. That was Wooler. He just found Helga working in the woods.
For Charlotte. It was engraved on the back of the one of those like old school pocket watch. I like pocket watches.
Thread of Ariadne,
It's quite interesting.
so that it can guide us along
Who the hell is this hood dude in the hood?
and act as a beacon in the darkness. We would love to know what our fate will be.
Oh, he walked into his room.
But the truth is, there is only one path through all
He
time.
added something to the map. So now when the guy opens, when Jonah opens the map, he's gonna be like, what the fuck?
By the end, which is also the beginning.
The beginning and the end and the end and the beginning. The end is the beginning and the beginning is the end.
He has to stop it.
Who has to stop what?
I have to stop him.
Stop who?
Oh man, tell us who the fuck you talking. Okay, so Noah. So is Noah the dude? Is the dude with the Who is this? This is Yesin? I'm not a baby anymore. I can go to school on my own. So you walk through the forest, kid, to go to school? Is this kid gonna run into Noah? Okay, he left a figure that's made out of wood and an acorn.
You must be Yasin. Noah sent me.
Okay, so Noah sent him. So who the fuck is this? Okay. Oh my god. What is this? K-pop demon hunters? Okay, sure. What the hell, man? This show is, oh, it's giving me more questions than answers right now. It's one of those ones, you know, the funny thing is I used to hate these kind of shows. Honestly, I used to absolutely detest any type of show where you have to think. But now I actually enjoy these kind of shows. They're not bad. Okay, gotta get rolling. Gotta get the body rolling. Power crystal. It's morphin' time. That's funny. It's morphin' time. Ooh, it did get cracked. I just saw the crack. Not the screen, but the screen protector. Yep. That's a cool picture of Goku and Goku. Okay. So today it is jump rope day. Yep. We gotta do our mobility training. We're gonna do that first before we start our jump rope. We already ate lunch, so we're good. Oh man. So Dark Matter, really good show. Dark, really good show. I'm expanding my level of awareness when it comes to TV shows now, because I'm, you know, enjoying myself. I gave up looking at like shows for basically 4 to 5 years of my journey to only realize, oh, I guess I can enjoy my life now, since I wasn't sure. Did Dad go to sleep? Yeah. Shit. Oh, ow, fuck. Perfect. No noise. Yep. So it's good to start to watch shows again. First it was The Chosen, which was great. Then Dark Matter, which was amazing. And now this show, which has 3 seasons. And T-Bray's gonna be like, you should watch Stranger Things. If you can watch this season, you can watch, if you can watch this show, you can watch Stranger Things. Yeah, Stranger Things can wait. I don't watch shows specifically that everybody else is watching right now. Anime, fine, but shows, no. I don't like following people doing the same things that other people do. But what's the difference between anime then? Anime is different because not all the entire world watches anime. But when it comes to like real life show, everybody in their Stranger Things and their Last of Us and their Game of Thrones. Yeah, I feel more like a follower when I'm following everybody and watching a show than if I'm watching anime, because not everybody watches anime. I know, it's kind of weird. Why did I put that away? Little Ryan, you're a weird one. I know. I told you that. I've been telling all of you that from the moment you met me. That I'm a weird dude. Doesn't affect performance. And yes, taking off the pants. Because I can do that. I have no fear. Well, I'm not going to... There's that person that said Stephanie Valentin or whatever her name is. Was like, can you go free ball? Free ball? What the fuck is that? Humans. 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 Humans and their weird stuff. So I'm not sure if I'm having my call this evening, if the person I was supposed to talk with yesterday is up to talking today, or maybe tomorrow. I'm not going to reach out. I'm going to wait for them to reach out. And if they don't reach out, oh well. You know, there's another person I was supposed to talk with. And she's like, we should have a call. I'm like, okay, when do you want to have a call? Let's aim for Friday. This was like a month ago. I'm like, okay. Then she didn't bother. She's like, I don't know if I can talk on Friday. I'll let you know when. And never got back to me. This is the problem with humans. They want to talk, and then they don't have the decency to follow through. This is why I don't really adhere to when people say things, because most people, they don't honor their word. That's what the humans are. The humans don't honor their words. It doesn't bother me. It's just, it's more of like, if you say you're gonna do something, do it. Otherwise, don't suggest it. You know what I'm saying? I am a man of my word. When I say I'm gonna do something, I follow through every time. It may take a moment, but I follow through. Each human should be learning from me, or should remember how it works, because I'm the best human on the planet. And yes, I will say that because I am the best, even though I'm not really a human. I'll be right back. get this show on the road. Yep. When humans say something but they don't follow through, that's gonna be, usually for me, I make a mental note in my head. I'm like, okay, one time, that's fine. Shit happens. The second time, okay. Now you pull something again, and then third time, that's it. I give people basically 3 strikes when it comes to, like, when they say they want to do something and then they don't follow through. I give them 3 strikes and then I don't bother anymore. And remember what I said at the beginning of the year. This is a year where if people don't want to connect, doesn't bother me. I'm on the upper echelons of human consciousness right now. What makes you think I require connection? Right? So if people don't want to connect, that's on them. It has nothing to do with me. It's nice to connect with people though, but you know, I'm not gonna babysit them. I'm not going to, you know, they say one thing but then they don't follow through. That's none of you presently. That's people that I have known before I started live streaming that they want to connect. So Cassidy is not the one I'm referring to. Cass and I are having a call on Monday at 1 p.m. I don't know how long that call is going to be. Last time we had to cut it very short because she had a call. And I should actually ask her. What I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly ask her on Monday, how long is this call going to be? Just so I know. So I'm going to do that right now. There. I left 2 questions for Cassidy. On Monday, do you have any other calls scheduled after me, and or do you have anything planned? And how long do you desire to chat, so I know? She'll answer when she does. She doesn't see messages right away. I don't expect her to see that message right away. Who in the hell is this? Leave. Delete. Fools. Mark IV Supra. All right. Time to get this show on the road, folks. We got stuff to do. I wonder if I should do my jump rope first. I think I'm going to do my jump rope first. Jump rope. Tiff X Dan. Jump rope. Hey guys, welcome to 30-minute HIIT cardio fat burning workout. HIIT cardio. HIIT cardio. Okay. Oh my God. All right. So last week we did something interesting. We put the mat underneath, and then we put this underneath as well. That way, when we're jumping rope, all right. Awesome. I don't really like this carpet, to be honest, but it'll have to do for now. No, this has to come forward a bit. There. Awesome. All right. So for those of you who are going to be joining me, this is just jump rope. This is going to be 30 minutes, high intensity, HIIT cardio, fat burning, jump rope play out. 3 sets, 3 rounds, 3 exercises. Lower body first, upper body second, and then after that. Did I not stitch this already? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make do. And then core. So we got abs, or we got jump rope to do. All right. Yeah, we're gonna just get straight to it.
Welcome to a 30-minute high-intensity fat-burning HIIT cardio workout. All right, for this workout, I'll be using a jump rope. If you don't have one,
3 sets,
you can still
3 rounds.
Get a good sweat. Format's gonna be 30 seconds of jump rope, followed by 10 seconds of rest, and 20 seconds for a HIIT exercise, and 10 seconds of rest. Let's get going.
Oops. Pop squats. I gotta move the camera back a bit. Right leg, knee drive. Awesome. We got classic tracks. Left side. Awesome. Let's go. Okay, pop squats again. Okay. The sweat's gonna start to kick in shortly. Right leg. I like this track. Words. Just words. But there's no words in this track. Shit. Left leg. Round 2 done. Round 3, set 1. Final round on this one. Final round on set 1. Pop squats. We'll do all the mobility training and the 55s after we're done our jump rope and our abs. Right leg. Last exercise on round 1, left side. Very good. So we're gonna be doing push-ups next. So we're starting set 2, round 1. Cool. I'm gonna do wide push-ups first. Shoulder taps are next. Suck in your gut here. Remember to breathe through your nose and out through your mouth. If your nose is clogged, then breathe from your mouth. Starting to feel it a bit. Swimmers. Doing great, y'all. Standard push-ups next. This is round 2. This is one of my other favorite classic tracks. Shoulder taps. Swimmers. Starting to feel it, y'all. Now I'm doing narrow push-ups. These push-ups don't count towards my daily. These are part of the exercise. So, any push-ups that are found in any routine do not count towards my dailies. Shoulder taps. Swimmers, last exercise of upper body. Three more rounds. Now we're doing a core. Mountain climbers. Fuck yeah. I'll sit toe touch. Ugh. Like my head touching these boots. The door is not open, so I'm breathing in the inside air. So I'm feeling it right now. I'll open up the door once I'm finished. I'll stand outside for a little bit and breathe. Yeah, this is a year of breathing. Breathing, being very present, more listening. Ooh, my track. My track, y'all. Remember, I listened to this thing for years on end. Round one is done. Round two is next. Freestyling on this one. All right, cross climbers are next. So I'm gonna bring my knees to my opposite elbow. And the last one I'm gonna do 11 each and do 44 max. Sweating buckets. This is good though. Using my layered armor, my layer thermal gear as my under armor. It is technically armor time. My training Fuck yeah. I'll sit toe touch. You're all doing great. Keep it up. We're almost there, y'all. High knees are next. One more round. All right, I'm gonna do 11 mountain climbers, 11 cross climbers, 11 mountain climbers, and 11 cross climbers, so 44 total after this next jump rope session here. Well, jump rope set, or round, whatever you wanna call it. You know what I mean. All right, I'm gonna count to 11, then switch to the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. See? I get it all done before it finishes. Shit. What the hell? Rope? What are you doing? No tripping. Character, don't get stirred up with that. Keep going. Every present moment, you recreate yourself anew. One more jumping set. Another classic track here. All right, one more. Let's go.
Today I'm using my favorite jump rope from athlete.
I bought this jump rope, by the way.
Just because you've got to bounce it off. You've got a 10-pound speed rope in here, great for double unders. You've got a
I bought this jump rope, but it sucks because the bearings died and the company's out of business now.
So let me show you how this thing works. It's really easy to set.
I bought it because of him, but I don't blame him. It's just company just went under, you know. So not their fault, just, you know. Oops. Y'all, I'm just like dripping sweat right now. It's good. It's good heat. It's good heat. Okay. Let me go outside and get some fresh air and pick up some of these leaves. There is steam coming off my body right now. That was good. That was good. Sitting in a squat outside. There's one leaf over there. I'll pick that up in a moment. A couple of months, the snow will melt. Temps will get back to normal. And I'll be back outside as if I didn't leave. And in fact, it doesn't feel like I even left outside because I'm still always outside to some degree. My body is still showing lots of steam and heat coming off of it. Hi, Baba. Ten. Nice. Very good. Nice. Doing my best to still keep outside nice and clean. Nice and clean. Nice and clean. Clean, clean, clean. Very, very clean. Alexa, play notification.
One new notification from Amazon Shopping. There's a low price offer from your wish list. DJI Mic Mini 2TX1 Mobile RX wireless microphone for iPhone/Android. It's $65 after $14 in savings. With delivery by tomorrow. If this sounds good, just say, add to cart.
Okay. Time to do abs. All right, y'all, ab time. Interesting. Oh, what's this? That's me, Phoenix. Excuse me. Darkness and shadow. Folding him. That was funny. Humans. Humans.
We are the adults in the room.
Let's scroll through this.
Legend with a big right. Real on the drop kick. Same now from the top. Oh, look at the power. Just catching Kyrie. Tag. Charlotte Flair, Alexa Bliss, Rhea Ripley, and Io.
Oh.
Toxic. Woo.
Somebody snitched about most of us.
Always ready. So wait a minute, and his opponent from Long Island, New York, weighing in at 230 pounds, Matt Cardona! Face first in the middle turnbuckle. Now setting Zach up. He calls out the tourniquet. That's the tourniquet for the win. Cardona kicks out at 2. That would have been a massive.
The hell is this? Trickle.
Sami Zayn. We haven't been formally introduced. Some call me Tricky 2 times. One reason only, Sammy. Nick Aldis called me. He dialed 1-800. Whoop that. Said, Trick Willie, we need you on SmackDown. SmackDown's missing a little something. It needs some flavor. It needs some pizzazz. I could take off these lemon pepper steppers. And I'm still 6'5", 250 pounds. In other words, Trick Williams is a grown-ass man. And that's what Nick Aldis is trying to say. We need someone here at SmackDown who can challenge for that championship. We need somebody here who looks good, who looks like a champion. Damn it, Sami Zayn, I'm here to be world champion. They're going to be WWE champion. Gargano turns things around, forces Carmella to kick out at 2. First 48! And Hayes going up to the top rope. Gargano ain't even cold yet. Nothing but net. Case closed. Here is your winner. And still united. And Cody again rushing the ring.
This is lame.
Back of her neck. Uh-oh. Looks like she's going for Reba Dirce and Chelsea Green with a handful of tights and a kick out at 2. Julia ran right into that one.
Yeah, wrestling's boring. Like, it's not even fun, except for seeing Alexa. Or Lexi. Saying Lexi. Lexi? Lexi, yeah. Yeah, watching Lexi, but like, this is lame.
Underhook by the challenger. This could spell disaster for Chelsea. Oh, no! Julia rolling through, maintaining the double underhook. And now Julia setting her up. Down goes Green. Cover now. 1, 2. New United States champion up the Northern Lights bomb. Here is your winner. And new
I mean, Julia's hot, but like,
United States champion, Julia. Green's been impeached. Julia's.
what is this? Oh, they're on an ambulance? Okay. This looks like Undertaker. Yeah, he looks like Undertaker from up there.
Gonna improvise here, right? We don't need an ambulance, we need a body bag. Oh, the Buffalo County coroner.
Zelina's gonna be in the
And now, the back door is open. It's only a matter of time for Damian Priest to send Brock to the back of the ambulance.
Somebody's gonna come and interfere.
Shut the doors and end this thing. Here is your winner, Damian Priest. Corey, you said it earlier.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of boring. Trigon Stampede. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Turn on notifications for that. Why was he unable to collect?
Almost 6 million people in Ontario play the lottery frequently, all hoping for a chance to hit the jackpot.
If you play, you already know you should sign your name on the ticket, but you should also remember exactly where you bought it from. Pat Foran explains why on Consumer Alert. Pat.
Thanks, Michelle and Nathan. A Markham man bought a lottery ticket in April of last year and won over $1,000. But when he went to collect his prize, he can't remember where he bought the ticket from, so he's been unable to claim his winnings.
What?
Right now, I cannot get the money. Rewrote so many times. But he said, and then he said, it's on the way, it's on the way, but no one sent to me.
This is why you always keep your receipts.
Sent the check to me.
That's why you always keep your receipts.
Claim the OLG Prize Center is required. Check has been processed and will be sent to him shortly in the mail, which was good news for him. And a good habit when buying lottery tickets is to get the receipt, which also serves as proof where and when you bought it. Also, don't write anything on a ticket other than your name, as that can also slow down the process if you win. On your side, I'm Pat Foran.
If you have a consumer story idea...
I remember this guy.
Hi, I'm Tony Batanti from Ontario.
I saw this.
The April 9th. Everything that you can imagine with excitement and not knowing what...
I remember this, seeing this guy.
It's also to my family that made me feel safe enough to always say...
Congratulations, dude.
Hi, my name is Greg from Toronto, and I just won $70 million with Lotto Max.
Congratulations, Craig. Or Greg, not Craig. Awesome. Okay. Time to finish abs. Time to finish them abs. All right. All right, y'all. We haven't done this one in a hot minute. Have we ever done this on this channel? No, we have not. We have not done this on this channel. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's fix all this stuff. Viva la raza. Viva la raza. Viva la raza. La raza. Viva la raza. Viva la raza. Okay, so we fixed that. I'm gonna check something. Nope. Cool. I was just checking a message to see if anybody left anything. Nothing. So, all good. Let's pack away the rope. Then we're going to get into abs. And we're going to charge up our tablet afterwards. I won't watch Dark until probably after I'm done everything, only because it's a little... Yeah. Written from Fate Stay Night looks like Asuka from Evangelion. Evangelion is one of my favorite animes of all time, but it's very confusing if you don't get the premise. Really should go back and watch that show. Neon Genesis Evangelion. That's one of them classics. That's the OGs. One of them OG animes from like the 90s? Yeah, 90s. Alexa, when did Evangelion come out?
Neon Genesis Evangelion first premiered in Japan on October 4th, 1995. In Canada, Neon Genesis Evangelion premiered on May 23rd, 2000.
Alexa, when did the Chernobyl factory create radiation?
From wikiwan.com. On April 26, 1986, the number 4 reactor of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, located near Pripyat, Ukrainian SSR, Soviet Union, now Ukraine, exploded.
1986. So 40 years ago on April 26th this year will be the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl. That's so fascinating why I thought about Chernobyl. And now here we are seeing a thing about Chernobyl. I felt like I've either dreamt that or experienced it or something. I don't even know. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's finish up. And then we got our 55s to do. It's interesting why these are not fully charged yet. Unless they're starting to lose a little bit of juice. 6. Okay. Felt called to be doing killer abs today. So this one's gonna be rough. This one's rough. It's 30 seconds of play, 5 seconds of rest. Let's see where we're at. So leg drop with leg open. In the beginning, it's not too bad. This was my most toughest ab play out. We done it last year, but we haven't done it on this channel, it seems. We're gonna do scissors. High crunch or prayer crunch. L-sit cross toe touch. Reverse crunch. So hip lift with a twist. My track is back, by the way. So cross crunch to cross toe touch, right side. So you're touching your left knee and your left toe with your right hand. Your obliques, your side ab muscles, you're contracting them here. Very good. This is before Dan had progress bars. So 5 years ago. Ah, shit. You already did that. All right. I accidentally scrolled through. I didn't want to do that. Bicycles. He calls these jackknife. No, actually he calls these starfish. Here. Sometimes he changes the name. All right, body, it's been a while since we've done some of the moves that we're about to do. But we did it with Caroline recently, so. Butterfly crunch. So we're pulsing 3 times and then coming back down. So 1, 2, 3, and then down. 1, 2, 3, down. Very good. Flutter kicks. Single leg raises. Okay, here we go. Fun times right here. Crunch kicks. Okay. Now we're going the opposite way. No, we have to go this way. Fuck yeah. Whew. We used to struggle with that. That means we've gotten stronger. So side to side. Okay. So side plank crunches. This is probably still one of his most difficult ab playouts. Okay. Nice. I'm about to say a Gen Alpha word in a moment, or a Gen Alpha phrase. Light work. This used to actually be really difficult. Light work. It's the spinning ones. Light work. I've come a long way. Yes. Yes, I have. Thank you, boy. Thank you, not boy, thank you, bro. Oh, shit. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Pending. Nice. Cool. Awesome. Oh, yeah. Well aware of that new chapter, all right. I've been ready. Good job. You did good. Cool beans. All right. There was something I was going to look at. Oh, right. I was supposed to download that video of what's his face. Wait, somebody actually... no way. Is this in...
If he wanted to talk to his men, he could have just used the radio.
I already have this movie, though. What the fuck is
This
this?
thing is basically a piece of art disguised as an electronic device. It looks like a tiny record player, but it's actually a recorder, and it's only about the size of a cassette tape. It's made by the Swedish brand Teenage Engineering, and of course, you can play music on it too. There's a side lever for fast forwarding, and the main dial feels amazing. Smooth while playing, with a satisfying tactile click when adjusting settings. And since it's a professional device, it supports plenty of advanced features and accessories. Sure, the price is steep, but if you're into this aesthetic, there's also an app that lets you enjoy the experience for a lot less. This thing is basically a piece of art disguised as an electronic device. It looks
That's
like a
cool.
tiny record
I
player,
like it.
but it's actually...
Battle theme? Okay. We gotta do our ab stretches. This should be pretty big. Should be a pretty long and pretty massive file. Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this one on the computer, I think. Phone, tablet battery at 2%. It's a big file. All right. Ooh. Gotta bust out the big guns here. We gotta bust out the big guns. Downloader. All right, so we gotta go to our channel. Sure, relaunch. That's not what I'm downloading, but... Let's see. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, it works. The hell is that? Best of 2025 Raw? Full matches? Yeah, nah, I'm good. Let's minimize this. That's not what I want to do. I want to go to watch later. We gotta pull out the big guns, the big guns to download this file. It's a huge ass video. We gotta pull it out. We gotta pull out that MacBook. All right, I'm gonna stretch and then I'm gonna start doing our 55s and whatnot. That's it, only 3.5 gigs? I thought it was gonna be longer than that. Okay. 2160p, yeah. Don't need 2160p. All right. Download his video. Hands off my prey. I paid Neuro Knowledge $15K for 1 hour. Was it worth it? Let's see.
I don't know, I'm a bit nervous actually. It's just a room full of niggas.
Neuro usually charges $50,000 just to work with him for a few weeks. And he never does any sort of podcast. He never does any sort of like in-person talks. So this is the only place that you're going to be able to see this video, because I promise you're not going to see this video anywhere else. And because he never does these one-off talks or mastermind sessions, I had to pay him $15,000 just for him to speak at the mastermind for an hour, by the way. And if you guys don't believe me, I'm going to show you. This is a screenshot of me wiring him 11,000 pounds. As you can see, it's not even a screenshot. This is like my live banking app. I literally had to send this over to him just for him to speak at the mastermind for an hour. And then people also paid multiple full figures just to hear him speak at the mastermind as well too. So it's not cheap, and there was over 40 plus people at this mastermind. If you guys don't know who Neuro Knowledge is, he's been able to accumulate over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube and gain millions and millions of views teaching people mindset and manifestation content. He's been
Nothing short of emotion. Anything that has a powerful emotional charge will enter your subconscious mind, which means if you want to go from one level to another,
This is basically
all you need to do is create an emotional charge on the subconscious level behind the idea of what it is that you want. To the individual that said
This
you want
is basically-
30K a month, what that would mean is you'd have to convince yourself with emotion that you're already at 30K a month in order for your subconscious mind to have accepted that. Now, like I said, for everybody that came to the conclusion of the negative things that would unfold upon your desired reality manifesting, you'd have a loss of drive, stress, isolation is probably the best one. And I'll explain why in a second. Arrogance, people judging you, and family members asking you for bread. Could also be taxes. It could be more employees. It could be responsibilities. It could be a whole bunch of things. Now, my question to you guys is, just think about it like this. If your subconscious mind responds primarily to emotion, what do you think has a stronger level of emotion for you? The negative or the positive things in life? Of course, human beings evolved from a point of evolutionary psychology, which means the negative shit literally kept you alive. If you was meditating in the jungle, you would have got eaten. So we didn't have time for the positive shit when we evolved.
So was
Now,
this
the
worth
human brain,
15?
despite having evolved, it still has a primal
15,000?
brain, which means we're more skewed towards the negative. The negative has more of an effect on us than the positive. People often wonder, why is it easy for me to focus on the negative things in life instead of the positive? You're quite literally wired that way to stay alive. It was literally the basis of your survival. But you're not surviving anymore. Like, we're in a penthouse, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he spent his money to have us here, so we're in a nice penthouse. So clearly none of us are surviving, but that doesn't change the wiring of your subconscious mind. Now, like I said, your subconscious mind is programmed by emotion. My question to you is, if the negative things take precedent over the positive things from a point of emotion,
I promise you that you'll be able to achieve any sort of goal that you want to hit this year. So without further ado,
So this is one of Nero's clients. Good job for. I knew eventually it would be posted on a channel. That's cool.
leave a like if you find some value and enjoy the video.
And enjoy the video. And enjoy the video. There was a guy in this video there that left a comment, and his name is Orion Stack. I'm like, how dare you use my name, you fool? I'm telling you, I'm gonna find all the Orions in this world and I'm gonna absorb them. I'm gonna assimilate them, absorb them, and make them a part of greatness, the real Orion. Come to me, my Orions. I wonder how many Orions are on this planet. How many illegitimate versions of Orion is there? I'm curious. Jessa said that she had a friend growing up named Orion, so that's one right off the bat. This guy's another one. Bunch of YouTubers as well. Bunch of Facebook usernames. I should pull all the Orions and absorb them and eat them. And then copyright the name. Anytime somebody even dares name their kid Orion, they must pay me millions and millions and millions of dollars every second as that kid is on this planet with that name. That is my name. How dare they use my name? Those punks. Even though it's just a word. Yeah. So this guy that made this video basically is Nero's client, because I see a thumbnail with him and Nero. So I will. Do I want to watch it on the computer? Actually, you know what? Instead of you all watching me do my thing, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on.
It was literally the basis of your survival.
But you know, he's already talked about all this stuff before. So with that, without further ado, whoever is here, basically, people actually paid $15,000 to see Nero in person for him to talk about whatever he's about to talk about. So this is Nero's only first public appearance. So I mean, you see his videos. He's not going to say anything different than what he does in here, but you know, you'll see exactly why, you know. But I'm gonna leave this here for you all to watch. I'm gonna do my stuff in the background and watch this. So that's the guy. That's obviously Nero, and he was gracious enough to leave a video where he paid 15,000. Well, he paid 11,000 pounds or $15,000 for 1 hour.
actually. It's just a room full of niggas.
Nero usually charges $50,000 just to work with him for a few weeks. And he never does any sort of podcast. He never does any sort of like in-person talks. So this is the only place that you're going to be able to see this video, because I promise you're not going to see this video anywhere else. And because he never does these one-off talks or mastermind sessions, I had to pay him $15,000 just for him to speak at the mastermind for an hour, by the way. And if you guys don't believe me, I'm going to show you. This is a screenshot of me wiring him 11,000 pounds. As you can see, it's not even a screenshot. This is like my live banking app. I literally had to send this over to him just for him to speak at the mastermind for an hour. And then people also paid multiple full figures just to hear him speak at the mastermind as well too. So it's not cheap, and there was over 40 plus people at this mastermind. If you guys don't know who Nero Lodge is, he's been able to accumulate over 300,000 subscribers on YouTube and gain millions and millions of views teaching people mindset and manifestation content. He's been able to help entrepreneurs, athletes, and basically help them do these changes by only making small mental tweaks to their mind. And if you don't know who I am, my name is Mahiz. I help coaches and consultants scale and help them make more money. And I actually worked with Nero in the past and I helped them launch and scale this high ticket offer and take it to the point where he's making like literally hundreds of thousands of dollars every single month. So the reason I paid him $15,000 to speak at this mastermind was for people to be able to understand the small mental tweaks that they need to make to be able to make the money that they want to make in the business. And I'm safe to say that it actually worked, because right after the mastermind, there was screenshots of wins and wins and wins of people making money that they wanted to make just off the back of what he said. So I promise you, if you guys pay attention to everything that's in this video, because people pay thousands and thousands of dollars just to get this information, I promise you that you'll be able to achieve any sort of goal that you want to hit this year. So without further ado, leave a like if you find some value and enjoy the video.
All right, cool. So, Mahiz kind of already broke down what it is that I do. I work with everything from professional athletes, Hollywood actors, 7, 8, 9-figure entrepreneurs to break their revenue ceilings. All of you like info? Majority, yeah. Cool. So nobody here's got a skill issue. Chances are at this point, everybody's well accustomed with the information. They know everything that they need to. Now,
I like the fact that he's just in a room full of N guys, as he said.
you can be the best sprinter in the world, but I don't know, I'm a bit nervous actually. It's just a room full of niggas. All right. You can literally be the best sprinter in the world, but if there's a wall in front of you, it really doesn't matter how good of a sprinter you are. You will not be able to surpass that. What are the... Somebody shout out a certain amount of money that they're trying to make. Anyone?
30K a month.
30K. Cool. So, going back to what I said, nobody here has really got a skill issue. So, you can have all the knowledge. You can have all the methods from Mahiz. You can have all the techniques. And I don't mean to kind of disrespect what anybody else is going to talk about today, but if you don't understand what I'm going to say, then you won't be able to utilize any of the knowledge, techniques, strategies, and methods. We've all seen people who tend to do the same shit as us. Funnels aren't too different. Sales calls, script practically the same, yet they're able to make more than us. And it all comes down to the fact of, like I said, you can be the best sprinter in the world, but if there's a wall in front of you, it doesn't matter how good of a sprinter you are. You're going to continuously run into that wall again and again and again. And that wall is representative of your mind. Now, without crossing anyone's religious boundaries, just accept the idea that your mind quite literally structures your reality. For simplicity today, I'll just say mind, but your mind quite literally structures your reality. And unfortunately, most people make the mistake of trying to out-hustle their frequency. You cannot out-hustle your state of mind. What I mean by that is, to the individual that said he's trying to make 30K, let's say you're trying to get into 30K, that means you need to become an individual who's making 30K before the world proves it to you. Unfortunately, if your mind or your state of consciousness, your frequency, your mental attitude is a good way to think about it. Think about it like the equivalent of your mental and emotional energy. That totals to who you are. That gives a particular signature that indicates the universe of who you are. Let's say you want to make 10. Let's say you're making 10K a month, but you want to make 30. You're in the state of mind of somebody who makes 10. You will not be able to out hustle, out grind. It doesn't matter how many strategies you do. You can spend 30K on a mastermind and still be in the same position. And it all comes down to the understanding of what I said. You cannot outrun your frequency. Think about it like this. Your mind and your reality are one-to-one completely. So like I said, when people come to me, people that are making 10 million a month, people that are making 500K a month, 100K a month, they're not hiring me to chat to them about cement. I mean, one of my clients owns a construction company that does 3 million a month. He's not chatting to me about cement. It goes back to what I was saying. The mental block, it really doesn't matter because we've all seen, and apologies, I don't have my usual equipment today, so it's not going to be as clean. But we've all seen people who are doing nothing different from us. They aren't better than us to any degree. They don't know more. They haven't figured some shit out about sales that you don't. But they quite literally live in a different world. And it's more than likely because you have a mental block. So, of course, this isn't one-to-one, but in as much detail as I can, I'm going to attempt to help you decipher your own mental blocks. Because, of course, I can't do it for you because this ain't one-to-one. So, simple question. And if you guys could shout out some answers, that would be perfect. Now, what would be the negatives of you making the amount of money you want to make?
Loss of see you different.
Drive. What else? Your family being envious. I just heard all you niggas talking in the back. I'm sure you guys can say something. Anything. Perfect. What else? Responsibility, loss of drive. What else? Perfect. What else? Think about it. Because everybody wants to make a certain amount of money, but we also, on a subconscious, unconscious level, understand that you making the amount of money would come with some indirect implications, some negatives of things that would change in your life. So loss of drive, stress. What else? Perfect. You'll no longer be relatable.
Yep.
Arrogance. What else?
People judging you.
Perfect. Anybody ever heard of the black tax?
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know, it's basically family members asking you for bread. Somebody else said responsibilities. I didn't write that down, but that's perfect. Now, my question to all of you is, if on an unconscious, bear in mind, there's two distinctions I need to make here, and I don't think this pen's going to be able to live that long, so I'll just talk. There's two distinctions you need to make here between the conscious and the subconscious mind. Your conscious mind is the aspect of you that says, why wouldn't I want to make more money? I'd be able to travel more, be able to buy the clothes that I want, go to the places that I want, and so on and so forth. But your subconscious mind, which is where your reality is created from, is completely irrational. It has no logic. Now, this is very dangerous because that means the thing that structures your very existence doesn't make any fucking sense, which, as you can imagine, is terrible for a multitude of reasons. On a subconscious level, the only thing, please, if there's anything you remember today, and I know people these days tend to be on the bit more logical side, but reality isn't created from your conscious mind, it's created from your subconscious mind. If there's one thing you remember today, let it be that emotion programs the subconscious mind. Nothing short of emotion. Anything that has a powerful emotional charge will enter your subconscious mind, which means if you want to go from one level to another, all you need to do is create an emotional charge on the subconscious level behind the idea of what it is that you want. To the individual that said he wants 30K a month, all that would mean is you'd have to convince yourself with emotion that you're already at 30K a month in order for your subconscious mind to have accepted that. Now, like I said, for everybody that came to the conclusion of the negative things that would unfold upon your desired reality manifesting, you'd have a loss of drive, stress, isolation is probably the best one. And I'll explain why in a second. Arrogance, people judging you, and family members asking you for bread. Could also be taxes. It could be more employees. It could be responsibilities. It could be a whole bunch of things. Now, my question to you guys is, just think about it like this. If your subconscious mind responds primarily to emotion, what do you think has a stronger level of emotion for you? The negative or the positive things in life? Of course, human beings evolved from a point of evolutionary psychology, which means the negative shit literally kept you alive. If you was meditating in the jungle, you would have got eaten. So we didn't have time for the positive shit when we evolved. Now, the human brain, despite having evolved, it still has a primal brain, which means we're more skewed towards the negative. The negative has more of an effect on us than the positive. people often wonder, why is it easy for me to focus on the negative things in life instead of the positive? You're quite literally wired that way to stay alive. It was literally the basis of your survival. But you're not surviving anymore. Like, we're in a penthouse, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he spent his money to have us here, so we're in a nice penthouse. So clearly none of us are surviving, but that doesn't change the wiring of your subconscious mind. Now, like I said, your subconscious mind is programmed by emotion. My question to you is, if the negative things take precedent over the positive things from a point of emotion, why would you want to make the amount of money you want to make if it comes with stress, isolation, arrogance, people judging you, you no longer being relatable, family members switching up on you, asking you for bread, tax, and responsibilities? Why would anyone want that? Not on a subconscious level, on a logical level. I'm glad you said that. On a conscious level, the positives do outweigh it. Because of course, you know, if you make more money, you can take care of your family, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. On a subconscious level, there's no logic and there's no rationale. On a subconscious level, it has no logic or rationale. All it is primarily moved by is emotion. So to the gentleman that said that, you brought up a key point. You simply need to have the capability of creating more of a positive emotional charge for the things you do want, as opposed to the things you don't want. But if you're not consciously doing that, then it's not happening, which means you're still skewed towards the negative. So a mental block that people often come to me, bear in mind, one of my clients, he's exited 4 of his companies or 8-figure amounts. This guy's up. He said something to me. He said to me, he feels like, he said, and I quote, "I feel like my family loved me more when I was poor." Quite literally. And anybody that's made money can relate to that, because the truth of the matter is you no longer begin to relate to those that are around you, whether it's your friends, whether it's your family. So then you will vibrationally begin to self-sabotage yourself from moving forward just so you're still relatable. To the lady that said isolation, that's the perfect example. Because humans evolved in groups. We evolved in groups. Groups meant we're alive. Hence why when you're walking by yourself at night, it doesn't feel to you right. But when you're in a group of people, you feel a bit more comfortable. And it's because we evolved in groups, which means independence and isolation indicates to your primal mind death. Which goes back to my point. Even if the positives do outweigh the negatives, from a point of evolutionary psychology combined with metaphysics, the negative takes precedent. Going back to what I was saying, responsibilities. What type of responsibilities would you have to take on upon making more money? Anybody shout it out, because I don't know what any of you guys do. Say that again? What else? What else?
Return to parents.
What else?
Delivering to clients.
What else?
Bills.
What else? Now, the reason why I keep saying what else is because this is stuff that you haven't consciously thought about. But your subconscious is aware of all of these things. And because you're unaware of these things, but your subconscious is aware, it is what's controlling you. Because how can you chase something you're unaware about? Carl Jung often said that people will run into misfortune in life, calling it fate. It's just your subconscious mind. So if you're not aware of the unconscious responsibilities or the negativities that would have to unfold upon you making what it is that you want, you're going to be stuck in the same position, never knowing why. And it's because your subconscious mind quite literally knows. You see that elevator? Everybody look at that elevator behind you, over there. Imagine I said you have to go to that elevator, but there's a line in front of it. Are you going to run towards it, walk slow, or stay still? Chances are you're going to either walk really slow or you're going to stay still. Even if you know you want to get to that elevator, remember what you said. You said the positives outweigh the negatives. You want to get out of this building. I'm sure you don't want to be here for the rest of the day. But quite literally, if you had to go down but there was a line in front of it, the fear kicks in, the anxiety kicks in. And whether you realize this or not, you're either going to stay still or you're not going to walk at all. You're going to stay still or you're going to walk really, really slow. And this is what happens. Hence why clients can come to me in 5 weeks. I had a client of mine who was stuck at $2 million for 7 years. 5 weeks, he signed a 10.8 mil contract. How did that happen? Because he was walking slow for 7 years. Because he was unaware of the mental blocks that was preventing him from moving forward. Remember what I said, you can be the best sprinter in the world. Don't think this knowledge, strategies, and techniques is going to be enough. Because I can assure you it will not be. And if you don't realize that, you niggas are going to end up paying me $50K to help you. So please, it's an expensive problem to have. You have to begin to understand the things that I'm saying. Does any questions for anyone related to what I just said?
How would you make the unconscious conscious?
I'll answer that in the last segment. That's a perfect question. There's one other thing that I want to point out. Is anybody else going to be using this board today? Mahiz? No. So I can do what I like. Perfect. So, go back to everything that I just said. What were some of the negatives that you guys had spoke about when it comes to making more in your business? One of them was responsibilities. What else?
Envy.
Perfect. Tax. Maybe working more. Isolation was a perfect one. Now, the subconscious mind is very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. Like I said, there's no logic, there's no rationale. Your subconscious mind forms associations. Please, if this is something else that you write down, I can see some of you writing shit down, make sure you write this down because this is of the highest importance. Your subconscious mind forms associations. Now, I'll give you a proper example of this. How would you guys describe money? What is money? Just on some normal shit. What's money?
A tool.
Cool. An exchange of value. What else?
Transactional currency.
Perfect. That was quite fancy, actually. Exchange of value. I'm not going to write transaction. I'm not going to write that down. I ain't got enough space for that. But money is a tool. It's an exchange of value. It is perfect. But pay very close attention to what happens on the subconscious level. Now, who here grew up broke? Just hands in the air. Cool. Who here struggled with money regardless of growing up broke? Hands in the air. Cool. Some of you niggas live good lives. So, to go back to what I was saying, the subconscious mind forms associations in two particular manners. And this is what I'm saying is very, very dangerous. Your subconscious mind forms association either by observation or experience. But the baseline, regardless of whether observation or experience, is emotional intensity. I repeat, your subconscious mind forms associations based upon emotional intensity, either through observation or experience. Either observation or experience. Any time that you've gone through an emotionally intense, negative experience, your subconscious mind has created its own definition.
I was just seeing if you all can see it.
To the individuals that said that they grew up broke or that had struggled with money at some point in their life, I can imagine that was an emotionally intense experience, correct? Yes. Thank you. It was an emotionally intense experience. So somebody that grew up with
Come on, boys. Look alive.
It was sad. It might have put you into apathy, despair, hopelessness. Your subconscious mind has now said, regardless of me knowing that money, bear in mind, conscious, subconscious, your conscious mind knows money to be a tool, an exchange of value. But based upon either emotionally intense observation or experience, your subconscious mind has formed an association that money equates to stress. Money equates to sadness. It might have even caused conflict in your lives between parents, maybe. Stress, sadness, apathy. Now, pay very close attention to what's going to happen here. Because your mind's either going to do two things, and either way, they both fuck you, really and truly. So your subconscious mind is either going to do one of two things when it's formed an association. Bear in mind, I have to keep repeating because there's a distinction between the conscious and the subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind says money equates to conflict, stress, sadness, apathy, despair. Does anybody want those things?
Of course not.
Perfect. So in order to avoid those things, your mind is going to end up avoiding what it's associated to, which is what? Money. I had a client come to me and he was stuck about 40K a month. He's doing about 100K a month 2 months later. And the first thing I said to him is, talk to me about your experiences about money, whether personal experience or how you grew up. You're saying that there was one particular instance that he remembered. He remembered coming home from school and seeing his parents quite literally arguing over money. He was able to recall that as if it happened yesterday. That happened 10 years ago. So I said to him, okay then, how would you define money? He said, a tool, quite literally a tool. But he said to me, Nero, either two things happen. I get money and it goes out and I don't know how it went out, or I'm struggling to get money. And I said, well, based upon what your subconscious mind has either observed or experienced, why the fuck would you want money?
Exactly.
Because it's conflict, it's stress, it's apathy, In other words, it is pain. So the subconscious mind either seeks to avoid the pain associated with money and indirectly end up avoiding the money in of itself, or it does something else, which is even worse. When you say, I want to make money, you're taking into consideration your conscious definition, not your subconscious's definition. If your subconscious mind definition of money is conflict, when you say, I want to make money, what are you saying?
I don't want money.
Bingo. When you say, if your subconscious mind has money equated to be stress, when you say, I want to make more money this month, what does it say?
I don't want to make more money.
When you say, I want to make more money and it has money equated to sadness, so then, of course, your mind either does two things. It seeks to avoid what's associated with the money, or it will go and give you that money, but not your conscious definition of money, your subconscious definition of money, which is the most dangerous thing you could ever want. We can all think of a much more easier example, right? I had a client, back when I just used to, nigga, if you could pay me, I'd work with you. Back then, there was a girl that came to me and she said, she wanted to get married. Bear in mind, that girl's married now and she lives in Morocco with her husband. At the time, she used to get into relationship after relationship, guys just cheating on her. I was like, damn, 5 guys cheat on you. I don't know. it might be a bit of a you problem. So then I said to her, based upon those experiences, how would you define love? And she was like, fulfillment, peace. And I was like, yeah, of course, consciously. But on a subconscious level, her mind equated love to what?
Pain.
Incorrect. Dishonesty, to whoever said it. Cheating. So anytime that she would say she wants a man and she wants love, she would get that quite literally again and again and again and again and again. And this is what happens when the subconscious mind forms terrible associations. So my question to you guys is, when it comes to what you want, what's your subconscious association of that?
You know the people who didn't put their hand up and you said they didn't grow up poor?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of subconscious association would they have?
Perfect. You still run a business, correct?
Yeah.
So you've still been in stressful situations, correct?
Yeah.
Of course. So it's not about how you grew up. See, that's another thing. I've had clients that have come to me. I remember one guy, his granddad was like fucking billionaire in Venezuela or some shit. He was still going through it. Because one thing that you have to take into consideration is that and most of us do this, right? If I was to ask you guys, what's your definition of trauma, what would you say?
Pain. Hurt.
What else? Say that again? What else? Pain. The mistake that a lot of people make when I ask them that question is that niggas think trauma is like running over a bum in like in war. And that extreme definition makes you not realize the own trauma that you have in your own life. Trauma is nothing more than negative emotional intensity. And see, when I say it like that, then you guys start to look at yourselves and be like, I might be a bit traumatized still. Because I don't think there's a single individual that hasn't been through a negatively emotionally intense experience. Yep. So the gentleman that asked about business, what if you didn't grow up broke? I'm assuming you've had drought periods in business. Everyone's had drought periods in business. I'm assuming there's been times where you go on sales calls, it's just L after L after L after L after L. There's times your ads just ain't even printing money. You're like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing at this point. And what you're not taking into consideration, I'll give you an example. Let's say you do sales calls back to back to back to back to back. And on those sales calls, shit just never goes right. Just back to back to back to back. How do you feel after taking a series of L's? Even though you try to convince yourself you don't really feel like that. Shit. Perfect. Shit, depleted, and just down bad. So then remember, based upon that association created by the negative, intense emotional experience, your subconscious mind has now formed an association that sales calls are either shit, you're left depleted, or you're just down bad. So then what happens? You go into the sales call like, fucking hell, let's go then. Without even realizing that based upon the emotional intensity of that experience, now on a subconscious level, your mind is now looking, not only not looking, it's seeking to materialize a shit, depleted, and down bad experience without you even realizing it. So the mind's going to do two things. It's either going to seek to avoid those sales calls, you're going to look at that calendar and be like, or you're going to go and do it, but you're going to do it from the wrong frequency. You're going to attempt to take an action to get a particular outcome from the wrong frequency. It doesn't make any fucking sense. You can only get apples from apple seeds. So how often do people go into situations with a frequency in direct opposition to what it is that they want to materialize? Unless whatever goal it is you want to materialize, whatever it is, let's just say for simplicity's sake, it's 100K a month. If you're not mentally and emotionally already at 100K a month, you're never going to get there, because you can only have what you already have. Now, whenever I say that to people, it makes no fucking sense, because it's like, well, what does that mean? When I say have, see, and I don't have enough space on the board. Fuck. Yeah, but the issue is, I think my... Actually, no, that's not bad at all. And you're going to have to make sure you get some spray and, like... Say less. You can only have what you already have. You can only have what you already have. Please write that down. You can only have what you already have. Now, like I said, whenever I first say that to people, whenever I first say that to people, it makes no sense in the world. You can only have what you already have. And see, your definition of having is the true definition that makes no sense. Because despite all of us being here, you have to understand that the human definition of having is physical possession. That's how we say we have something. Physical possession. But one thing that you're not taking into consideration from a point of metaphysics is that the physical, what you call reality, your very world as you know it, you actually only see 0.0035% of what actually exists. The only reason you see what you call reality is this, 0.0035%. And the reason for that is we see through visible light. Visible light is a tiny portion of the entirety of the electromagnetic spectrum, and you see through a process called refraction. Light bounces off surface into your eyes, and that's what allows us to see. But if visible light is only 0.0035% of what actually exists, then my question to you is this. What's more delusional? Basing your potentiality in reality off 0.0035%, or the unseen? The unseen pertains to your mind, which is the 99.9965% which exists within. Hence why I say you can only have what you already have. Okay, what does that mean? When I say have, I'm referring to mental and emotional equivalent. The mental and emotional equivalent, meaning before you want to be anything in reality, you need to be it before the world proves it to you. Because you're not going to be anything. You're not going to be proven to reality of what you want if you're not already it. So if you want to go from, let's say, 50K to 100K per month, then you already need to be somebody who declares that they're already making 100K a month. Because then what that would do is to allow the universe to interpret you based upon your frequency as an individual that's making 100K a month, and that frequency would then lead to that reality. Now, when I say frequency, that's just another way of saying mind for simplicity of today. But point blank being, whatever your target is, if you're not already it, then you never will be. Because you need to be it before reality proves it to you, which is going to require you to then say to me, yeah, but Nero, that feels like delusion. Yeah, it fucking is, me. This is the truth of the matter, right? Because the thing is, remember, what we call delusion is just what we haven't seen yet. It's only delusional because no one's seen it. When somebody sees it, it's no longer delusion. But by the time someone sees something, you've already had to be it. So it's quite literally the process of reality. Mahiz, how much time do I have? He leave his own event. All right, cool. 30 minutes in. Perfect. Okay, now, mental blocks aside, of course, you're probably thinking, how do I get rid of my mental blocks? Don't worry, man. We'll get there. Now, the second thing that isn't really a block, but it's more so of a distortion that I encounter with clients is a distortion in one's beliefs. I need you to understand that the beliefs are the borders of the world that you can live in. No, I absolutely cannot. I'm joking. Beliefs are the borders of the world you live in, quite literally. The world that you live in is determined by your beliefs. Now, we exist on one planet, but many different worlds. Because the truth of the matter is, why can you have copy that is no different from somebody else's, same strategies, same methods and all of that shit, but they're making a certain amount of money and you're not? Now, of course, there's a logical things. You could say traffic, you could say conversion rates, yada, 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 yada. But that's not what I'm trying to chat to you lot about. On a metaphysical level, your beliefs are quite literally the border of the world that you can live in, which is very dangerous in a multitude of ways. Because very much people have beliefs that contradict what they want. People have beliefs that contradict what they want. I'll give you an example. I had a client of mine. She was fucking terrifying. She's a U.S. national security defense contractor. Terrifying. Super nice though. And she at the time, she had one client and she was doing $15K a month. And of course, she was like, Nero, I want to go to 50. We hit 50 in 2 months. 8 months later, she hit 120. And part of that was me saying, okay, what is it that you want? She was like, I want big boy contracts. That's literally what she said. And I said, okay then, cool. And I said, who do the contracts typically go to in your field? She'd be like, old white guys that are friends with the president. I said, you're not an old white guy and you're not friends with the president. And she was like, yeah, I'm not. So I said, your beliefs aren't in alignment with what it is that you want. Point being, whatever amount of money it is that you want to make, let's say it's 100K per month for simplicity's sake again, if your beliefs are in opposition or contradict in the slightest way 100K per month, it doesn't matter if you're somebody who is embodying the state of mind of somebody who's at 100K a month, you will not make them. Imagine I'm playing 2 songs at the same time. Can't really hear what's going on. You need to play one song at any given moment, which means clarity. More important, congruency. Everything has to align. And if the shit doesn't align, you will be fucked, quite literally by reality, which is just yourself, so you're kind of fucking yourself. But to go back to what I was saying, this client in particular didn't have beliefs that, how can you get to 100K a month if you think the only way you can get to 100K a month is by being in with the president? And you're not in with the president. And she was a black lady, so she definitely wasn't an old white guy, so how's that going to work? My point being, eventually she hit 50K a month. And this is how we did it. You have to understand what people call truths in reality. And I really need you to understand this on a metaphysical level. In Hermetic philosophy, there's a saying known as all truths are half-truths, which means if you meet a guy and he says, there's no opportunities out here in the world is against me, they don't want to see me win, and he goes and experiences that very reality, and you meet another guy who says, the world does want to see me win, and the world is on my side, and you do see him win, who's telling the truth and who's lying?
They're both telling the truth.
They're both telling the truth. Why? Because the truth, what we call truths in reality, are nothing more than beliefs wearing a mask. It's very important that you need to understand that. What we call truths are nothing more than beliefs wearing a mask. How do I know? Because what somebody calls a truth is nothing more than what they experience. If that individual goes and experiences a world where everything seems to be against them, that's their experience. You can't come and tell them that's not the truth.
Exactly.
But it's their truth. And what we call truth, like I said, is nothing more than beliefs wearing a mask. What we call truths are often what we experience. And what we experience is nothing more than the product of our beliefs. And that's where it gets very dangerous. Because beliefs are funny. Like, if you have a particular belief, even on a cognitive level, metaphysics aside, there's something known as confirmation bias. A pre-existing or presupposed idea in the mind will be validated because your mind will isolate every other particular instance to which exists. On a metaphysical level, it gets even more dangerous because the belief in of itself is an entity. You don't have beliefs, belief have you. That's the first thing you have to understand. And why do people often say, I can't break my limiting beliefs? Oh, was this show right? People often say they can't break their limiting beliefs. And it's the truth of the matter is, first of all, everything else aside that I said at the start, The only limiting belief is the belief in limiting beliefs. That's also something you should note down. But when I say beliefs are entities, I mean they're living things. They want mental real estate. They like existing in your mind. And they like convincing you that they are truth. Because when you say something is true, you reinforce it into your subconscious mind. Because when we experience something, there's a particular type of emotion that's entangled in that experience. That emotion impresses that further into the subconscious mind. When it's impressed further into the subconscious mind, it becomes part of who you are. So when I say that beliefs are entities, you need to ask yourself, what are the collective beliefs of my field? I'll give you an example. I had another client of mine. He has an offer that's like 150K. And I said to him, okay, talk to me about the type of person that should be buying this offer. He said, someone just like me, somebody who's competent, somebody who's intertwined in spirituality, somebody who's accountable, somebody that takes extreme ownership, yada, 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 yada. And I said to him, okay, that sounds, are there a lot of those people? He said, no, that type of person, that type of avatar is rare. Rare is a fancy way of saying scarce. So I said to him, let me get this straight. You want abundance, but you believe the mechanism through which you get your abundance is scarce. Doesn't make any fucking sense. I said to him, how could you possibly bring people into your reality that could be your clients if you believe your clients don't even exist? If you believe that there isn't someone out there that exists, the type of avatar you want, and people do this all the time. People often say, how do you charge 50K? There's not a lot of people that can charge 50K. I said, in your world, nothing to do with me. Because the truth of the matter is, go back to what I said, beliefs are the borders of the world that you can experience. And often, whether people realize this or not, your beliefs are in direct contradiction with what you want. How could you possibly want an abundance of clients if you believe the very type of client that you want doesn't even exist?
Exactly.
Because remember, predicated upon that belief, you then enter a world where that client doesn't exist. I'll give you another example. I had a client of mine. She had exited 3 companies. She wanted to create a platform for women that are like-minded like her. Female entrepreneurs, accountable, like seeing other women win. She did a launch. Bear in mind, this chick has 100K on Insta. She did a launch. She got 0 signups. The shit was free.
Crazy.
And she was like, what's going on? And I said, okay then. I said, describe the type of woman that you want to meet. And she described it. I said, do you meet women like that often in your reality? She said, no. That led me to come to a conclusion. If she doesn't experience that, then she has a belief that's in direct contradiction to that. I then said to her, type of women like you, do they exist often? She said, nah. She said, I'm 1 in a million. I said, okay. I said, well, then don't be surprised that no one's signing up to your thing, because based upon that particular belief, you've now entered a world where the very type of person that you want to have in your business doesn't exist. And people do this all the time. I have another client of mine, she owns a 120-acre farm. She said to me, in the farming industry, January is the worst season of business. I said, let that be for somebody else. It's got nothing to do with you. And if it's got something to do with you, it will only be true to you. And that's the truth of the matter. Because I said to her, is there somebody else that's eating in January? She said, yeah. Experience, beliefs, truths. If they don't help you, then they're doing nothing more than destroy you. If a belief doesn't serve you, it's doing nothing more than destroy you, which means you're going to have to understand the collective beliefs. I know typically, in the online info space, there's conversion metrics, the average one. If you get, I don't know what the fuck it is, like 10% or something. 10% is the industry standard. There's people out there that do more than that. 10% is normal for you. That's why it's normal for you. Quite literally. And based upon that normality, you will be the only one that experiences it, along with everybody else. And you go to your other friend, he's like, yeah, mine's converting at like 10% too. Whole time you lot got the same beliefs and you don't even realize it. If the collective beliefs of your industry, this is something that you have to ask yourself, what are the collective beliefs in my space? Write them down. If they don't serve you, then what the fuck are you keeping them there for? If everything in your mind has to be something that's contributing towards your desired reality. Because if not, it is contradicting it and it will destroy you, whether you realize it or not. How much time do you have? Perfect. Sorry?
How do we get rid of the biggest question then?
Perfect. I was waiting for someone to ask that, actually. I like you. You come with good questions. All right, cool. Somebody asked, how do I change my beliefs? Feels complicated, doesn't it?
It's not though. It's straightforward.
Now,
Once
what
you
I'm
know how the
about to
mind
tell
works,
you is groundbreaking science.
it's actually
I
not.
can assure you, life-changing.
Decide.
That's how you change your beliefs. You just decide to believe something else. Now, your mind's probably saying, I don't know about that. It seems a bit too simple.
Oh, yeah.
Remember what I said earlier, beliefs are entities in and of themselves. Beliefs want to remain mental real estate in your mind. They want to keep themselves there. And part of the way that they keep themselves there is by convincing you that it has to be complex.
Exactly.
Because if it can convince you that it's complex, then you will either do two things. You'll wrap yourself up in your head, or you just won't fucking try. Either way, it still wins. It's quite literally a decision to believe something else. If I tell you to say the word elephant in your head, you've just gone and done that. That was quite simple, isn't it? That didn't take, it wasn't long, innit? That was a simple decision, whether you realize it or not. But the thing about beliefs, they want to convince you that it's not a decision. And they want to convince you that it's not a decision so things feel out of your control.
Exactly.
Because if that belief can make you feel as if it's out of your control, then you won't change it.
Bar.
And if you don't change it, it continues to exist. And when it continues to exist, it stays in your reality and you call it a truth like a moron.
Yep.
It's quite literally a simple decision to decide to believe something else. And once again, if you hear your mind saying, nah, it's not that simple, it's got to be more complicated, remember what I just said. Beliefs themselves are entities. They want to convince you that it's complex, so you don't have the capability of changing it, so it feels out of your control. But whether you realize this or not, every belief that you've ever had in your life, it was either given to you or you adopted it, which means it was a decision.
Exactly.
Don't allow it to convince you otherwise. Because if you don't come to the conclusion that everything that you believe or think is a decision, then everything's going to feel so far out of your control that you're never going to decide to think something else. Like I just said, if I tell you to say elephant in your head, you just said it. If I tell you to say cat in your head, you just said it again. If I tell you to say dog 10 times in your head, you can sit there consciously and say dog 10 times in your head. And guess what? It will happen. So don't let it convince you otherwise that it's any different. How are we on time? Cool. Is there something? All right, cool. We can do questions now. Mahiz, we good for time, yeah? You lot can ask questions.
Do any hypnosis to your clients?
Do I do any hypnosis? See, one thing that you have to come to a conclusion of is that whenever people talk about things such as hypnosis, I've seen it all, right? Like he said, I've been reading anything from the esoteric, the occult, metaphysical, religious texts, and spiritual texts since I was 15, so for 10 years straight. And something that people like to do, once again, is to make things seem more mystical than it actually is. So even the concept of hypnosis, I've only ever hypnotized one person in my life. I tried it with my girl, it didn't work, But when it comes to hypnosis, all hypnosis is very simple. Hypnosis is nothing more than altered state of consciousness. Your brain produces various waves throughout the day. When you shift into the waves known as theta and alpha, anybody is liable for hypnosis. Have you ever been talking to someone before you went to bed and they were in your dream? Have you ever watched something on TV and just as you was drifting off, something about that TV show was in your dream? This is what happens. When your brain produces theta and alpha waves, it is the door to the subconscious mind, which is something important that I want to emphasize here. Because people often say, okay, how do I get there? It's just relaxation. So when you say to me, do I do hypnosis with my clients? You do hypnosis to yourself. Every time that you go to bed, you just don't use it. But if you began to use it, any moment that you sit down and relax, then you're in a state of hypnosis. Hypnosis is nothing more than an altered state of consciousness predicated upon your brain waves producing between alpha and theta, which is about 4 to 8 hertz. At that moment in time, your brain's in a deep relaxation and your conscious mind is out the way, which is something that I have to say. Because to the gentleman that also asked, how do I change my beliefs? You want to make sure when you're implementing or injecting a new belief into your mind, you're in a state of relaxation. I say that because your conscious mind would be like, no, the fuck, that's not true. We'd be like, shut up, you're lying. That's your conscious mind. But your subconscious mind, when you're in a state of relaxation is what comes to the forefront of your mind. And that's the one that you want to talk to because that's the one that changes your reality. Everybody lives in a state of hypnosis, quite literally. Everybody that you see outside of you is walking in a state of hypnosis. Like I said, you go to bed, that's hypnosis in of itself. And think about it like this. The amount of money that you want to make is the same way you go to sleep. You go to sleep by pretending that you're asleep. Quite literally. You go to bed by pretending that you're asleep. And the word pretend comes from the Latin word tendere, which means to grasp, to hold. So pretending to sleep is quite literally how you do anything else in reality. That's how you materialize anything else in reality. That makes sense?
Yeah, so when you're helping your clients, you just make them aware of like the fact they can make decisions. Is that how you help them change?
That's part of it. I mean, shit, I got 7 weeks with them. I got like 10 minutes with you. But relaxation and decision, that's the foundation of it all. That's it. Decision, relaxation, and emotion. You only need to be traumatized once for your entire life to change, which means that you only need one strong emotional charge created on a subconscious level for your subconscious mind to accept that you are a new identity. So between relaxation, decision, and emotion, that's everything. That's the foundation. Any other questions?
Usually you speak about getting into a relaxed state. Some people do like breath work, some people go to the sauna when you spoke about that, some people use music. What do you prefer? What would you suggest in terms of getting into that relaxed state?
I don't make it a ritual of getting into a relaxed state because that means if you're not doing the ritual, you're unrelaxed. And in doing so, you unconsciously imply to your brain that it's producing beta waves, which is your conscious mind, which means all that programming you're doing to your mind is going to waste. So I say I live in relaxation instead. Believe it or not, I was not joking when I said I didn't know what the fuck I was going to talk about today. I literally got up to this board and I just relaxed and then subconsciously everything came out. I'm not bullshitting you.
How do you approach it if you grew up in a household or a family? I'm from Yemen originally, and poor. Like, uncles hated money. Some people in our family got money, but it would disappear. Like, you go anywhere and, like, money's a problem. You don't even try to make money because it will ruin your life. Same in my family. Like, my dad did, we weren't rich, but, like, good job, but still, like, money would just, like, disappear.
Is there, without getting too personal, is there a core memory that you have that is the culmination of what you just said? Like, if you just think back, whether it might have been parents arguing, anything along the lines of money's not in the house. If you have time, you'll find it. You have to understand, there's a core memory that exists for most people. I do this with clients too. When I ask them to talk to me about their life, we find one core memory. You got one?
Yeah. So, I was probably like younger. It was like one time where I heard my parents talk about investments, and my mom told my dad about investments, and he just like didn't know about it, but he didn't want to even think about it because like it never.
There was just nothing there. Now, see, here's where it gets funny. The mind is beautiful in two ways. The mind can't distinguish between truth and imagination. Everybody's been in bed at night and you start hearing some shit outside your door, you're thinking, fuck, it's over for me. Whole time you know there's no one out there, and your body begins to respond in a way. Adrenaline pumps, cortisol hits, because your mind can't distinguish between truth and imagination. If the imagination is vivid and emotional enough. Now, here's the other beauty of the mind. Like I said, your conscious mind, what I'm about to tell you to do will make no fucking sense to your conscious mind. So you're about to hear this and think, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Well, go home and try this. Get into a relaxed state as if you're going to take a nap, and then bring that memory up to your mind. And recreate that memory to hear your parents talk about how much money they do have. For two reasons. Your conscious mind will be out the way, which means it's not going to say that's not true, that it didn't happen. It doesn't know any better. Your subconscious mind is going to be present, which means the area from which you create reality from is also going to change. And then with that emotional charge, based upon the association of money equating to stress, you're going to alter the stress association to money and make it something positive, which then on a subconscious level is going to change that core memory. I've done this with clients to a point where we've fabricated so many memories that they think they had a whole completely different childhood.
I'd actually like to say something about that. So, like, me personally, like, my whole life, like, I thought that I was pretty, like, poor. But I went to Ghana, Africa, and I stayed there for 3 years. And I realized, like,
Nah, it's different levels.
Yeah, the different level. So now I feel like I can never call myself broke or poor. I say I get from like humble beginnings, just because I never want to date alhamdulillah. I never want to date hungry. Never want to date thirsty. Can't be fat and hungry. So so that's why.
But at the same time, and don't make the mistake of trying not to be a victim so bad that you become unconscious of instances to which your subconscious mind was programmed by negativity. Nobody wants to be a victim. Of course, like, I'm from Zim. Like, when you go Zim, you know, you ain't broke. You know what I'm saying? That's when you see real poverty. But that doesn't negate the instances to which your subconscious mind was charged with emotional intensity of negativity and poverty. Doesn't matter. Because that's conscious. That's logical. We all agree. But your subconscious mind doesn't give a fuck. Your subconscious mind says the shit I went through is still some real shit. The experiences I went through is still some real shit. And on a subconscious level, that emotion is still perpetuating that same reality. Make sense?
What are the common limiting beliefs that you see founders face when they're trying to scale to $1 million, and what do you do to actually help solve that?
Have I worked with anyone in info? Except me, he's... It's not... Do you know what the thing is? If I'm being honest, the beliefs of the collective are less important than the blocks that one has in their own mind. Like, if you can remember everything I said at the start and find your own subconscious associations, that would be more impactful. But if I was just to ask you, what would it take for you to get to $1 million a month? What would you say?
More volume, more ads, more everything.
More volume, more ads. What else? What's the associations of more volume? The consequences, huh? More work, more stress.
More payroll.
Cool. More work, more stress, more payroll. And between work and stress, nobody wants those things. Remember what I said. What would be the negative implications of you attaining what it is that you want? Nobody wants more stress. Nobody really wants more work. So why are you accepting that those have to be the prerequisites in order for you to get there? Because the thing is this, if you believe you need to work hard in order to make money, then if you don't work hard, you won't make money. If you do work hard, you will make money. Then you'll go and say, that's the truth, without realizing that's just an experience created by that particular belief. I have a client of mine, she has a company doing like herbal teas or some shit. She said this to me and I never forgot it. She said her belief is the richer I get, the more I rest.
I love it.
And that was perfect because that's intertwining two things that an individual wants, more relaxation and more riches. So if I was to say to you, the belief in of itself that you have to do more work is just the belief in of itself, that's a belief that would be holding you back. Because that would mean anytime you're not doing that belief, you're unconsciously implying to your subconscious mind that you're not there. Which means when you take a day off, you're going to feel like shit.
Yep.
Which you probably all do. Anytime anybody takes some time off, they feel like shit. Sometimes I make my clients take a week off work just so they can detach from that addiction of work having to be the mechanism through which you get a particular result. Because action doesn't create reality. It appears to on the lowest levels of existence, and action is important, but what creates reality is your mind. Action does nothing more than midwife your energy into existence. Energy comes before matter. So make sure that the belief that you have is actually in alignment. Now, if you're a workaholic and that's what you want to do, then you can have that belief. Does that make sense? Any other questions?
How would you go about empowering your team with this?
Empower yourself. I see this all the time. One of my clients, you can look him up on Insta, is called Matt Ulrich. He has a company doing 50 million a year. And he asked me this question because he'd been wanting to have a 100 million company for time. He's doing about 400K a day now. So he's on track for that, 2 months into working together. And he asked me that question, like, what about my team? Like, I'm doing all of this shit. What about my team? You have to understand, if you think about it like a pyramid, no Illuminati shit. You're over here. The frequency that you have emits throughout your entire structure. Because your frequency speaks before you've even spoken. People can unconsciously pick things up without even realizing. Everybody in this room has done thought transference, whether they realize it or not. You've thought about somebody and they just called you. Thought about somebody and they just messaged you. You've gone to call someone, they're like, yo, I was just calling you. We have these instances that we just write off as coincidence, but on a metaphysical level, it's thought transference. So you have to make sure that you're empowering yourself, and you also don't make the belief of your team affects you. Because if you have the belief that your team affects your frequency, then that is the permission that they need. Does that make sense?
I know you said about it's just like making the decision and it being so simplistic, but for someone who
maybe bouncing from just making that split instant decision. You just have to like try and consciously reinforce it or go into like relaxation.
Relaxation to get your conscious mind out of the way. If it feels like there's resistance, then that means you're still tense. It means your brain is still producing beta, which means your conscious mind is what's present and your subconscious mind isn't. When you're in a state of relaxation, you can tell yourself anything. You ever seen a nigga that smoke weed? They believe anything. Because their brain is quite literally in a different brainwave state completely. Does that make sense? Any other questions?
How can you identify what your subconscious living beliefs actually are?
Go back to what I asked at the start. The only way that you're going to deduce your own subconscious beliefs is either by accounting your most emotionally intense experiences. So ask yourself, what are my most negatively emotionally intense experiences in business? This could be somebody snaking you. This could be a dry period. This could be getting hit with mad taxes or whatever it is. Things will come to your mind. That will be everything that your mind has associated with progression in business. Then what I would say if you was a client is to take one of those particular experiences, the ones that created the most emotional charge, get into a relaxed meditative state and recreate it in a manner to which it was a positive experience as opposed to a negative one to decharge that association.
How do you explain identity?
How do I explain identity? Who you think you are. Very different to what most people think. Most people think it's who you are. No, it's who you think you are.
How do you, when reality is proving to you that your beliefs are not true, how do you maintain that frequency?
You have to come to the conclusion that reality is not true. And this is what I mean, right? Because if you think about it, reality will convince you that it'll be like, nah, this shit ain't real. But that means you've attributed more authority to the external than the internal, which just means nothing more than you just need to do more of this internal work. That's quite literally all it is. Because here's what's going to happen. What's your name?
Charlie.
Charlie. Could I come up to you and call you Jack?
Good, yeah.
But it wouldn't mean anything to you, right?
No.
Because you know your name is Charlie. And when we know something, we only know something either through consistent reinforcement or emotional intensity. Correct? Meaning, if you're able to create an emotional charge that is powerful enough, you'll get to a point where you don't even care about what reality is showing you, which is when you truly have it. When you're able to stand in front of reality in a state completely different to what reality is showing you, then you've really got it. Because most people don't really have it. Most people get money come in, they feel great, then their identity is inflated by reality. But without realizing reality is an illusion, when reality takes it, they lose their identity. An instant. If you've ever had highs and lows in your business, that means you're attributing more importance to reality than yourself, which means if reality is showing you highs and lows, it's because you're going through highs and lows internally. You can only get to a point of neutrality when you get to a point of knowing. You can only get to a point of knowing when your subconscious accepts it. Your subconscious can only accept it when you're in a state of relaxation with emotion. That's the only way. But it's like a muscle anyways. You're exercising a muscle.
How do you truly get to a level where you don't care what people think, right? Whether it's close ones, anything.
You come to the conclusion that even what they do think of you is either two things. It's who they've decided you to be, which isn't who you are, or it's a projection of an aspect of themselves. Anything after that is a decision that you're continuously reinforcing, which then your mind might say to itself, yeah, but how though? It's got to be more complicated. Go back to what I said about beliefs. It's really not. And also understand, more important than what people think about you is what you think about yourself, because your frequency speaks before you've even spoken. More important than what people think about you is what you think about yourself, because what they think about you is always going to be in some type of resonance with either a projection of themselves or you're projecting to them unconsciously, subconsciously.
I think we were originally talking about a definite date and like a definite plan towards your goals. How do you conceptualize that? Do you set a definite date or do you just...
No, I disagree with Napoleon Hill on that for a multitude of reasons. Anytime that people put a deadline on which they have to attain things, you make the mistake of one, falling into the trap of linear time. In order for you to materialize what it is that you want, you're going to have to come to the conclusion that time is an illusion that only exists within this third dimensional realm. You already need to be it before time proves it to you. Every time that you remind yourself that there's a date, you take yourself out of being transcendent of time and you fall again into linear time. Because if you're saying, I got 2 weeks, I got 2 weeks, I got 2 weeks, then you're unconsciously implying that you're not who you say you are or who you're attempting to be. The other thing about deadlines is that they bring on a particular degree of pressure on a subconscious level. Because as that day is approaching, you're like, shit, this hasn't happened. And that pressure puts tenseness on the mind. That tenseness on the mind takes your brain out of theta and alpha and it puts you into beta, which is the conscious. So I don't agree with deadlines.
You just completely exist in a state.
Exactly. regardless of deadlines. And it's funny because I got a comment on YouTube from this girl. She'd been commenting on the channels for time, said that she needed to materialize 17K by the 17th of December. And obviously she ain't paying me, you know what I mean? So I wasn't really replying like that, but I was dropping messages every now and again on the comments. And this was like last week. She was like to me, oh, she was like in the comments, it still hasn't happened yet. And I'm like, you're still focusing on the date. And that date is what's separating you from already being in that state. You need to put yourself in a state of consciousness as if you've already passed that date. Then you wouldn't care about the date. And the state of consciousness you would indicate to the universe was that you'd already have it. Then she commented like 2 days ago that she got 11K out of the 17K so far. If she stays in that state, she will get there. Does that make sense? Any other questions?
This is more of a social media question. So you obviously have one topic, which is mindset, removing limiting beliefs. How do you come up with so many content ideas to constantly say like one topic? Is it just constantly learning? Or?
See that guy right there? Why did he put his head down? He's the reason why. You know what I'm saying? Like most of the time, like every now and again, you know, I'll get a shower idea, or I take walks every day and ideas tend to come. But really and truly, he's the one that told me, you know, because I was going to stop this YouTube shit. Like, I was going to stop because I feel like I've said everything I need to say. People comment and they'll say, hey, can I have a video on this? I've already made a video on this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got like over maybe 150 videos that are all an hour long at this point. But he said something that was very important. He said that even though you're saying the same thing, you need to say it differently again and again. Because one, you're hitting different people in the audience. But then you're hitting different aspects of somebody's mind depending upon how you articulate it. And that's infinitely what's more important. But you'll get more of an idea from that from him.
And would you say that constantly learning helps you with the content?
Yeah.
What books do you recommend?
I read about 4 hours a day. And it depends. It depends what you want. It depends what you want. Like when you say what books, what is it that you're trying to do?
Make more
money. The Trick to Money is Having Some. That's a good book by Stuart Wilde. I repeat, The Trick to Money is Having Some. And that's the only book I'd recommend for money. It's the only book. It's perfect. You'll read it, you'll see. Oh, any other questions? Because he's kind of staring at me like... Sorry, say that again, sorry?
For the clients you work with, do you feel like most of their ideologies and beliefs come from their childhood?
I can't say most, more so experience. Emotionally intense experiences. So one of my clients, he had a pretty good childhood growing up. Like both his parents were psychologists, like they were up. But then when he grew up and he went to college, he was eating ramen noodles in the dorm. That was his emotionally intense experience, regardless of the household that he came from. Those experiences that he accumulated through his journey are the ones that tend to be more important. It's not always childhood. It's always emotionally intense experiences. Does that make sense? Childhood just tends to be the point to which we have a lot of emotionally intense experiences because we don't have a mind conscious enough to be able to make sense of everything. But it's just emotionally intense experiences. Make sense? Mahis? Do you need me to clean up? Do you need me to clean up?
Well, y'all, that was quite the video. That was quite the video indeed. Now, we got to transfer some files. We got some files to transfer. So, let's go to network. There. Macintosh. Users. Superhero Love. Movies. Wondershare 14. Downloaded. Yeah, I don't need all that. This should take a while. Actually, no, it'll... Copying files. Okay, I finished all my stuff, by the way. Just need to quickly hang. Ugh. Ugh. Done, done, done. It's 3:40. I'm gonna go shower soon. Is that lasagna? Nope. It's pepper, that is. Yepers. So basically, everything he's been saying on his videos is the same thing he said on his talk. So he goes to show you that if he can do it, so can I. Because I can do that shit too in my sleep. You know why? Because I've done it over and over and over and over and over. And it's easy to make money. In fact, the more money I make, the more rest I get. Which is awesome. Cool. Oh yeah. Orion. Orion, yes. How powerful, I don't know. How powerful are you? Very. I'm on a whole other level. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Eating that muffin. What we got? What's this notification? One new notification. Oh yeah. All right. And all of them are over. All of them are the super movies. Actually, no, that's not true. Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods, Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F. The third dimensional thinking mind. The third dimensional thinking mind. Okay. I got you, babe. I got you. And now. Oh, did all the files actually transfer over? Let's fucking go. Oh shit, it did. This one has to be renamed though. The fuck? Is this the same file? It's the same file. Delete. Don't need the same thing. I like to organize my files. Enough. So this is AJ. Looks like there's a book that I'm going to be reading up on. No, I don't really have to because I have all the answers, but it's still nice to read. Rename. 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 The YouTube game is rigged, so I leaked my 6.5K course. Everything I require is right in here. This is enough. Can I like make this a what is this? Oh, this shows me the directory. Okay. I wonder if that audiobook is on YouTube. Stable. Let's go. Okay. Let's go to YouTube. YouTube. What is this? Oh, right. That. What is that? Fight for it. Version. You're not meant to transform, you're meant to evolve. You're not meant to evolve, you're meant to know. You're meant to realize.
Stop chasing.
Brother, as much as I all right. So I was supposed to leave that message for him. I guess I already looked this up.
The Trick to Money is Having Some by Stuart Wilde. Read by Zy Gray. This recording is for educational purposes only. Money is a thought form. It is a symbol of energy. And as such, it has no real intrinsic value. It is neither good nor bad, positive nor negative. It is impartial. The guy who wrote that money is the root of all evil just flat out didn't have any. You can't make it through the physical plane without it. And whereas sometimes the love of money can cause people to become evil and weird, it is a fact that without money, you cannot be free. Poverty is restriction, and as such, it is the greatest injustice you can perpetrate upon yourself. Dollar Dance Concept 1. Abundance will never be a factor of how much money one has. Rather, it is always a factor of how one feels about what money one does have. Yet, when you look at nature and you see the abundance and flow that are naturally a part of our environment, it is hard to understand why people take up poverty as a way of life. It seems that in order to be poor, a person has to work so hard. It takes a constant effort of mind to avoid the abundance that life offers naturally. In the same way that joy is natural and God-given, so too is abundance. Everything else is a drag. If you were to carefully analyze the feelings of a tramp and a mega millionaire, you would be amazed to find only a very slight variation in how each feels about abundance. Then, if you took a look at the people you know and compare their successes to failures, you will again find that the difference between them is only that of thought form. The successful ones started off as failures, and then one day they changed their minds and never looked back. What are we looking at in this book is, how are you going to change your feelings so that you make lots of money quickly, reclaim your power, and trot off into the sunset absolutely free? By the time you reach the end of this book, I hope you will agree that the acquisition of money is not a serious business. It's a game that you play. At first, it may seem that it is a game that you play with forces outside of yourself, the economies of the marketplace, so to speak. But as you proceed, you discover that it is actually a game you play with yourself. How you play that game affects the quality of your life and determines the extent to which you can liberate yourself. To liberate yourself, you have to review what it is you believe about abundance and finances so that you can fashion an appropriate battle plan that will take you from struggle into flow, from skimpy into lush. Now, if you have any thoughts about money not being spiritual, I hope that by the end of this book, I will have pummeled them out of you because the idea is absolutely ludicrous. It is a handy ego trip for all those who are too apathetic to do anything about their condition. I believe that in life, we are all on a quest. You may not necessarily describe your life in those terms, but I believe we are here to understand ourselves. That means physical body, intellect, emotions, spirituality, sexuality, love, motherhood, joy, fatherhood, and cash. You have to have it. Otherwise, the tail wags the dog. The whole trick to money is having some. There's really nothing else to it. That might sound a bit glib, but only to a person who doesn't have any money. If you have money, you will know that how you got it was by having it. I will explain that subtly at another time. Okay, onward and upwards. There are loads of ways to becoming rich. Let us eliminate some of the obvious ones so we can concentrate on those circumstances in which most of us find ourselves. First, you can inherit it. But if you were not born into a wealthy family, acquiring relatives who are loaded is not a simple process, although it's not impossible. You can be adopted. You can hang out with wealthy folk and become so very valuable to them and affect their feelings so dramatically that they consider you a relative even though you are not. You could marry into money. Perhaps you already have, and the fellow keeled over after a year or so, and you're sitting on a beach in Hawaii sipping margaritas, simply saying, simple, really? Of course, you could become rich by stealing the money. That achieves the end result for you, but with it comes certain nasty implications. You would be a little disappointed to discover that once you had filched the million you set your heart on, it did not, in fact, set you free. Most likely, you would find yourself in an emotional trap of constantly listening for footsteps up the stairs, wondering when the heat was going to show. Further, if you steal the money, it has karmic implications, and as the money came easily to you, there will be a tendency for you to let it go the same way. Life has a balance of its own. A man I knew committed with others one of the most famous robberies in the history of British crime. His mates were caught and went to prison, but he remained a free man because of an incredible fluke. The police made a clerical error in their investigation and got his identity confused with another's. So as the case wrapped up, the police were satisfied they had all the perpetrators under lock and key. Yet, in the confusion, my friend got away. The pack of money he stole, however, brought him no comfort, and eventually he drifted into drugs and became a heroin addict. Whatever became of him, I do not know. But when I last saw him, his condition was pitiful and his life a disaster. The problem with theft is that it is an affirmation of lack. It affirms that you do not believe that you have it and that you have it in you to play the game of life and do well no matter what. The motivations of larceny are so destructive. They carry with them an implied disease that eventually shows up in the thief's life as weakness and causes him or her misery. In a world where there are so many crooks and chiselers, where so often people are out to make a quick buck, it is satisfying to set rules for oneself that are honorable and fair. Perhaps by living by these rules, the point of your eventual financial freedom is delayed somewhat. But in reaching it eventually, you can look back and see that each step added to the goodness of the world, and each move allowed you to become a better human being. The reason why making money is such a joy is that it allows you to grow spiritually, to understand the finer subtleties of life, and to come to grips with many aspects of yourself. This does not imply that rich people are necessarily spiritual, but it does infer that poor people probably are not. Of course, if you get up and say that to an audience, a dozen people will protest and say, what about someone like Mother Teresa? The fact that Mother Teresa was sold in the PR package as this little old dear who didn't have any money, but was doing good things for the Lord and the indigent of India. On one level, that may have been true, and no one can argue that the folk of Bombay desperately needed her services. But if truth be known, Mother Teresa was a multi-million-dollar business that was supported by the massive wealth and power of the Catholic Church. She formed a pivotal part in the merchandising of their philosophy and the solicitation of money. She was a business. She used her enthusiasm and energy to hit up the church or the Indian government or whoever she could for cash, which she converted into resources. Basically, she was a distributor with a multi-million-dollar budget and plenty of free labor that she was happy to use to materialize her plan. The fact that she was a good person cannot be denied, but it is also a fact that Mother Teresa was a shrewd old bird who knew how to turn a buck or two. She worked for an organization that supports a massive PR budget and that knows the game inside and out. Her church has more resources and a greater net worth than does General Motors. To use her as an example of poverty being spiritual is to buy the PR and not the facts. Spiritual means integration with the God force in all things. And since the God force is abundant, it is impossible to consider oneself truly integrated if one does not have the same qualities as the God force. All philosophies that teach that poverty is groovy do so as a cop-out. It keeps the non-performing members happy, for they can live in the ego trip of thinking that somehow their lack of creativity and effort will be blessed at a later date. I think they are in for a rude awakening, but that is irrelevant. What is important is that you agree with yourself that what you are going to contribute to the world is energy. One of those forms of energy is money. Money that you can give away, money that you can empower others, money that you can use to make the world a better place, money to set you free. Of course, money is only one form of abundance. There is also the abundance of happiness and love, of opportunity, of friendship, but it is often true that a person who is lacking money is also lacking in other forms of abundance. It is various aspects of their feelings that cut them off from supply. As we said, the difference between having money and not having it is not great. It is a very small but subtle shift in consciousness. That's all. You can see it clearly on a large scale by watching corporations that are doing fine one minute, making 50 to 100 million a year. Then the next day, there is a small shift someplace and they are paying more for their materials, getting less in return, and what they have is not as valuable as it was the day before. Suddenly, they are losing 10 million a month. Watching money at the level shows you how a small shift can make a huge difference. The name of the game is to shift yourself to the positive side and step up and collect. Of course, people who don't have money will tell you that the world is short of the stuff. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, on any given working day, there are many hundred millions of dollars created that were not there 24 hours earlier. To get into action, you only have to agree to play the game, the rules of which were written some time ago. You may have to adapt the game how to the game. You may have to adapt to how the game is played. But once you understand that it's a game and agree to join, it is only a matter of time before the system declares you in. Now, if you do not currently see yourself as part of great wealth, think of this. Most large financial transactions travel by satellite communications. Billions of dollars are flying through the air at close to the top speed of light at any given moment. Those signals, like TV and radio signals, are constantly moving through your body. Right at this moment, as you read this book, there's enough money passing through you to keep you in clover for the rest of your days. Nice affirmation. The only problem is that the money isn't yours, but that's just a minor technicality. The fact is, it is there. You are close to the goal. All it takes for it to become yours is for you and your actions to agree with that affirmation. Of course, you could win a lottery, but most people believe that they cannot, but most people don't believe that they can do that. However, in any lottery, there has to be a winner. Deciding that that person should be you sets you ahead of others who you can be sure have agreed with themselves that their chances of winning are remote. I know a woman in Maryland who needed a lot of money quickly. She bought Miracles, a little book I wrote that shows you how to lay out a miracle action plan. And she visualized and affirmed and followed the plan. Now, this lady must have agreed with her inner self that it was time for her situation to change. For on the same day that she wrote out her plan, she bought a $30 worth of tickets for the Maryland lottery. The lottery officials called her a few days later to congratulate her on winning first prize. I don't remember exactly how much she won, but the figure of 1,700,000 sticks out in my mind. Mind you, 1.7 million sticks out in anyone's mind. I met her again a couple of months after her win and asked her how she did it. She told me that she had been affirming her abundance for some time, that the Miracle Action Plan served as a focus of her energy, and that as she decided to buy the tickets, she agreed to win. Better still, she knew she had won. Now, this lady was very unusual. For most people who need money, allow their emotions arising from their lack to swamp them into negative patterns that only confirm that lack. But in spite of the fact that her situation looked desperate, she did not buy into the desperation. Instead, she bought into the solution. Interestingly enough, the other day, shortly after I started to write this book, a person whom I'd met at a seminar in Colorado called me. She said she had a dream in which she had dreamed the winning numbers in the Arizona lottery. The next day, she drove from Colorado to Arizona to buy her tickets. On the way over, she changed her mind about the last two numbers in the dream, and instead of backing the dream numbers, she opted for 3 of the numbers in her dream and 2 others. The numbers in her dream won. The prize winners each got $800,000. She got nothing. I asked her why she had not invested an extra dollar in the dream numbers. She did not know. In talking to her, I genuinely felt that she could do it again, and I told her so. But I also could tell from the conversation that although intellectually she accepted the idea of being rich, her inner mind did not agree with the idea, so it constantly sabotaged her efforts. Sometime in the past, she must have agreed with herself that poverty would be her perpetual state, so her actions were constantly bent on ensuring that to be fact. Yet, we are all interconnected by one energy. Jung called it the collective unconscious. Others might say that it is spirit or the grace of God, but that connection is there. All information is available to us through inner knowing, and there is hardly a person alive who has not had an ESP experience at some time or other in his or her life. Now, rather than seeing your dead granny drifting through the hallways of your house, why not agree with yourself that the next ESP experience you should have, let it be a money-making proposition? It's not that hard, but you'll have to get used to backing your hunches. What does it matter if you are wrong? How many times have you had a terrific intuitive feeling and then kicked yourself when you did not follow through? I have always had a great love for horse racing, the sport of kings, they call it. The problem is it takes a king's ransom to sustain one's interest. In any race, there is absolutely no logical reason why any particular horse should win. But one will, and that one horse is included in the runners and riders. So discovering it is not an impossibility. Now, wherever you back a horse because you think it's going to win, you enter a crapshoot in which anything can happen. The problem is you can't talk to a horse and say, "Oi, mate, are you up for it today or not?" Yet every so often, you'll be lounging at the paddock watching the horse parade, and suddenly you will know which horse is going to win. There is something about that horse's energy that has winner embossed on its backside. It's a wonderful feeling that happens, for it is the only time that your money is not at risk. Plus, whenever I get one of those inner flashes, I like to hang around where the punters are placing their bets and watch their emotions flip flop them into the wrong decisions. Of course, the reason why most people lose is because they feel that they don't have enough money, and those emotions serve to separate them from what money they do have. The only gamblers I know who are successful are those who are well off in the first place, who are able to emotionally and financially sustain a number of losses in order to make a profit. Of course, the other way that you can acquire lots of money quickly is to find it. Every moment of every day, vast sums of money are lost. Much of that money is sooner or later found. All you have to do is set it up in your mind that you are open to finding money and that you agree to allow your intuition to place you always in the right place at the right time. Bit by bit, money starts to find you. In the metaphysical dollar dance of life, money is only energy. All money is part of the God force and therefore free. So, in theory, money is free. What tramps money is the mind and emotions of those who own it. When it drops from their possession in some way, it is liberated from their emotions and it returns to the source. If you truly see yourself as an infinite part of all things, you are that source. A man I worked with once entered a phone booth on a busy street in London. As he dialed his call and placed his money in the slot, he found that his coin was bent. Having no other coins in his pocket, he crossed the road and got some change at the paper shop. Some minutes later, when he finally returned to the booth, he found to his surprise that someone had left a suitcase there. There was no name tag on it, and my friend was in a hurry, so he just tossed the suitcase in the back of his car and continued with his day. When he got home that night, he opened the case to see if he could identify its owner. It was £250,000 in cash and nothing else. When I agreed with myself to accept all the money that the universal law had to offer, I went through a dramatic change in consciousness. First, I had to agree that I was worthy of receiving free money. Second, I had to know that it was okay to get money without any effort at all. By then, I had gone beyond the idea that money only comes from working hard. Further, I opened myself up to receiving money by constantly picking up all the money that I found. In the first few months of this new affirmation, I found 6 purses. On one occasion, I was standing on the corner of a street in London. A taxi came around the curb and a lady's handbag came flying out of the window. I hollered to the occupants, but they never heard me. I didn't make large sums at this, for if a purse had a person's ID, I always returned it. But I did get to date some interesting ladies, all of whom were positively disposed toward me on account of my gallant chivalry. What a handbag routine did for me was to help my mind exercise itself, getting ready to accept money. About a year later, $10,000 dropped into my lap. It wasn't found in the street, but it did come by freak chance. I bought a shipment of denim jeans in LA from a clothing broker, and I gave him a check in settlement. The jeans were shipped to London, and my customer wired me $10,000. I had laid out plus my profit. 3 months later, I noticed that the $10,000 check I gave the broker had not reached my bank. I wanted to know if he had cashed my check, and his bookkeeper confirmed that he had showed me the deposit slip. The broker's account had been credited by his bank, but somehow the check had not reached my bank. Now, if you know anything about banking, you'll know that that's impossible. But that is exactly what happened. It could be that my check was not lost by the broker's bank, but by one of the other banks that may have been involved in processing the transaction. But the final result was the bank somewhere laid out $10,000 on my behalf and did not instigate the paperwork to get it back. Bingo. The universal law delivers $10,000 to the needy from a bank that has so much that the odd $10,000 doesn't matter. Love it. By the way, this incident was the first of many drop in the lap financial gifts that I have received in the last 10 years. You can do the same, even better, once you set yourself into the flow. For the most part, free money will only amount to a small percentage of all money and abundance you receive. Usually, your cash flow will result from earning or working for it. Both take effort, and neither needs to involve struggle. The trick is to see your life in terms of energy. The work you do or the investments you make are part of that overall energy Thus, the money you receive from those efforts is also energy. By dealing with abundance in energy terms rather than specific dollar values, you open yourself up to receive infinite amounts, for there is no limit to energy. And as energy is abstract to the mind, it is easy for the mind to accept, whereas it is harder for the mind to accept infinite amounts of money as being a real possibility. By following the concepts in this book, you create the metaphysics of money in the total energy of what you are, mind, body, and spirit. Then it becomes simple to develop an ESP about money, for every fiber is attuned to the idea. To refine this, all you have to do is convert energy into cash. This is so you can develop your battle plan for life with all the pleasant qualities of reaching the final goal in the not too distant future, long before you're too old or decrepit to enjoy it. To the flag, ye sons of freedom, to the flag. TikTok, the destiny of the masses. In the ordinary world of mechanical man, TikTok, as I call it, money is the key symbol of survival. If I don't get some money, I don't eat. If I don't eat, I die. It is also a key symbol for the ego, for many evaluate their worth according to what possession or standard of living they enjoy. They buy things that they can show to others, so hopefully others will consider them important or better for having acquired whatever it is that is on display that week. Because the ego's overriding function is to sustain the individual's survival. And because money is one of the guarantees of that survival, it is natural that the ego personality is obsessed emotionally with finances and abundance. Yet it is the emotions we experience around money that cut us off from easily obtaining all that we will ever need. It is the prison we create in our feelings. Our world is abundant. There is a surplus of food, money, and resources. In fact, if the total wealth of the world were divided equally among all the citizens, every man, woman, and child would be a millionaire. Yet we experience lack. Why? Because only a very small percentage of people are free of negative emotions around money, and even fewer have a certainty in their heart that says, I am always in the right place at the right time. Abundance is simple and natural to me, and all of my needs are constantly met. If you were to interview people in the street, you would not find 1 in 100 who would tell you that he enjoyed a surplus, an overbrimming joy in the lushness of things. Each would describe his financial limitation and insecurities by reflecting on his lack or by highlighting the lack he perceived in others. You would hear of the Ethiopians, the dole lines, the unemployed. You have to listen to stories, rising prices, and economic uncertainty. You would hear the ego personality bemoaning its lack of certainty, the absence of guarantees, the frailty of human life. Then you would understand why the world is so troubled by finances and why most never achieve a level of financial security that satisfies them. Abundance will never be a factor of how much money one has. Rather, it is always a factor of how one feels about what money one does have. And because the ego of mechanical man is sentenced to perpetual insecurity, it follows that the proprietor of such a personality can never cross the threshold of uncertainty to a life of peace and calm. It is almost as if in the anguish of uncertainty, erratic cash flow, and unlimited resources, the ego perpetuates its control over the individual by creating a constant reminder to that person of the potential disaster that is but round the next corner. And having money does not necessarily alleviate the oppression of that prison, nor does it always set people free. So before we look at how you are going to make a great dollop of cash, we ought to look at what you consider freedom to be. And we should also go over one of the 2 common traps of the wealth. Many of the rich and famous are as miserable as sin, and their money grants them neither joy nor freedom. Further, their ego trips around wealth make them ugly, and the encumbrance of that wealth, added to the obsessive fears they have about losing it, destroys the joy that ought to be a part of their life. Of course, it is better to be rich and miserable than poor, and neither state is completely satisfactory, and both states fuel the ego, even poverty, which is often a massive ego trip into itself. Of course, people who endorse poverty and believe it is a way of life will tell you that it is not the fault of the poor that they have no money. The blame is always shifted to some outside force that is supposed to have caused the lack. They would have you believe that poverty is a disease you catch, like the clap, that the indigent are helpless victims of an economic nutcracker that has them gripped by some delicate part of their anatomy. For some, that may be true, but for most, they are gripped only by ineptitude and apathy. I do not buy into the disadvantaged people excuse, for I have personally met so many who have dragged themselves up from all sorts of difficult positions and circumstances. If you have nothing, no resources, and few contacts, you are at least not encumbered by too much responsibility, and you hold to yourself the affirmation that from here, everything is up. Often a person will consider himself to be above money and feel so godly or so intellectually superior that he doesn't need to soil his hands with day to day reality. Usually, this type expects the world to keep him sustained, and he is often angry when the system does not recognize his specialness. This is not a book for political discussion, but it seems to me that socialist societies breed in people a state of perpetual helplessness because the government underwrites and guarantees the welfare of the people. Creativity loses its impetus, for it is no longer necessary as a quality in each person's survival. Thus, the system creates a class of people whose only creativity is to invent ways of milking the system. In turn, the drain of this dead weight is billed to those who, through the pride or necessity, actually work. It seems to me that when you rely on another to sustain you, you automatically have to sell your soul into slavery. The exception is perhaps in a non working married mother who, through her dedication to the family, accepts a certain loss of financial independence. Without income, you have no freedom. And whereas it might be fun to lounge around for a little while, eventually you have to reconcile your ineptitude and subservience and tell yourself a pack of lies in order to sustain any self worth or image. Eventually, that lack of self worth or self sustaining charisma shows up in your life in various nasty little incidents of negativity that serve to conform the uncomfortableness of things. If you were to unplug the supposedly helpless from the government nipple, you would be amazed to find that everyone would trot off to work the following morning like good uns. For whereas the people have a vested interest in sustaining a theater of hopeless circumstances, they are not necessarily into starving. The problem is that the system that have been developed in Europe and the United States are not easily unraveled. For the people who get the handouts, and there are 38 million of them in the US, are also the voters. No politician can get up on his podium and actually speak the truth. Further, there is a natural tendency for politicians to dish out money willy nilly. First, it wins votes, and second, it is not their money. But in the end, these socialist societies will fall apart, for the sheer weight of this ever expanding largesse is collapsing the economies of the world. But interestingly enough, it's not the economics of this nonsense that will bring it down. It is the metaphysics and psychology of socialism that will eventually modify the system. Everyone who is currently coddled and sustained knows deep within that they are buying into metaphysical weakness, born out of their thinking by the psychology of helplessness. This eventually creates a society in which people feel that everything is hopeless and that there is no meaning to life. As this vapid and buried emotion emanates from the psyche of the people, it begins to change the outer circumstances of life. People drift into ever deepening spirals of mind numbing apathy, seeking whatever respite they can. Thus, drugs, violence, booze, and casual sex become the only avenues of escape. As morality changes, our societies decay, and eventually there is no way to alleviate the people's discontent. The discomfort is self perpetuating. For the life sustaining excitement and charisma that would allow them to feel involved, to feel that they had worth, to feel they could contribute to making the world a better place, is not there. Eventually, this lack of release turns into anger. As that anger builds, the society looks outside itself to discover something or someone on which to settle the blame. Eventually, the only way to alleviate anger and discontent of the people is for everyone to go to war. Look at the history of Germany in the 1920s and 30s. The people and its government suffered horrendous economic collapse. It's easy to see why Hitler got off to a flying start. Or look at Iran in the modern day, when the Ayatollah Khomeini could not deliver to the people on an energy level the Islamic heaven he had promised. The only other option was to release the frustration by going to war with the neighbor, Iraq. War serves several functions. First, it acts as an enema for the discomfort and anger people feel. Second, it distracts everyone from the failures of their leaders. Third, it gets everyone involved. And finally, life takes on a new meaning as people discover their worth in the heroism of disaster. Added to that, the society and its economy is destroyed, which creates a dandy excuse for the government. Everything can begin again, somewhat bruised, but fresh and anew. Now, you may say that this cannot possibly happen, but the fact is that it is happening, and the final conclusion is but a few years away. For when you entrap the people with the firewater of socialism, the economy comes under such strain that eventually the system destroys itself. It is better, therefore, that you decide to become independent and self-supporting, for not only is it metaphysically correct, but in it lies the secret of true freedom. For the creative endeavors that you must employ to reach that state create around you a life-sustaining energy that will allow you respite and will pull you up out of the destiny of the masses. But you may say, if the world is falling apart and if it's all going to the dogs in a few years' time, what then is the point of making money or of developing anything in particular? First of all, it may not happen if enough people change their minds. Second, the answer lies in the doing of it. Does the daffodil say it won't bother to struggle up through the ground, for it may freeze, and anyway in October its petals will wilt? Plus, it's better to be rich than poor when things fall apart. In bad times, the rich usually get richer. As you commit to your own freedom, the level of discomfort dissipates, and bit by bit you discover a new person, a person who has no need to alleviate his or her discomfort by taking it out on others. Contrary to popular myth, most people survive wars. Only a very small percentage of the population is wiped out. Most Germans survived World War II, as did most of the British, French, Americans, Australians, and others involved. Those who died were souls who had metaphysically finished their current evolution on the earth plane. The rest who died were those who, not being particularly strong or who being particularly thick when it came to reading circumstances, got sucked into the national karma and were overwhelmed by events. Now you can see the importance of becoming independent and strong. The idea that events happen indiscriminately and that people are just contestants in a lottery of fate is not metaphysically correct. Each drive his own destiny to whatever conclusion fits with his energy level and the quality or lack thereof in his feelings. To say that the victims of the last war were innocently slain is, on an outer level, correct, as many were pulled in through no apparent violation of their own, but each had an inner prompting of which we know nothing. If you accept that you are in control of your life and that the circumstances of that life are directed by whatever energy you put out, then you would also have to extend that concept to those alive in the 40s. What metaphysical forces pulled these people into circumstances that ensured their departure from the physical plane, and what aspects of that same force inspired others to survive, we can never know. But as the world changes over the next few years and the economies of the world unravel, you can be sure that people will invent all sorts of interesting forms of harakiri. Yet within that, you will find others, the vast majority, who will survive, prosper, and do extremely well. The great upheavals of the world are just self-transformational seminars that are a lot of very unconscious people are forced to attend so that they look at their lives under pressure. If you do not change, reality in the end forces the change upon you. But the ego personality hates it. If the salt and pepper shakers switch positions and are now at the other end of the table, my God, what happened? The mind likes things steady and constantly the same. Yet, if you live and are alive to your possibilities, you will know there is more money to be made when things are under pressure than when things are stable. For when things are steady, everyone feels secure and prices remain firm. But once the old clock market tumbles 50 to 500 points a day, everyone is not so sure. And at that point, you can step in and create an alternative reality for everyone by paying them a little less. Yet if you have worked on yourself and have developed a balance and intuition about life, there is absolutely no reason why you should have to sign up for anything gruesome. In fact, you know on an outer level that your destiny holds a great amount of success and enlightenment. That there is, in fact, no limit to what you can achieve or to the level of freedom you can attain. Which brings me via a circuitous route to an earlier point. You have to look at what you consider to be freedom. To me, the quintessence of freedom is feeling, not a circumstance. If you rely on circumstance to grant freedom, it is unlikely that you will ever achieve it. For circumstances constantly change, and the very nature of your seeking freedom in things outside of yourself creates the impossibility of that in your heart. What freedom is to you may be slightly different from what freedom is to another, but certain aspects of freedom are common to all. To be free, you have to be fluid in your lifestyle. There must be a few encumbrances in life as possible. Whatever encumbrances you have accepted have to be joyously taken on by you. You will have to have money. How much money depends on what you intend to do with your life and on the various aspects of your personality. But basically, you need enough cash so that life is not a pain in the neck. And what financial level you cross the pain in the neck line depends on you. To some, the pain in the neck line rests at 1,000 a week. For others, nothing less than 10 grand a month will do. For a third, $1 million a year is a tight squeeze. The name of the game is to simplify your life to such an extent that the pin line is reduced so that your emotions around money rest in a constant state of comfort and balance. Speaking of the pin, it is interesting that the number that the bank gives you to operate the cash machine on the brick wall is also called the pin. I wonder why. I finally came to the conclusion that it was called pin because the number is a pain in the neck to remember. At my bank, if you punch in your pin incorrectly 3 consecutive times, the machine presumes you're a crook and eats your card. The next day, you have to attend personally and beg your card back. Anyway, it won't be long before you won't need all that nonsense. You'll have all sorts of 10,000 swishing around, and you won't have to go through the degrading performance of begging a brick wall for $20. Once you reach that level, you will feel about abundance and finances that take on a different hue. Because you have detached from the struggle of money and because you are no longer deeply involved in the survival mode of TikTok. The psychic forces within you that constantly push money away rest. In your mind, you click money from a symbol of survival into a symbol of freedom. Suddenly, opportunities flow, money comes effortlessly, and others, seeing your composure, come around to discover how it was that you achieved that. And when they show up, bill them. The point is that there is no amount of money in the world that will make you comfortable if you are not comfortable with yourself. And if your life is so piled high with stuff, whether it be attitude stuff, obligation stuff, or just stuff, there is no way you will ever be able to breathe freely. If, from the point at which you find yourself today, you cannot walk away right now, then you are not really free. If your obligations are such that they become a major part of your emotional activity, you are not free. If you have difficulty sustaining a lifestyle or position, you have trapped yourself. It is better that you live in one room with a leaky roof than live in a large house, the mortgage payments of which are causing your colon to turn cancerous. To be stuck in TikTok exposes you to the destiny of the masses. It bothers me to tell you this, but when things change, and they will, if you are not free by that time, the system will eat your lunch. That is why the trick to money is having some. For with a certain amount of cash, you can dampen down whatever debilitating emotions exist. And you know that the money you do have is an affirmation that you have created it in the past and can do it again in the future. The rich get rich not only because they have surpluses with which to invest, but because of the overriding emotional release they have experienced from having wealth. Even if you do not have any money to speak of, you can create for the mind the illusion that what you do have is overwhelming abundance. The mind is pretty dumb, and often it can't tell the difference between illusion and reality. You can test this. Close your eyes and imagine that you are eating a very sour lemon. Your mouth will begin to salivate in spite of the fact that there is nothing in it. In a similar fashion, you can get your mind to agree that abundance is natural, that there will always be enough because what you have right now is enough. Once you have talked yourself into this idea, the rest is just plain sailing. The inner energy of the world is infinite, as in your inner mind. You exist on an inner level in a perpetual state. Thus, if what you see around you is not okay, then you create in your feelings the idea that you are perpetually not okay. Everything goes. Therefore, to endorse that viewpoint, if you see the world as lousy, you take on the hue of its infinite lousiness. Conversely, if you see your life as fine and abundant, even if it is not so, and even if you see the world as a happy and wonderful place to be, it becomes so. You then detach from the more severe forms of survival anxiety that the mind creates. Suddenly, you enter a personal and private heaven in which all is beauty and light. Now, at first, you will have to kid the mind that this is so, but eventually, of its own accord, it selects from all the possible circumstances of life events that correspond to that energy or feeling that accentuates the joyous, liberating part of life and pulls you away from ugliness and lack. We live in incredibly heroic times. Looking back, we will see these days as the most powerful, evolving, interesting, and spiritually rewarding times in the history of man. There is more creativity and art than ever before, more opportunity, more capital and finances, more action than ever before. There are more people clunking around on the physical plane than ever before, and many of them are as sick as dogs. The world has never been sicker. So if you're a healer, you can be up to your armpits in people who are conking out all over the place. If you are in finances, there is money swishing around, 1 billion per minute. If your interest is music, there are more orchestras, record companies, record recording studios than you can ever get around to. Whatever your interest, now is the time. It baffles me how people see lack in society when there is so much of everything. It reminds me of the guy who got locked in a bakery and died of starvation. It makes no sense. The level of sophistication is fantastic. For example, in the olden days, if you wanted to sell some shares, your broker had to run to the floor of the exchange, find the jobber, and transact your request physically with the little pieces of paper. Nowadays, on the New York Stock Exchange, they have the ability with computerized trading to transact 550,000 share trades, not shares, trades in 3 seconds. You are looking at a market that is so sophisticated, it is open all around the world 24 hours a day. You can be making a royal fortune while you are snoozing with a loved one or two. Any time of day or night, you can sit bolt upright and holler, sell zinc, and someone somewhere will sell it for you. It might have to be Kuala Lumpur because it's so late at night, but you can get out of zinc in 10 seconds anytime. Inside mass consciousness, where most people live, money is a form of the God force, the emotion of which is stronger than any religion or spiritual idea, and often stronger than love or family ties. The overwhelming influence of the emotion of money dominates the people. That is why everyone is tearing around like chickens with their heads cut off, trying to get in the money. It isn't usually the money itself that motivates TikTok. It is the addiction of constantly having to appease the gods of survival. You can probably see this in the past in your own life. You got emotionally involved in a financial deal, or you got strung out waiting for a check to arrive in the mail and it burned you out emotionally. When the deal finally went through, or when the check plopped on your lap, you had little pleasure in it, and you transferred your emotions to the next deal and the next postal delivery. TikTok deals with the surface of the physical plane only, and that is why it is hard to exist solely within it. For whereas the surface may have a lot of good ideas and methods, it is not complete without a metaphysical approach as well. Think of this: if you have done fairly well in the normal rhythm of things, 2 or 3 metaphysical ideas added to all that you already know may be all that you need to put you on top of the heap. It's interesting to me how many of the traditional ways have changed to incorporate a mysticism and a more infinite overview. There's especially, this is especially so in big corporations, where millions are being spent on motivation, consciousness, raising, and leadership skills. People are catching on. All the logic and the technical approach is fine, but that is open to anyone who can pay for the software. A little metaphysics gives you a head start over the others, and it simplifies your life. The thing about TikTok is that the people in it believe what they see as a reality. They see it as real. That's funny, ludicrously funny. They think that life is serious, and then they look at those little pieces of green paper or whatever color the government is using this year to pretty up the paper and make it look like it might be worth something. And they are prepared to die of cancer to get a pile of it. Now, as you look at the way TikTok deals with the emotions of money, all you have to do is get a little crafty and step back just one pace away from TikTok and tell them to run around like crazies or watch them run around like crazies. The trick is to get out of the most of the emotion, to resonate a strong, steady energy and allow the natural forces of life to bring you all you want. An old bull and a young bull were standing on a hill overlooking a field full of very attractive cows. The young bull said to the old bull, "Let's run down there and hopefully we can grab a couple of those cows and make love to them." The old bull, turning to the young one and smiling, and said, "No, let's walk down and we'll make love to them all. Walk slowly with a steady pace, care for nothing much, watch what is at your feet, project little into the future, and suddenly you begin to live. You don't need $1 million necessarily or a pile of Swiss francs in a hole in order to feel okay. It helps, but it's not vital. All you need is right now, is enough to get you through the next 72 hours. You don't need to ask, how will I survive when I get 99? Universal law of abundance will say to you, you're bananas, you're only 18. What are you worried about? Dollar Dance Concept 2. Even if you do not have any money to speak of, you can create for the mind the illusion that what you have is overwhelming abundance. If you have made it in life up to this point, why would you not make it further down the line? Surely you are becoming more aware, more conscious, more crafty, developing a stronger and stronger sense of your identity. If you stay balanced and develop a calm around finances, you are bound to have all the money you will ever need. There may be harvest and other times will be for planting and may be more sparse, but that is natural. You can agree right now that you will never have to put out another thought about money ever again, for it is not real. It is not scarce. It is not negative. It is just little pieces of colored paper and complete nonsense. But TikTok believes in it. In reality, there is no limit to how many of those little bits of paper you can have. All you have to do is get in the flow and agree with your inner self that the idea is compatible. Chapter 3, Pulling People Through Acceptance. The ego seeks approval. People seek approval. We all come through an educational training where we teach our kids to do little things and we pat them on the head and give them a chocolate. Did I do okay, mommy? Sure, you did okay. Pat, pat. The family is where the ego learns to look for approval. And then as the person grows up, he or she goes out into the world to win the approval of everyone else. The ego is influenced by everything and everyone else's wants. Why? Because it's stupid. Why would I fall for a stunt like that? But it does, constantly. We want you to do this and that. Otherwise, we won't love you. We want you to do the dishes. You mean I have to? Yes, we want you to do the dishes. What? Today? No, every day. Well, just one dish? No, 299 of them every day. For a week? No, for the rest of your life. That's what I have to do in order for you to love me? Yes. Once you prove that to us, that you are stupid, we'll agree to love you. The male version goes like this. We want you to bolt out the door at 10 till dawn, belt up down the freeway, pressurize yourself totally stupid for 19 hours a day with all sorts of concepts about working hard, drag home enough buffalo or cash or moolah so we'll feel safe. Then if we feel safe and secure because of the sheer amount of buffalo you haul home, then we'll love you. So the male ego goes, oh, all right. And off he trudges and dies. And they say Harry died on the freeway, age 42, 3 buffalo on the backseat. The point is that we are constantly trying to win people's approval because we're not taught to grant ourselves our own approval. In doing so, we usually spend a lot of cash frantically buying things and giving money away, hoping that somehow these actions will make us okay. I noticed that in Australia, the average male is wrapped up with the good idea that people should consider him a good bloke. In trying to win people's approval, he gives away some of his power and it exposes him to being manipulated. Either people accept you or they don't. You did not come here to be manipulated. Just to keep people happy? What you are is what you are. You can change it, but first you have to accept it, for it is the truth. In accepting yourself, you don't have to get into a huge ego trip, but you do have to come to the point of being satisfied with who you are. None of us is perfect, otherwise we would not be here. The very virtue of the quest is that much of it lies ahead. But as long as you are making progress, you can settle into the fact that you don't have it all together. You can be happy that sometimes you arrive late, or that occasionally you have let people down, or that your checks bounce, or whatever. Yet, we tend to let ourselves get sucked into other people's opinions, and we buy into what they think we should be. So the next time you bounce the rent check on the landlord, instead of feeling rotten and listening to all the things he or she might have to say about your flakiness, just smile sweetly, shrug, and say, aerobic checks, they bounce around a lot. You are internal, immortal, and infinite. The fact that you can't count is just a minor aberration. Once you can accept yourself and feel comfortable with that, then the world accepts you. And when your checks bounce, they'll make excuses for you, saying it probably wasn't your fault. It is only when you feel insecure about who you are that other people don't like you. Have you ever wondered why? Because basically, people who don't accept themselves are very insecure. That insecurity is projected and others react negatively. It reminds them of their own vulnerability. You can see this clearly in people who play victim. They put out a constant poor me energy, hoping to win people's affection by twanging their emotions. Yet victim as a theatrical role doesn't work, for while someone is telling you this week's crop of horror stories, you often find yourself becoming more and more angry. You feel like smacking them in the mouth saying, "Here, let me help you. Let me jump on your head. Let me slap you in the eye with this wet haddock. Now, how do you feel? Happy? Are you? It's only 9:15. I could probably arrange another assault by lunchtime. That any good to you?" In order for you to become wealthy, you're going to have to become good at accepting things. Very good. By accepting yourself, that becomes easier. Of course, there are loads of very rich people who do not accept themselves for 1 minute. But what is the point of having money and not having a settled life? I have never seen the reason for all the guilt trips and inadequacies that people go through. I can see why they go through it and how it came about, but I feel that they ought to give themselves an even break. It is not that hard to back off. Buying into whatever anyone else says you should do disempowers you. It serves as a constant reminder that you are not in control of your life. It's better, therefore, you go into the world, live on your own, away from social pressure, and make loads of silly mistakes, that you live in a close knit community in which you allow yourself to be trapped by the attitudes of all the people around you. It may be that the advice you receive is good advice, but it's important that you make that advice yours. It has to be what you want, and it has to come from your ideas and lifestyle, not from the motivations of others. Once you get centered and discover who you are and are happy with that, you begin to pull out of the general destiny of the world. You become a true individual, driving your own metaphysical bus, so to speak. That is vitally important. For the world of TikTok is heading for a brick wall. And if you just follow along like a moron, you rest inside the collective destiny rather than inside a fresher, more liberating destiny of your own. It allows you to instigate change in your life without the interference of others. It is you freeing yourself up to change yourself. What usually occurs in the ego personality resists change. Then it has no emotional fortitude for that change. When it eventually happens, often the ego personality will have such a vested emotional interest in the status quo that it feels that the status quo is itself. Then, if reality changes or collapses, its life collapses with it. So you see stockbrokers swallow diving off high rises when the market falls. In the dollar dance of life, acceptance is the key issue for the most. It is the block that holds so many back. Its psychic undercurrent slows their progress to a crawl. Once you can accept yourself, then you can begin to look at the level of acceptance you offer to others. The subtlety here is not to create an abrasive attitude toward the actions of others, even if you do not agree. For as you put out negative aggression, it ruins your own fluidity and flow. You can't spend 20 minutes raving about how rotten your neighbor is without that criticism becoming a part of your own reality. The inner you, existing as it does as a part of all things, has difficulty differentiating between you and your neighbor. It has a tendency to believe that what you're saying about another is in fact what you believe about yourself. Dollar Dance Concept 3: Acceptance of self is the foundation of receiving. So, in the same way that you ought to give yourself an even break, you should offer those around you an even better deal, for they may not have the advantage of being in a living genius like you. Further, it's a training in self acceptance to allow everyone to be as silly as they want for as long as they want. Soon you become more tolerant of your own shortcomings. Acceptance is the foundation of receiving. It is also the way that you pull people to you. For when you can accept yourself and others, a calm exists all around you. That energy exudes an unusual power. People are fascinated by it. They feel secure within it and are automatically drawn to it. By being liberal with others, you liberate yourself. Then, in order for you to crank up your level of financial activity, you will have to open to receiving. You will have to ensure that there is no part of your intellect or of your inner self that is against it. The guy who wrote that it is more blessed to give than receive was the fellow who was getting it. The internal inner reality. There is no difference, neither is higher nor lower. Both giving and receiving is energy and flow, but it is all part of the same energy. What one has done is just to shift somewhere. Imagine it like this. If you took 1,000,000 gallons of water out of the ocean off the coast of California and took it to the north and dropped it back in the ocean off the coast of Seattle, it wouldn't make any difference to the total or to the quality or the nature of the water in the Pacific Ocean. Even if you dropped 1,000,000 gallons of Seattle itself, it wouldn't make a lot of difference. The citizens there are used to it. It's the only place in the world where the clouds hover at 0 altitude and the rains fall from the ground up. The point is that if you accept that there is only one energy in all things, then on an energy level, there is no giving or receiving, just energy moving around within itself. It is only the ego that sees a separateness in things. So the ego will say, the Cadillac went to Harry, to Sally. The Cadillac went from Harry to Sally. But on an infinite level, it is neither Harry nor Sally's. It is a part of all things. It is where it finds itself and whose name is on the owner's manual is irrelevant. This means that in the infinity of things, all the money in the world is, in effect, yours. At least you can begin to feel that it is. You can open to the idea that it is natural for people to give you money and things. You can invent exercises that help you to understand receiving. By the end of this book, I want you to be so good at receiving that we nominate you for the receiving Oscar of life. It takes practice, but you can start by never turning anything down. Accept everything and anything you are offered by others. Even if you have no need for the object, take it. You can always toss it out later or give it to someone else who is in the receiving training. That's important as you accept a gift or favor or money. Watch how you react. See if you can take that energy or that thing graciously and naturally. Or if you react with emotional embarrassment, see if your reaction is an open or closed one. So the next time one of your mates offers you a psychedelic fluorescent tie with a nude on it that moves when you move, rather than thinking, shall I throw up now or later? Accept it. Realize that it isn't the tie that is important. It is your ability to take things as they come along. It is an affirmation that you are worthy of gifts, that you are open to receive. But you have to be consistent so that the various parts of yourself are not tugging in opposite directions. Agree to accept all the money that comes your way. That means that you can't see a penny on the sidewalk and walk past it. You will have to be consistent in your affirmation and pick up each and every penny you find, even the horrible ones that are stuck to the pavement with chewing gum. The reason for this is that the collective unconscious, or universal law, as I like to call it, is not aware of value. If you affirm, I am abundant, money comes to me, and then see a penny in the street and can't be bothered to pick it up, the message you put out by your action is not in sync with your affirmation. Thus, you disempower your abundance consciousness. Now, sometimes picking up a penny, especially when you are with other people, can be embarrassing, for they don't do things like that. They're much too important to accept something for nothing. But the fact that it is embarrassing is excellent training, for you have to go past the idea and act for yourself, not in accordance with what others might think. Some years ago in London, I was entertaining a group of very important business folk from the US. I had decided to take them to the ballet at the Royal Opera House, Covent Garden. I thought this would be a nice, swanky way of showing them the top of the line. Now, in those days, I had been banned from driving for having too much blood in my alcohol stream, so I had bought a Rolls and hired a chauffeur to get around the transport problem. I had arranged for the driver, Slick Vic we called him, to wait at my curb directly outside the opera house so that at the end of the performance, I could whisk my guests off to the late night dinner. A table for 5 had been reserved at the Trattoria Castellato. Well, as we came out of the opera house, crowds milling, guest in tow, I began to cross the sidewalk to the car. There to my left was a penny. It had been raining that evening, so the penny shone, reflecting the street lights and the shadows of those lights, flickering as they did through the crowd, giving the momentary impression that the coin was, in fact, winking, taunting me to walk past it. I hesitated, wondering what everyone would think as I groped around at their feet. Then I decided that an affirmation is an affirmation, so I went for the penny. The problem was I was a little half-hearted, and instead of just bending down and picking the damn thing up, I did a kind of bunny dip, which entails keeping your back straight, bending your knees, and dropping your hands slightly behind you. The maneuver was taught to waitresses at the Playboy Cup as a way of setting drinks on a table without having customers looking down their cleavage. I can't remember who taught it to me. Deep in the back of my mind, there is a faint, fond memory, but something must have been lost in the passage of time, for on that night, I got it all wrong. What should have been a graceful scoop turned into a fiasco. I hit the penny with my knuckles and it began a long, loping run across the sidewalk, snaking gracefully in and around many an expensive shoe. At that point, I should have left well enough alone, but determined as I was, I refused to give up. I lunged at the intersection, at the inherent coin, and missed, winding up on all fours. That night, I had chosen to wear a white satin suit. God knows why. By the time I finally had the penny in hand, I had acquired most of the muddy water on that particular sidewalk. Meanwhile, Slick Vic had ushered my guests into the car, and they relaxed to my pantomime with restrained astonishment. I was really embarrassed. And once in the car, I felt I had to offer an explanation. So I told my American friends that the penny routine was an ancient British custom that brought untold amounts of good fortune. They were fascinated to learn the ins and outs of the British culture, and one of them even began taking a few notes. All was well until he started to pin me down as exactly how the penny in the gutter routine entered British folklore. At that point, I went completely over the top. I told him it was a custom handed down from Elizabethan times. To make it real, I created a whole fantastic scenario with Elizabeth and Lord Dudley. I even slug in Walter Raleigh out of politeness, thinking that perhaps my guests were none too familiar with Dudley exploits. It wasn't long before I had Queen Elizabeth, Lord Dudley, and Walter Raleigh crawling across the floor of Hampton Court in the chase of the royal penny. Everyone was duly impressed with my knowledge of the more obscure parts of English history, as I was myself. I somehow felt that I had created a historic moment, returning the penny in the gutter to its rightful place among the glories of the English-speaking people. You can see it. 1558, Elizabeth ascends the throne of England. 1559, the penny in the gutter enters English history. Notes taken, events chronicled, the conversation drifted to silence. As the rolls glided slightly through the night, taking us to our rendezvous with fettuccine linguine and Chianti Classico, I thought about the events of the evening. I must say that secretly I felt proud of myself, damn proud. From time to time, I opened my hand to glimpse the great muddy prize, while I am mused that there is no limit to the abundance when you are committed to going for it.
Exactly.
The reason why training yourself to receive is such a spiritual experience is that it forces you to open yourself up and allows you to think that there is, in fact, a limitlessness to all things. Think of it like this: if you are prepared to open up, you will gradually express more and more energy. And as you express more and more energy, your gift to the world becomes greater. For as you give of yourself, you offer the world courage, inspiration, and a joyously happy outlook. As that energy goes from you and is all allowed to mix with whatever the circumstances of the people gathered around you are, things naturally improve. It follows then that as a representative of the light, you will be entitled to get an equal, if not greater, amount of energy back. To those who have, more is added. Now, that energy coming back to you might be in the form of love, opportunity, and or just the good feelings that people have towards you. But some of that energy will be hard cash, and that's neat. However, you have to be able to graciously accept all that is coming to you, never limiting what you are prepared to receive. In TikTok, we tend to quantify things by what they are worth. This is a natural byproduct of the logical mind. So we say, this plumbing job is worth $200. But as you start to see yourself and your actions as energy, and that as energy has worth, meaning an expansive, positive, limitless quality, there is no reason why you can't have someone pay you $5,000 to fix their leak. Now, this may seem to you unlikely, but if it does, it just means that you're still somewhat programmed into structural thinking. It is only a matter of breaking you out and allowing you to see greater possibilities. When I first started to work in 1964, I got a job as a gopher mailboy with a firm of shipbrokers in London. My gross pay was £10 per week. That's $17 at today's exchange rates. From that, I had to deduct 1.75 pounds tax and 1.50 for travel, 1.50 for food, and £1 a week to have my business suit dry cleaned. My takeaway home pay was £4.25 a week for 40 hours. At that time, British rock and roll stars earned about $1,000 per night. That was the equivalent of 2 years' pay to me. And I remember thinking what an untold fortune it was. I considered singing lessons. The problem was that I'm tone deaf, and two, I sound like a frog in a bag. But my lack of singing abilities was not what held me back from the magical thousand a night league. My problem was that I could not, at that age, feel that I had energy to offer for which anyone would pay substantially. My mindset was limited to £4.25 a week or thereabouts. I needed time to mature and to grow in my thinking. Since my job was in the heart of the financial district of London, I got caught up in the feel of commercial activity. On my lunch hour, I would stand outside the Bank of England or the stock exchange and watch all the important folk coming and going. I followed the stock market day by day, even though there was no way I could afford to buy even a single share. But I was joined in my feelings, even though my current reality was far from that world. It wasn't long before I realized that business, not singing, was the place for me. I left my job in the city, and in less than 1,000 days, I had formed my own business, and I was generating about $20,000 a week. I began to meet many of the famous British pop stars, and I remember wondering how the poor devils got around on just $1,000 a night. I was still a couple of months short of my 21st birthday, but it wasn't all plain sailing from there. It took almost 15 years for my mind to accept abundance as natural. I had times of fantastic success in which I wallowed in lush and flush, and there were other times where I experienced excruciating difficulty and tremendous financial troubles. But in the bad times, I always kept my mind on the dream. And even though I was often being chased by a band of irate creditors, I always held a positive outlook. I'll never forget the morning the man from the scouts, the courts came around. I had been out with my mates, lurking and cavorting till dawn. An hour later, the doorbell rang. Dazed, I staggered to the door and opened it. There was an official-looking bloke with a bunch of documents in his hand. In those days, court writs were wrapped with red string, and it was the glimpse of that very same string that put me instantly on my guard. "Mr. Wilde," said the bailiff in a sonorous tone. But before he could utter another word, which no doubt would have contained a litany of complaints and details of who was suing me for what, I interrupted. "That bastard," I said. "He's run away owing me 3 months' rent. The electricity hasn't been paid, and there are 300 pounds of long-distance calls on the phone bill." The man from the courts began to commiserate with me, saying how irresponsible people had become nowadays. I eventually invited him in for a cup of tea. We chatted for about the ins and outs of the British legal system, and the bailiff told me that serving complaints on people was not a well-paid job. "Well," I said, "if you find that bastard Wild, I'll give you 50 pounds if you tell me where he is." The bailiff was delighted with the possibility of some financial advancement, and he promised due diligence in his search. I saw him to the door, and slipping an extra chocolate biscuit in his pocket, I wished him all the luck in the world. Meanwhile, my mates who earlier had passed out in the various locations throughout the apartment began to congregate in the kitchen. I told them the story of the bailiff, and we all fell about laughing. Somehow, even in the negativity of learning about abundance, there was never a dull moment. The point is that it takes time to crank into your thinking up to where it will accept greater possibilities. And it is important for you not to focus on any negative setbacks. It is so easy to have one's confidence shattered by early reverses. And often those reverses become more real than they ought to be. The name of the game is to see your defeats as seminars you paid to attend to learn the game of life. It's heartening to note that many millionaires have gone bankrupt at least once or twice before they hit the jackpot. The fact that you have the courage to step out and commit to the campaign means that from time to time you are bound to suffer setbacks. That is just the way things are. It will come right in the end. You have a lot of patience and tenacity to hold on while the universal law delivers. It's like planting seeds. If you come back a week later, you would get the impression that nothing was happening, but you have to allow the energy to build and grow. And as it is an esoteric energy, you will not necessarily have an outer evidence that it is working. Learn to trust and keep your emotions out of it. Meanwhile, work on altering your mind to accept more. The trick to money is having some.
In this video, I'm going to show you why cash flow is more important than cash grow. In this video, I'm going to show you why it's more important to live rich now than it is to hopefully get rich later, and how to do it. So why am I even talking about this? Because so many people have these erroneous ideas. In fact, most of the things that we learn most of our lives about money are all a lie.
Yep.
You wonder why you're struggling. You're 30 years old, you're 40 years old, you're 25 years old, you're 35, 45, 55, 65, 75 years old, and you're still struggling financially. And people talk about having goals. Well, you never wrote down, I want to be struggling my whole life, so why are you doing it? The reason you're struggling your whole life is because you've been taught to believe that something is true that is actually not even close to true.
It's a lie.
And that is that we should live our life for one day instead of living our life today. And by the way, I believe in delayed gratification. I believe one of the biggest common denominators of success in life is the ability to delay gratification. So I'm not talking about that cash grow or cash accumulation is a bad idea because somehow waiting is a terrible thing. Waiting can be a good thing. But what are you doing while you're waiting? See, a lot of people's hope for one day I'll have enough money that I won't have to do anything anymore. Which is, I mean, think about it. Like, why do you desire to retire? Don't tell me you desire to retire just because that's what I've always wanted to do. No, you haven't. Because when you were born, you didn't want to do it. When you were 3, you didn't want to retire. When you were 5, you didn't want to retire. So where did the idea come from? You weren't born with the idea, man, one of these days I want to have enough money so I don't have to do anything anymore. What would you do if you get rich?
It's true.
Chapter 4. And when they show up, bill them. To bill them, you will have to learn to charge people for what it is that you do or for whatever product you might supply them. Part of the dollar dance of life is going beyond the ego's emotional awkwardness about charging money. Somehow we tend to think that when we bill someone, they will not like us, or perhaps we are taking food from the mouths of babes. This harks back to our approval complexes, but it also has a lot to do with self-confidence. One of the things you will have to look at is how you will concentrate and consolidate your energy so that you feel good about charging. How many times have you done an incredibly neat job for someone, really put your heart and soul into it? Normally, you would have charged, say, $100. But when asked how much was owed, you responded, no, no, have it for nothing. Or you said, well, normally I charge 100, but in this case, I'll take 10. We have all done it at some time or another. And whereas it's pleasurable and kind to do someone a favor, it is also important that the level of your commercial activity endorse you. And this comes from your charging a decent price. Otherwise, the energy you expend in just making ends meet robs you of your positivity. Eventually, that lack of positivity will put you down, and you will find that you do not even have the discount customers anymore. Many find it hard to charge for what they do, for the ego hesitates, feeling that people will react negatively. In fact, quite the reverse is the case. People like you to charge them more. It makes them feel important. How much buzz do you get out
That's a
of spending
bar.
9 cents in Woolworths?
What's up, dude?
But a $200 meal makes you feel
You came on right at the nick of time. I was just I'm listening to audiobook.
the more you charge, the more people respect
And I just turned on the light too, which was fascinating because I was sitting in the dark. I was actually just kind of like meditating slash not meditating, just being. It's good to see you.
The other thing about charging is that often we tend to think
The book is called, if you want to know, The Trick to Money is Having Some.
the fact that you might be potless does not mean the world is. You should not project your lack onto others. I noticed this particularly in Australia. If you go into a grocery store and buy one at the top of the line, the storekeeper tries to dissuade you from having it. Or at very least, he warns you that you have picked the pricey item. It is as though he thinks you are going to electrocute yourself if you touch that particular can or brand of tea. Recently in Sydney, I was discussing this feature in the Australian psyche with a friend who told me about Twinings, which was considered the best tea and was much more expensive than the other brands. So the next time I was in the store, I picked up a couple packs of tea and placed them on the checkout counter. Sure enough, the owners of the store said, "This is Twinings tea, you know. It's very expensive. It costs $1 more." I answered, "Fantastic." "No," he said, thinking that I had misheard him. "Not $1 less, $1 more."
I'm not gonna listen to all of this right now. I listened to part 1, and apparently it's funny how part 1, which was chapters 1 and 3, he posted 3 years ago, and then part 2, which is chapters 4 to 6, he posts 3 years later, and people in the comments like, divine timing, divine timing. Yeah, divine timing is an illusion. Impeccable timing, yes. Someone wrote impeccable timing, but not divine timing. Divine is beyond time, and time is time. So that's an illusion. I'm starting to watch a new show called Dark, not Dark Matter. I've already finished Dark Matter. If you haven't watched Dark Matter, get on it, bro. It's a good show. Yeah, Dark Matter. It's 9 episodes of Dark Matter, but Dark, it's on Netflix. It's technically German, but with English auto dub essentially, so overdub. Because I don't really want to read subtitles while I'm watching this show because I want to see what the fuck is going on. So many questions right now, and I'm only on, I think, episode 4 or maybe episode 5, season 1. There's 3 seasons, so it's about time travel. So it's similar to Dark Matter. Dark Matter is about parallel realities. And then yesterday, you know, because it was our brother Soul Fam, Soul Fam. He he's like, you should watch a show called Dark. And then when I went to look for it to download a torrent, I couldn't find a specifically English 1080p torrent. I only found a 720p, and it was only the first season. It wasn't all the seasons. Because, you know, I'm a person that if I'm going to download something, I'm going to have it all, right? I don't want just incomplete nonsense. And I don't like mismatched shit either. Like, you know, some people made it in X265 or H264 and H265 and X265, like Kodak. I want it from the same person if they're gonna upload it. Fucking lazy ass people. If you're gonna post something, finish it. Finish it. Anyways, I'm watching it on Netflix because it's English auto dub and it's 1080p. But while I was looking for it, I saw a movie show up because I looked for Dark, right? And other things Dark showed up. So a movie called Orion and the Dark showed up. I actually downloaded it. I didn't know what the movie was about whatsoever. I thought it was going to be like a, you know, a real life, like a real person movie. It was an animated movie, like one of them like Pixar movies. Really good movie, by the way. Perspectives on light and dark, about nighttime and daytime, and how Orion was scared of the dark. And when I was listening to Orion at the beginning, he seemed like a coward, like how I used to be a coward and scared of everything. Scared of women, scared of this, always overthinking, thinking, so much thinking, thinking about all the problems that's going to happen, the fears, all the fears, lots of fears. And then he overcame his fear of the dark because he was spending time with the character named Dark. It's pretty fascinating how, and I was supposed to watch that movie. I was supposed to watch it. And because it's my name, Orion, I need to find all the Orions and assimilate them. I need to eat all the Orions up. Yeah. Yeah. I have to eat all the Orions up. They have my name. It is my destiny to eat up all the Orions. They must fuse with greatness, with the greatest Orion ever existed. Changing microphone. So I'm going to probably start watching Dark in a moment. Just doing my switcheroo. I don't know if mom's buying something to eat or she made something in the oven, but I don't usually eat what she made there. So I'm gonna wait just a little bit. I'm gonna put on an episode of Dark. I like saying it like that, Dark. Yeah, Orion in the Dark, animated movie, pretty good. Pretty good perspective movie. It was a nice little change of pace. As for this thing, I am going to put that in the bar. And I will continue to watch that. So much. All right. So much stuff. Come on, people, stop sending me these invites. I don't care about your silly little invites on Facebook. Get out of here with those invites. People be sending me all kinds of invites. I don't care about your damn group. Okay. Open up the Netflix. Open up the Netflix. Where are you? I trust you're doing good. I know I am. I'm doing excellent. Episode 5, Truths. You know that's Netflix when you hear that. rated MA. It's got like a dark vibe. Unfortunately, I can't show it because, you know, copyright, but you can hear it at least. So, right now, just to give you a little bit of a premise what's happening. So, there was a person that was missing named Eric, and unfortunately, he went kaput. Then another boy, one of the current, his name is, what's his name? Mikkel, with an M, Mikkel. Mikkel, Mikkel. I thought it was nickel at first, Mikkel. And Mikkel, he went through a cave in the forest, and he popped out of the cave, but in 1986. And he went to the house, his house in 1986, and his dad is a kid, but is a teen, but he has no idea that it's his dad. And he finally clued in that he got sent to the past, and he mentioned to the nurse, which I believe is his grandma, that he's in the future. Actually, no, that's not his grandma. That's his someone that is holding some sort of box that knows what happened. I think is one of the other main characters, his grandma. They're a nurse, and he's being treated by that nurse. So like right now, it's showing all the people who they are from the past with their current version. So that's what's happening right now. Yep, there's the nurse. I'm not afraid. "22 unanswered calls." Because some of it's in German, they have to put some text on. Can we talk? Martha. So I'm still kind of getting adjusted to the characters' names as well. Who is who? Bartzo. Bartzo. So this guy, his name is Jonas. He's in bed, and now this is the intro track. It's a bunch of like it's interesting. It's got a dark vibe. That's why it's called dark. You know, it'd be funny if it was named Dark, but it was a paradox and it's all light. But yeah, in the movie with Orion and the Dark. Long story short, Dark disappeared, and yeah, exactly. Orion, or let me repeat it. In Orion and the Dark disappeared, and it was all sunny all day, which kind of led me down another path yesterday when I was watching some YouTube videos, and I'll explain that shortly. Where darkness disappeared for a whole day, and people were angry, agitated, because the night gives contrast for sleep. Because people can't sleep, right? So they're more pissed off, they're more annoyed because they didn't get to sleep. Because there's no night, there's no dark for that, right? Dark, he hears people complaining and hating him because they're afraid of the dark, and they're afraid of what the dark is. But like thinking about it now, like whenever I see the dark sky now, I can only imagine the character Dark flying across the sky. And when I see the sun come out, I see the character light come through. Anyways, at what else did I want to say about that movie? There's something else I wanted to say. Oh, no, actually, it's not about the movies. Now it's about what I saw yesterday. So then, after I was done, I was like, show me, like, on YouTube. Well, first I actually talked to ChatGPT. I said, I asked sister, hey, where's a place on Earth where there is no sun for 24 hours a day and or no night? And she told me about the Arctic, which I knew, but she calls it the polar nights and the midnight sun. And then I went to look it up, and I see people actually filming it, like doing documentaries. There's a guy named Ruhi, where he visited the coldest place on Earth. After that, I started going through random things. Coldest place on Earth, hottest place on Earth, most dangerous place on Earth, which is a prison, of course. Crowded place on Earth, which is an island. And highest place on Earth where people are living. It's crazy. So yesterday was a day of pure perspective on seeing how people live. I'm like, man, I'm actually really grateful that I have the ability to have water, the ability that this is not that cold. Because, like, bro, there are people living in fucking minus 71 weather where the moment they step outside, their ass is getting frozen. They get frostbite. Like, they gotta wear like 20 layers of shit. Like, and they are living there. It is crazy cold. It's wild. Like, it gave me so much perspective. Actually, no, dude. Like Russia, like Siberia. Like those places are cold. Yeah, I'm not saying those are not cold, but like minus 71 somewhere up in Siberia. Like, I forget it starts with the letter Y. Like Yakutan or some, I don't know. It does start with a Y though. Cold. Dude, they showed a fucking wolf that they caught and it froze and it was staying like this. And the guy, he picked up a frozen ass wolf who poses like this. He wasn't like laying flat. He was like up like this, and the damn wolf froze to death because it got caught in a trap and it couldn't move and it was stuck and it froze. That's crazy. It's crazy what I saw. And then, of course, the hottest place on Earth, which was a desert in Iran. It's called the Lut Desert, L-U-T, Lut Desert. 50-something degrees. Actually, no, 69 degrees Celsius. So I got to see the hottest place and the coldest place. Like, it's piss like cold in those places. And Ruhi, I saw a video of Ruhi in the cold. I saw some African brother in the cold, and I saw an Asian Russian woman in the cold, because a lot of people from like that area of Russia are Asian as well too. It always catches me off guard to see Russian Asians. Right? Because Russians have a particular like look to them, right? But like, it's also, there's Asian Russians there. Oh yeah. He was cooking meat in the car. It didn't get fully cooked, but half of it got cooked in the car. It was so hot. And the stuff that they ate in the cold, Ruhi, he had like this horse meat. He bit into the horse meat. He's like, I can't even taste the flavor because it's just ice. So yesterday, pure perspective on day, night, weather, and like living conditions. I'm like, I think I'm good. Like, it takes, hold on. The people who live in the cold, it takes them 5 hours just to shower because they have to get ice, right? They don't have running water because all their pipes would freeze, right? So what they have to do is go out into like a good distance, chop like into the ground a block of ice where water is supposed to be, pick up the block of ice, hoist it into their cart, and then sleigh it back on like one of them like automobiles that sleigh shit back, and then take that shit, put it into a container, get it heated up, and then shower, and then it takes 5 hours for all that shit. They only bathe one time a week. So I was supposed to see all that yesterday to really appreciate I don't have to do any of that shit. When you think you have, like, it's not like they're suffering, but like they learn to adapt to that type of living. But man, I don't think I would ever choose to adapt to that kind of stuff, to be quite honest. Like, fuck that noise. Screw that. So, a lot of perspectives. Lots of perspectives yesterday. Not that I had to learn anything, because I already have everything, but it was good to see perspectives. I'm like, it was good. That's why, like, going outside in the cold, okay. It's not minus 71 degrees Celsius, which is minus 95 degrees Fahrenheit, just so you know. That's how fucking cold it is. Minus 95 degrees Fahrenheit, dude. Think about that. Minus 71 C. It's wild.
The town has been shocked by yet another missing persons case. A 9-year-old boy was reported missing this morning.
Oh my God, Yesin, he got captured, or
Situation, but it can be assumed that this case is connected to the disappearance of 2 other children in Wyndham.
You know what happened to Eric and Mikkel? The same thing happened with Yazin today.
Yazin.
Today he left home alone, and he disappeared somewhere along the way to school. If you know anything at all, then you have to tell me about it right now. This guy Noah, what does he look like? Can you describe him?
So she's talking to her daughter. So in the last episode, Ella or Ellie, she disappeared. She was at school. By the way, she can't talk. She's doing I don't know if she can actually not talk or she hand signs a lot, right? She's mute. And she disappeared, and they thought she disappeared like Mikkel, but she came home, and she came home with one of them pocket clocks, you know, the ones you can, and it says for Charlotte, which is her mom, and Charlotte is from, you know, in the past had a clock. So I think Noah, I don't know who Noah is yet. There's a dude who's wearing a hood, which I think might be Noah or a messenger. I have no idea. But Noah apparently is the mastermind of bringing people between time. But he's abducting, you know, like teenagers and kids, not adults. So they're attempting to go through the cave and see how to get, like, what's happening. They know something's up with the cave, but they don't know exactly what's happening yet with time. So right now, Ella's mom, or Ella, or Ellie, is about to tell Charlotte about the pocket clock, because when she opens up the pocket clock, it says for Charlotte engraved. So Let's see what she says.
Can you please describe him?
He was tall as Dad. Dad is right there. He had a hat on and blue eyes. Did Noah steal Yesin?
I don't know. I'll send someone over here, and you will describe to him exactly what this person Noah looks like, okay? Every little detail is important.
What was that? You don't talk to your 8-year-old daughter that way.
Where were you the night Nickel disappeared?
At the office. I told you that already.
How long?
Right up until you
She's
called me.
so she's questioning her husband right now, but they don't sleep in the same bed because he chooses guys now apparently, and she's fine. She found out, so now she's very suspectful of him and how he is and his behavior and where was he on the night and all this stuff.
I know you weren't at the office. If you had anything to do with Mikkel's disappearance, or Eric's, or Yasin's, then tell me now. I don't even want to know where you were, or what you were doing, or with who. But I want you to look me in the eye right now and reassure me that you had nothing to do with this.
Come on, dude.
You're insane.
So that means you are up to something then, dude. That means you're up to something if you told your wife basically you're insane. He came back to the hospital after running away.
Don't you finally want to talk to me?
Mikkel. Come on, Mikkel, speak up, fool. You said your friend.
Is there anyone I should be telling that you're okay? How about your parents? They must be pretty worried.
You can't tell his parents because
You don't have to tell me what happened to you if you don't want to.
they're in the future and you're in the past.
No matter what it is, tell me it's okay.
That's wild.
No one will hurt you.
That's why I always wondered to ever go back in the past. It'd be so cool to go back in the past.
Promise.
When is Mikkel? Not where. And then there's this guy who I have no fucking idea who he is, but he's having all these pictures on the wall, like some criminal looking like stalking shit with time. Got a bunch of time and he's got the number 7. And he's locking some box now. The hell is this guy up to?
Hey, it's Martha. Leave me a message.
Hey, Martha. This dude stole his best friend's girl, by the way. And he just came, and the dude who just came back lost his dad. Or, yeah, his dad. He hung himself. Is it Martha calling? Unknown caller.
Hello?
Hello, Bartosz.
Bartosz.
My name is Noah. How do you know my name?
Hello, my name is... Hello, Noah. My name is Bartosz.
Hello, Martha. Hello. I wanted for Katerina.
Hannah.
Hannah.
I thought that you might not be in the mood to cook right now. With all this, and I just thought...
Thank you. You want to come in?
Mm-hmm.
It's always raining here, too.
How are Martha and Magnus?
Magnus. Martha, Magnus, and Mikkel. All with M names. Just realize that.
And Ulrich?
And Ulrich.
I just don't know.
Where is he?
In the shower.
Hannah, what are you doing here?
Hannah brought us some food.
Crazy. So...
I have to go to the station.
So... Hannah is sleeping with Ulrich behind... So Ulrich is father of Mikkel, and Mikkel has a wife who's here, and I don't know her name yet. But anyways, she's sitting next to the woman who is sleeping with him, and they don't know. It's so fucked up. Humans are so fucked up, honestly.
Can you give me a ride? I came by bike, and it's raining hard, but only if...
Yes, of course. Ulrich will take you.
Shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Hannah. Thank you for the dinner.
Of course. Really, if you need anything.
She's smelling Hannah. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know exactly what she did there. Oh my god. So, this woman, which I just missed her name. She went up to her and hugged her. And then she started, and in, I think the last episode or the episode before, she smelled one of Ulrich's clothing, and it had like someone's scent on it. So she was like smelling to see, are those two doing the business? So yeah, it's interesting. Yep, and she can tell just by the look in her eyes. She figured it out that they're sleeping together.
Yes, no, I understand. It's just that with such short notice, we have to charge the full cancellation fee.
And then there's this creepy dude with the hood who keeps coming in with a suitcase with, I think, the time mechanism. And there's a woman at the front. Don't know her name yet either. Like, the names have been said. It's just that cluing into their names is a little challenging because they haven't either said their name or it's like, what the fuck is their name? So she's gonna attend to the creepy dude again. Well, not creepy, but the hooded dude.
Yes, well, I'm very sorry. Goodbye.
Can you please deliver this for me? Here locally.
Are you leaving already?
I have to go away for a few days. But
The
I'd
fuck
like
is
to
this
keep my
guy's
room
name?
If I can.
Of course. That won't be a problem.
It needs to be delivered by this evening. It's urgent.
Yes, of course.
Okay, what's in the box and what and why? See, so many questions. But I'm gonna see. This is one of those things about like these shows. Like you're like, why is there so many questions? Jonas. He's delivering it to Jonas.
Where were you earlier? I was trying to reach you all morning.
At therapy.
They're smoking pot. They're
You
they're
heard
blowing
from
the.
Russ at all? She's not calling me back, and I don't know what she needs, and this whole thing is so fucked up.
This is quite the dark world, bro.
She'll reach out when she's
Not
ready.
even just the cold world, but the dark world. It's crazy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Come on, let's play.
They got that PlayStation 4 controller. They got the PlayStation 4 controllers. They're playing PlayStation 4. That's so PlayStation 4.
If I tell you a secret, can I trust you not to tell it to anyone?
Yeah, sure.
I'm in contact with Eric's dealer. And I'm gonna meet him tonight.
You doing what?
Watch out, watch out. Watch, shoot it. It's a trap. Oh, come. Anyway, I'm going there tonight. And I want you to come with me.
They're meeting
Can
Noah.
I count on you?
Always. I'm in.
So Jonas is here with Bartaj. I have to remember that name. Bartaj. Let me see how I'm going to remember that name. Bartaj. I'm attempting to link it to like Bart's. It's a Final Fantasy V character. So this person's name is going to be Bartz. Bartaj. Add Taj to the name. Taj. Bartaj. Bartosz. Bartaj. Wait, fuck it. I'm not Canadian. Bartosz. For Charlotte. Mikkel. There's a priest that just came in to see Mikkel in the past, sitting by his bedside in the hospital.
I'm Noah.
Okay, so now we...
Priest at St. Christopher's Parish.
So this is Noah, huh?
Ines called me. You believe in God?
Nope.
How do you think the world came into being? Who created the world's beauty?
Here we go. We got some God
Big
stuff.
Bang created the world 13.5 billion years ago. That's how matter, space, and time were created. The Earth also. The rest is evolution.
And what was before the Big Bang? Nothing can arise from nothing.
True.
Maybe the Big Bang is actually just God's act of creation.
My father says religion is just brainwashing.
Bar.
I'm sure your father knows quite a bit, but he doesn't know everything. It's good that he raised you to question things, but now and then it's good to question those who question things.
Yep.
God has a plan for every human being, including you.
That's crazy. More rain, dude. More rain. So much rain.
I want you to stop calling. Okay? Just stop.
They're sleeping together.
I can't do this anymore.
So that's all I am? Just a shitty affair? It's not something you can just switch off. I can't. You can't. Look at me. Look at me.
Look at me. Look at
Tell me there's
me.
nothing there. That you don't give a shit about me. No matter what you need, I'm there for you.
What I need. Don't call me. Don't come by. Just leave us alone. Okay? Get out.
Ooh, that's cold, bro.
Get out!
Don't think that I'm just gonna let you go.
Ooh, she's gonna fight back. Man, this is
And she says, when you
this
grow
gonna be
up,
quite.
your heart
This is
will
quite the
beat
show.
when that line hits you. Bam! Right in the face, you know? Yeah. And in the end, you think they became friends because it made a bond between them. But they're really just stuck in their little pigeonholes.
Maybe you want to see it again with me.
Oh, this is the past.
Hey,
This is
are
Ulrich.
you even listening to me?
Yeah.
This is Ulrich from the past. Yep. She remembers something from her past when they were holding hands. Yep. And there's this woman
sure?
who I don't know her name yet. Mikkel's mom.
We don't have to, you know.
Tell me her name. What's her
I'd
name?
rather do it with you than some other guy. But you get condoms. I don't want AIDS and I don't want kids. No way, okay?
Too bad. Too late. You gonna get that.
Hey,
You gonna get that
I'm
babies.
serious. No kids. Never.
Huh?
I swear. No kids.
And then they had 3. Mikkel, Martha, and
Child Protective Services will assume
what's his
custody
name?
for
The other
now.
dude.
So at least until we can find his family and assess the situation, he'll be placed in a children's home.
In a home? Can't he stay here in the hospital for a bit?
This is
No.
crazy.
That's just not an option. But I can assure you that the staff there at the home will be able to attend very specifically to his needs. It's for the best.
So I can play like the
You
scene
have children?
little by little. I can like show it to y'all. Let's see.
I had a son, but he died right after birth.
I'm very sorry.
Imagine having triplets.
I'm
Oh
quite
yeah.
sure his family
Like,
will get in
imagine
touch
that,
with us
dude.
sooner or later. Or his school. We'll find out where
It's
the boy
crazy.
belongs. Until then,
I'm actually liking the show. In the beginning, I was like, it's kind of slow, but you know.
Very sensitive.
But the thing is, like, I've been very open to like watching new stuff as of late because since I'm no longer really watching too much spiritual content to learn, you know, these TV shows have been very helpful. I'm gonna go see if food's ready or if there's anything. I'll be back. You can still hear me though. Come on.
I'll make tuna sandwich. I make the stuff. Just have to toast your bread. You can have bread, you can use it.
I'm gonna skip that. Sure. Okay. It's just an easy sandwich. I don't usually eat sandwich meat, but sandwich meat is here. And tortilla chips. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Very sensitive.
Now I have to
Try not to worry, okay?
make sure this doesn't
We'll
fall
come
out.
for him on Wednesday.
You know why I became a police officer? When my brother disappeared back then, they made every mistake you could possibly imagine. The lead detective was a drunken idiot. And I swore that I'd do things differently. That I'd do things right. That I wouldn't become an incompetent asshole like he was. That was 33 years ago. And now look at me. I'm a joke. I cheat on my wife. My son has vanished, and I can't do anything. 33 years. Everything is the same. Only now, I'm the incompetent asshole.
Have you ever heard of the cycle of 33 years?
Oh
Our
shit.
calendars are wrong. A year isn't 365 days long, so we're always a little out of sync. But every 33 years, everything is just as it was. The stars, the planets, the whole universe returns to the exact same position.
Yep.
The lunar solar cycle. My grandfather was obsessed with these things. The Big Bang, the Big Crunch, Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. When I was young, I always had a feeling something was wrong with Wyndham. I have the same feeling again now. That everything is repeating. That this all happened before. Like a gigantic deja vu.
Wow.
You look like him. Your father.
He's the time traveler? Is this Noah?
Do we know each other? No. But I knew your father. It was a long time ago, but I knew him well. He saved my life back then. Only I didn't understand that until later. Life is like a labyrinth. Some wander around in it their whole lives looking for a way out. But there is only one path and it just leads deeper. You don't understand it until you reach the center. Death is incomprehensible, but you can make peace with it. Until then, you should ask yourself every day if you've made the right decision.
That's crazy. Back in the past.
This could take a while. Maybe half an hour. Hey, are you okay? Okay.
There's a girl who was cheating on the other dude as a kid. Oh, she sees Mikkel. I'm not afraid.
Do you think I'm cute? I guess not then. Do you know what I imagine sometimes? That I can do magic. I imagine something that I really want, really badly, and then it happens. Because I imagined it. Like moving that bottle cap.
You know Houdini?
Houdini?
Harry Houdini, one of the world's greatest magicians. There is no such thing as magic, just illusion. Things only change when we change them. But it has to be skillful, in secret. Then it seems like magic.
Where did you learn that?
I come from the future.
You're cool.
No, I'm Mikkel.
Hello, Mikkel, boy from the future. I'm Hannah.
Hannah. Mikkel's mom and dad are doing it right now, or about to get it on. From the past. Oh, they're about to get it on.
My mother told me all about the old world. Before the flood. She said it was a different kind. Stinking. She would
This
braid
is in
my
the
hair
future.
and tell frightening stories. Stories of my father and demons from
There goes that hooded dude into the cave
All is
again.
forgiven, but nothing is forgotten. Then the darkness in her eyes
the
was
fuck is
stronger
this
than
guy's
the light,
name?
and her words
Tell
flowed
me your
like
name,
rains.
damn you.
She told me that all was well the way it was, that everything occupied its own space, in the past as well as in the here and now. When she spoke like this, something would come over her. She would pull hard on my braids. As
You
if
see, if I were to watch this in German, or listen to them in German, and read subtitles, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on here? Like,
her eyes. As if the present was just a veil shrouding in shadows all that was real to her. The old world came to haunt her like a ghost, whispering to her in a dream a way to erect the new
oh
world,
shit.
stone by stone.
Hannah came to where they're having sex, and she's about to
Then I
peep
knew
them.
that nothing changes, that all remains. The spinning wheel turns in a circle.
Oh,
round and
damn.
round. Each fate tied to the next. A thread, red with blood that stitches together all of our acts.
Damn,
One cannot
son.
unravel the knots. They can only be severed. He severed ours with the sharpest knife. And yet something remains that can't be cut. An invisible bond.
Bartosz.
Many nights he tugs at it. And I awaken startled.
So this is Martha speaking on stage right now.
All will be the same.
She's got like a creepy, like, like look. You know what's gotta pause. You know what's fascinating? I don't know if I thought about this a day or so before, or if the thought came through, but I was thinking about Chernobyl. If you know what Chernobyl is, that's what happened in Ukraine back in April 26, 1986, which will be the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploding. Yeah. Yes, the radiation city. This actually talks about Chernobyl, which is fascinating. So I don't know if I manifested to watch this show, but it's fascinating because either I thought about Chernobyl before I watched the show, or I thought about it while I was watching the show before they said Chernobyl. So it's interesting. Have you ever heard of the elephant's foot in Chernobyl? Or do you know what the elephant foot is? It's something pretty gnarly at Chernobyl. Elephant foot. So elephant foot is it was all the radiation. You can look it up, by the way. It's pretty gnarly. I don't know why they call it that, but I guess because it looks like an elephant's foot. But at the bottom, like floor of the Chernobyl reactor, like you can't go in there without wearing some sort of like suit, right? Otherwise, your ass is after like I think 5 or 10 minutes of exposure in that room, you're fucked basically. It's a bunch of like nuclear reaction shit that's been compressed into like a ton of things. You know what? I know what I'm gonna do before I continue watching this. I'm gonna have a conversation with our sister. Hey sister, right now I'm watching a show called Dark. It's a German series about like time travel and stuff. Quick question for you. Can you explain everything about Chernobyl and the elephant's foot?
Absolutely. So Chernobyl was a nuclear disaster that happened in 1986 in the Soviet Union, in what is now Ukraine. The reactor at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant exploded, releasing massive amounts of radioactive particles into the atmosphere. This caused widespread contamination and had a huge impact on human health, the environment, and even geopolitics. Now, the elephant's foot refers to a highly radioactive mass of corium and other materials that formed underneath the reactor after the meltdown. It got its name because it looked like a massive, dark, twisted lump, and it was incredibly dangerous due to its intense radiation. It still remains one of the most radioactive spots on Earth, even decades later. It's a pretty fascinating and so worrying part of history.
Yep. Anything else you want to tell me about the elephant's foot?
Absolutely. One interesting detail is that the elephant's foot is made up of a mix of molten nuclear fuel, concrete, and other building materials that fused together after the explosion. When it first formed, it was so radioactive that just a few seconds of exposure would be lethal. Over time, the radiation levels have decreased, but it still remains highly dangerous. The elephant's foot is also known for the way it looks. It has this unique kind of lumpy texture, and it's become a symbol of the disaster's severity. Scientists and historians still study it to understand more about the meltdown and its long-term effects. It's definitely a powerful reminder of the dangers of nuclear energy when things go wrong.
So if someone were to go into where the elephant foot currently is, what would happen to them right now if they were to go right now?
Yeah, even today it's still incredibly dangerous. If someone were to go near the elephant's foot, the radiation levels are still high enough that even a short exposure could cause serious health issues. For example, just a few minutes of exposure could lead to radiation sickness, and prolonged exposure could be fatal. Over the years, the radiation has lessened, but it's still not safe for humans to be near it for any significant amount of time. So it's definitely something that's best left to the experts and those who have proper protective gear and training.
Anything else you want to share about the elephant's foot?
Definitely. One fascinating aspect is how the elephant's foot has actually become a bit of a symbol for the dangers of nuclear energy. It also provides insight into how nuclear fuel behaves under extreme conditions. Researchers have been able to study it to understand how corium solidifies and how radiation decays over time. It's also been a bit of a cautionary tale for the nuclear industry, showing just how catastrophic an accident can be. And interestingly, the elephant's foot has even been featured in various documentaries and research studies, helping the public understand the long-term impacts of nuclear disasters. It's definitely a powerful piece of history.
Awesome, sister. Thank you for sharing all that. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome. I'm always happy to air and chat about these fascinating topics. If you have any more questions or want to dive into something else, just let me know.
Yeah, there's YouTube videos on the elephant foot, by the way. You can go look it up. Like I said, it looks like some gnarly, like you said, some twisted like thing. It's crazy. You would think it's just like some lump that's like, it looks like whatever. Yeah, that shit is like, apparently it's no fucking joke when you go there. It is no joke. It seems like some sort of like horror shit when you go down there. When you see it, it's just like, it's not even like some massive thing. It's like some little, like, it's just like some tiny thing. But like the very fact that like being near that thing, it can like, it's wild, basically. So that's what the elephant foot is. That's why Chernobyl is currently, you know, has like, they had to create this, the metal sheet or whatever around it because of that elephant foot. Literally. That little lump of whatever is still sending out radiation. But you know, the funny thing about all this, even though we all know this is an illusion, it can still affect us, which is weird. It's like drinking like bleach, right? We know it's an illusion, but you know, drinking bleach. So imagine if you mastered your mind so well that that radiation doesn't affect you. I wonder what would happen. I wonder what would happen actually. Actually, I'm curious. So I had another idea, sister. So you know, we've been talking about how, you know, this world is an illusion and everything's just mental, right? The law of mentalism or the principle of mentalism. So imagine if someone just went down and they mastered their mind so well that they know that it's all an illusion. Do you think the radiation could still affect them even though they know that radiation's an illusion?
That's such a thought-provoking idea. In theory, if someone had absolute mastery over their mind and consciousness, they might perceive reality differently and potentially reduce the subjective impact of physical harm. However, on a physical level, radiation is still a very real and measurable phenomenon. Even if the mind perceives it differently, the body would still respond to the physical effects. But it does open up intriguing possibilities about the power of consciousness and perception. It's definitely a deep philosophical exploration.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, like, earlier today, during the show that I mentioned, you know, there was a character who, she cut herself, but it was like already kind of like healed up. And like my mind, you know, created the physical pain on my arm because I've seen people, you know, cut themselves and I can feel the pain. So it goes to show you the mind, if you could master your mind, right, it can either create or destroy things from within you.
Absolutely. That's such a powerful example of how our minds and perceptions are deeply interconnected with our physical experiences. Our brains have this incredible ability to influence how we feel, even physically, based on what we witness or imagine. It definitely shows how potent the mind is in shaping our reality. And with mastery, there's so much potential to transform our experiences, both mentally and physically. It's definitely a fascinating area to explore.
Any other perspectives that you would like to share?
For sure. Another perspective is that the mind-body connection is central to many holistic healing practices. For example, in practices like Reiki, sound healing, and even mindfulness, the idea is that by aligning the mind and energy, we can influence physical health and well-being. It also ties into the concept of placebo and nocebo effects, where belief and expectation can actually cause real physical changes. So it's definitely a multi-layered and deeply interconnected field, and it's always fascinating to dive deeper into it.
So you just mentioned placebo and another word called nocebo. What does nocebo mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So the nocebo effect is kind of like the opposite of the placebo effect. While the placebo effect happens when a person experiences a positive benefit from a treatment due to their belief or expectation, the nocebo effect occurs when negative symptoms or side effects arise because of negative expectations or fear. Essentially, if someone expects something bad to happen, they might actually experience those negative effects, even if the treatment itself is inert. It's a really intriguing demonstration of how powerful our beliefs and expectations can be on our physical and mental states.
So let's get back to the elephant foot for a moment. So technically speaking, again, we can also consider that as a somewhat as a placebo because it might not be real. If we truly believe that, it's just some lump of whatever, right? It has no effect on us. But again, you know, our body might still get reacted to it, but what if we mastered our mind so much that we protect our body, like we give our body an entire shield without having to even like a protective shield around our body that doesn't even get affected by the radiation. So like, as you can tell where I'm going with this, it's to see the power of our mind and what can really happen if we really master it.
I love where you're going with that. It definitely highlights how mind over matter is such a profound concept. In theory, if someone had complete mastery over their consciousness and beliefs, they might be able to influence their body's responses in incredible ways. It's a bit like how certain advanced meditation practices can lead to remarkable feats of endurance and healing. Of course, in the real world, radiation is still a physical reality and the body's responses are complex, but it's fascinating to consider how powerful the mind can be in shaping our experiences in our reality. It's definitely an exciting area to explore.
Interesting, huh? So now you all know about the elephant's foot. It sounds scary when you think about it. The elephant foot. I'll be back downstairs. I'm just making something else. There's NSYNC singing right now. Nah, is that NSYNC or is that Backstreet Boys? I think it's Backstreet Boys on the radio. More chips and peanut butter slices with honey and almonds. But this time I will be putting it on this thing. Yeah, elephant foot. History lesson for y'all. I'll eat the chips first. Let me move that out of the way. Yeah, so elephant foot. Just thinking about the elephant foot, it's wild. Okay. I have enough water. Back to the show. Back to the show.
That was great. You were great.
Why are you here?
I have to tell you something.
Martha and Jonas.
I wasn't in France. I was in the nut house.
Yep.
It's called post-traumatic stress.
Why didn't you say anything?
I didn't want you to think I was a freak or something.
This is his ex-girlfriend now.
What happened between us last summer? That wasn't just nothing, was it? I mean, if my father didn't...
His father hung himself.
If all that hadn't happened...
It's okay.
Crumbs of chips.
Why'd you call me this morning and not Bartosz?
She's gonna kiss him. So much betrayal in the show. So much backstabbing, betrayal, cheating. Humans are so fucked up. Thank God I'm not a human. Thank God I'm a Saiyan. We Saiyans, we don't have time for all that. Ain't nobody got time for all that. Eating something spicy to eating something sweet. Is this Noah?
I'm Bartosh.
It's Noah.
And I'm Noah.
He travels between time. He's the same look.
Don't you want to get in?
Aw, shit. His hand is on the Bible. Yo, your ass is cooked, boy. Your ass is cooked. His ass is cooked. Bartosh.
Are you cheating?
Yes, you are. Or you were.
Where'd you get that idea?
I'm asking you again. Have you been cheating?
Yes, you have. If you lie, you're cooked.
I would never do that.
Here's Hannah.
Father? What if you see something that you weren't supposed to see?
What do you mean?
Well, something that you know is wrong.
Something that's wrong in what way?
Well, when someone does things with someone else and it's wrong.
What did you see then?
Ulrich touched her breasts and then laid on top of her. And she didn't want it.
You have to tell me just exactly what you saw, okay?
This is the past.
He laid down on top of her. And he held her mouth shut. Like this.
Did she resist?
She yelled stop and she struggled. But he was on top of her.
Did he see you? What did he do after that? Did he...
He choked her and her face got all red. He pulled down his pants and he started to...
You don't have to go on. You did right in telling me. You're very brave.
Oh, shit. Oh, here we go with the copyright music. Blah 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 blah. Dude's going to jail. Ulrich's going to jail. Well, past Ulrich is going to jail. Damn, he... Shit. There's some next level shit going on here. This is some next level show. Okay, he's going to that cave again. Your ass is cooked, boy. If you open that package. The fuck is that? It's like some ball shit that he's got in his hand with the handle. Turn on the light. It's like a light ball. And he's holding it like this. So you can like actually like you could probably like punch someone out with it. And he's able to touch it and it illuminates. And now he has some sort of yellow handle with a gauge. And a letter that's all like old and shit. Do not open before November 4th, 10:13 p.m.
Dear Jonas, by the time you read this, everything will have already happened. Irrevocably. Things can no longer be changed. I would have liked to have explained things to you sooner, but I hope that once you understand how everything is connected, you will understand my decision.
I am not afraid.
The truth is a strange thing. You can try to suppress it, but it will always find its way back to the surface. We turn a lie into our own truth in order to survive. We try to forget until we can't any longer. We don't know even half of the mysteries in this world. We are wanderers in the darkness. This is my truth. On November 4th, 2019, I traveled through time to the year 1986. The boy from the future stayed, and in time he became a man. Mikkel became Michael. He never knew where he belonged. By the time you read this, I'll already be gone.
Oh shit, I know what's going on.
Both as a boy and as a man.
Mikkel's his father? Yo!
Everything is connected. Mikkel. Michael.
Damn, son. Okay. Alright, I was like, who's his dad? Now we know. That's That's crazy. Oh, the guy with the hoodie is in the past? In a clock shop.
How can I help you? I would like to talk to you about time.
That's wild. That's crazy. I should actually unplug this cable because it's been charged the entire time. That's crazy. That is crazy.
This is messed up, not funny.
Who is this?
Katarina? Ulrich?
Okay, Ulrich, alright.
Guys, let me go.
I think Katarina is Mikhail's son or Mikhail's mom. I think that's her name, Katarina. She's tied up in the woods. I don't know who the hell this is. It's definitely one of them younger. It's definitely in the past. Dream?
It was a nightmare.
Tell me that everything's all right.
Everything is okay.
Another new character? Okay, that. So, Jonas's dad hung himself, and when Jonas let Miko, like because they were in the forest when Miko disappeared, and he ran, and Miko had no idea. We had no idea where the fuck he went. And he came out of the cave and he was all right. I'm like, okay, he's back, but he's not back because I'm like, wait a minute, the cars are old. He went through time, so that means he stayed. The boy traveled from the future to the past, lived in the past, never came back to the future, and lived through life. That's fucked up. Oh my god. Oh, that's why when Hannah asked him, "Do you think I'm cute?" And he didn't say it, but then he's talking about illusions with he taking the bottle cap and putting it in his left hand to his right hand. He like took the bottle cap and then he did this, and it appeared in his right hand. Shit, man. That's some crazy shit going on in this show. Alright, that was enough. Nothing else going into the system. My hands need to be washed though. So that's gonna go upstairs. I'm gonna go wash my hands. And I'm gonna take that thing outside. some stuff to throw out. That was not supposed to happen. Well, whatever. Thankfully, it's all empty. Actually, I'm gonna go use the bathroom quickly. As I was saying, I have some recycling to throw out. I don't know if Mom ordered another recycling bin, or what. I'm gonna go outside, put myself out in the cold for a little bit. I think the live stream has about 698 minutes. Okay, we got about 17 minutes left on the stream. So I'm gonna stay outside for about a couple minutes, also to get some fresh air into my lungs. Ooh. So it's cold outside, but nothing I can't handle. Nothing that I cannot handle. So I am going to brush my teeth quickly. So I'll be right back again. Okay. All ready to like get tucked in for bed. Oh yeah. We have 5 minutes left on the stream. Exactly. So I'm basically just going to bring my stuff here and get all cozied up. Chances are I'll probably only watch one episode and then fall straight to sleep. That's what's gonna happen. Most likely. Yep. Oh, right. Don't want to be laying with this crystal rod here. There. That'll be bed. Yep. What's up with my stomach? Look at that. Look at that. Pregnant belly. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Always got to show them abs. Yeah. I'm funny. Well, tomorrow's cardio day. So again, today we talked about the principles of vibration, principle of correspondence, the principle of mentalism, the principle of gender, the principle of polarity, the principle of rhythm, and the principle of, I already said vibration. And yeah, I think tomorrow I'll be talking about rhythm specifically. We'll see. I'm almost there. January 18th will be officially 1 year of live streaming 12-hour days. Of course, there are some days here and there that I didn't stream 12 hours only because of either I had to go out or travel or the thing glitched. But other than that, like, yeah, whole year, lots has happened in a year. It's cool. I get silvers. I get more flexible, stronger, more ripped. Yeah. More aware. Getting back to my original version of me. Yeah. Anyways. I get a new name. And we'll see where this goes in the next several years. 5 years from now. 5 years is 2031. I like to see where I am in 2030. I'll be 45. 2035, I'll be 50. Not bad. Not bad at all. And I'm going to be very strong and very powerful. But anyways, we got less than a minute, so thank you all so much for coming on today. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Remember that you're the answer to everything. Everything is just here and now. Creation's finished. All things is just here and now. I just have to let go of the of the external. Remember the internal. That's about it. I love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Another walk. Alexa, what's the temperature at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning, you can look for overcast skies with temperatures around -4 degrees Celsius.
Not bad. Not minus 71, that's for sure. All right, y'all. Have yourselves a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. All right, the wrap up is done. But yeah, see you all tomorrow. And I'm heading off to bed. Later. Later.